Well, how do?
Doris says I know how to silence a room.
Too funny, Doris. Too funny. Come on, now, come on. Yeah, well, Granny Red said it's party time.
Hi, Granny. Hi, Catherine. Hi, Doris.
Howdy, Ewans.
Hi, Eli, if you're still here. Eli, you want a link?
Oh, he probably popped in, put the message, and popped back out.
Well, no, he was here. He was sitting here.
He swooped.
He was here waiting because he left several messages. I don't know if he's still here or not, but he was here. He probably got bored and went somewhere else. you know. Oh well, that's the way it goes. Nah, he's probably here somewhere.
Right. He's lurking.
Uh, Misty's in bed asleep, took a nap, so she's asleep. And Beth's not online yet. I don't know what's up with Beth, but when she gets on, she'll pop on. She's got a link. Um, wait till a few gets in here, and then we're gonna start this.
Yeah, I should have done my research, but I was a lazy ass.
Ain't nothing too punching it in. I'm doing it now. Um,
Eli cannot be detained. Howdy back, Ricky.
I bet, Rican. Thank you for being here. Make you blue. You can drop your link back, Rican, if you want to. Granny, you can drop your link too if you want to. All of you can. What do you say? Eli can't be contained.
Eli cannot be detained, is what Doris said.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My Sunday's going okay. I've been sleeping a lot of it. You're welcome, Rican. Uh, drop your link and share with each other. I'm not a sub for sub channel, but I do let people drop their channel links.
And
If
if you go over and visit somebody's channel and all that good stuff, and you decide you're gonna become family with them, please leave a comment. Watch one of their videos at least halfway through or all the way to the end. Ring the bell and hit that red button.
you give a thumbs up because
That's the way to do it.
if you
And
don't
it
do
will
it that
stick.
way, they take it away. Then you don't have that channel. So you need to do it the right way.
Howdy, Eli.
That's how people lose subs because the person don't go over and watch their stuff. They just sub to them and then move on and don't watch nothing or leave a like or a comment or nothing, and then they don't. Hi, Derek. And they
Howdy,
don't.
Derek.
Uh, you're fine, Derek. We ain't even really started. We just come on. Uh, I seen you in Hunting the Dead. I said hello to you in Hunting the Dead, Derek, but I don't think you seen it.
Um, yeah, and the thing is when people pop their links in, I'll go get their link while I'm even in the live, and I'll put it in to watch later, and then after the live's over, then I'll go back and watch the videos, and then I'll leave my comment and all that good stuff. That way, it sticks.
Yep.
I've actually watched both of your videos, Eli, that you posted on your new channel. I just hadn't commented. I commented on one, but I hadn't commented on the other one. But I did like it. Yeah, you can see what I'm saying when I was talking about it. It just I mean it just overwhelmed me so bad that I almost couldn't do the video. I mean after being there and then having and then coming home and then trying to put it all together. I mean it was rough.
It was. It took him a few days to get past that.
I've still only seen the video 3 times. I just can't watch it. It gets to me.
Pat Rinkins yesterday, no, but I do watch his videos. I haven't. I feel good yesterday, so I didn't do no YouTube yesterday. Very little did I do yesterday. Sharon thinks I'm messing with Mary. What? What'd you say, Eli? What are you messing with me for? What'd you say? What'd you say?
You don't watch his videos?
I do too. You lying little turd. I've watched your stuff since you started. I've been friends with you since you started, so don't even go there. Eli, you want a link? Thank you for getting me out, Eli.
You can have one if you own it. You can come up here and keep her company.
Ain't you gonna keep me company? All right. Let's get this party started here.
Oh shoot! Bang!
All right, we're gonna look up haunted places for everybody's state, including people in chat.
We're gonna look at great gobs of greasy gopher gizzards and show them to you.
We're gonna look at ours first, and then we're gonna do you guys's. Okay, Sheriff's from Georgia. Not where he's at right now, but he is from Georgia. So here we go. Here's
I hope they've got one. I hope they've got the one that I'm thinking of.
Bonaventure Cemetery in Savannah. I gotta be able to see this fine print, so I'll have to blow her up some. Savannah, Bonaventure Cemetery become iconic after being featured in 1997 movie Midnight in the Garden of God and Good and Evil. Wow, I didn't know that. But its ghosts have long made this burial ground infamous. Built in 1846 on the site of a plantation, visitors have reported paranormal activity here for decades. The sculpture that adorns the grave of Gracie Watson, a young girl who died of pneumonia at the age of 6, is said to weep bloody tears at night. Those who come to pay their respects to Gracie often leave her toys and trinkets. Other visitors have reported hearing the sounds of disembodied children playing near the graves of the young, and have furthermore claimed the statues move position in the night. One angel statue allegedly smiles down on those to whom she takes a liking.
Howdy, Abraxas. Welcome.
Hi, Abraxas. Hi, Chris. You at work? The Pirate House in Savannah. Savannah, I hear, is pretty haunted to start with.
This place probably the one I'm thinking about probably won't make this list, but I'll.
Well, you can tell us about it and look it up if you want to. The Pirate House is built in 1753 in Georgia. Is in Savannah, Georgia. It's one of the state's oldest standing structures. Sailors were reportedly lured into the building in hopes of finding dinner and a place to rest. Instead, they were dragged through a tunnel underneath the building to Savannah's river and forced into the service of pirates. Patrons of the Pirate's House, which is now a restaurant, claim to hear moans and screams coming from the basement and have glimpsed the shadows of doomed sailors in the hallways. Huh. Now that's crazy.
Oh, here's you one right here.
Wait, you want me to come back over here? Okay, hang on.
What?
You sharing one or what?
No, I said there's your one right there that you were just showing.
Okay, hang on. Let me go back. It,
Right there.
Anderson Prison, Andersonville.
Andersonville Prison, famous and notorious Civil War prison.
The condition at this prison for Union soldiers during the Civil War was so horrific that after the war, the captain responsible for running it was charged with war crimes and
And
executed.
hung.
Of 45,000 Union soldiers that were imprisoned here, 13,000 died. Wow.
Yeah.
13,000 died.
It's
A
nasty.
soldier can describe his entrance into the camp in a letter to a friend. As we entered the place, a spectacle met our eyes that almost froze our blood with horror and made our hearts fail within us. Visitors to the site today report hearing disembodied voices crying in a horrific stench as they walk through the grounds where so many men suffered and died. I can't see chat, so if anybody's saying anything, you need to tell me.
Howdy, Tammy Trot. She said hi.
Hi, Tammy. Okay, here we go. Central State Hospital, Milledgeville.
Yep. Let's see. Who was it? The Paranormal Files did an investigation there.
They sure did. In the former capital of Georgia, a small town called Milledgeville, you'll find the ruins of one of what was once one of the largest hospitals in the United States. At the infamous Central State Hospital, thousands of the Southeast insane and unwanted were locked away. At one point, 13,000 patients were being treated at Central State, and if the gigantic graveyard on the grounds with over 2,000 unmarked graves is an indication many never made it home. Curious tourists claim to have experienced unexplained phenomena while walking the ground, including feeling an implacable chill and hearing the sounds of moans or footsteps behind them in empty rooms. Bullock Hall, Roswell.
Roswell.
In Roswell, north of Atlanta. Look at that beautiful place there. Atlanta is a former plantation home that may look familiar. Have you seen Gone with the Wind? The large four-column portico entrance may have inspired Margaret Mitchell's fictional Terror Plantation. Bullock Hall is home to Teddy Roosevelt's mother. Wow, I didn't know that. Mittie Bullock, as well as Myriad, I guess, other who lived, suffered, and died there. Some talk of the ghost of a slave girl who is said to move from room to room, turning off the lights. Other visitors have seen the specters of those dressed in antebellum garb or Confederate gray who vanish into thin air. Mittie, who was a voracious reader, is said to still sit in her favorite chair in the library, which rocks back and forth, though there's no one there.
Howdy, Misty Red, Shrimp Shack, West Haven.
Hi,
Howdy,
Shrimp
y'all.
Shack.
Welcome.
Hi, West
Uh,
Haven.
yes, Doris, I do know where Cedartown, Georgia is. Been there many times.
Roswell,
Hold on.
Roswell.
Hold on just a second. Um, Back to the Andersonville prison.
Yeah.
Let me get this. Uh, let's see here. I gotta get it pulled up first.
Oh, you want me to share it?
Yeah, I'm gonna share it here in just a second. I gotta get these pulled up first.
Good, Tammy.
Where is it? There's another one.
Your mother-in-law's from there. Hi, Misty Big Red. How are you? Thank you for being here, all of you. It's appreciated.
Shit.
Sheriff's bringing something up for us to look at. Hi, Shire. Shire.
That's one. That's two. There's one more. If I can find it. There you go.
Sheriff, do you know where my local Domino's is? No, Eli, you don't. But I heard you had a pizza party last night. Was it last night or not before last? Oh, really, Tammy? Good, Misty. I'm glad you are. That's good. Good to know. There's Eli's new channel, you guys. Check him out.
Okay.
Shire said hello.
How to do? Okay.
Well, here. Well, I'll read another one. What are you looking at? Okay.
I've got them. I'm just trying to get them situated where we can see them.
All right. Roswell Mill, Roswell. Just across the street from Bullock Hall, you'll find the old Roswell Mill, founded by Roswell King, the town's namesake, in 1836. Slaves built the mill, and an outbreak of the measles in 1847 left many dead. However, the mill went on to be prosperous, creating the wool uniforms for the Confederate Army because of its importance. Union General Sherman seized the mill in 1864 and shipped 400 mill workers to prison, where most died from exposure and starvation. Now protected by the National Park Service, the Roswell Mill's violent history makes it one of Georgia's most haunted places.
Okay, before you share this, hold on. Before you share,
All right.
this is graphic. Don't start it. Don't start it yet.
I'm not.
This is graphic, people. If you are squeamish, I'm sorry, but this needs to be shown because this, you heard what Mary said about the 13,000 died in Andersonville prison. Well, I'm fixing to show you some photographs of the soldiers. So just be forewarned, it's pretty wild.
This is 18 and above channel, and so I'm sorry if anybody gets, if it bothers you, just don't watch it while I show it, and then we'll.
I'll show this stuff on my channel, and I don't care because people need to see it. It's part of the history.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's one of the soldiers.
That's sad.
Yeah, it is. Here's another one. This was the conditions. These guys were still living when they actually opened the prison to let people out.
They're still alive?
Yeah, they were still. These people are still alive.
How?
Yeah, they're still alive.
I don't know how they barely. They must have given bread and water to keep them alive.
Howdy, Oz.
That's sad.
But yeah, that's the conditions that they had, and you see this doctor or this guy here is actually holding this one up.
Yeah, that's the only way he probably can. He probably can't stand on his own.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, there's no muscle tone on the arms or anything.
That's sad.
So yeah, that was the conditions that they looked like when they finally broke the prison.
Wow. So, hi Oz, how are you? All right, let's go back to the haunted places. I know, right? Cool people. All right, St. James Episcopal Cemetery, Marietta.
You ain't showing nothing.
Hey, Ramsey's buried there.
Um,
So many.
also, I want to say this too, that it really downs my Southern heritage because my ancestors were doing this to people. So,
Yeah.
with that being said, go ahead and share yours out there, and we're ready to go.
Though many may come to visit St. James Episcopal Cemetery in Marietta, Georgia to see the grave of the murdered child beauty queen JonBenet Ramsey, there are several ghosts who have haunted this graveyard for much longer. Most notably, the grave of one Mary Minor features a statue that depicts a young woman holding two babies, one in each arm. Students from the nearby Marietta High School have claimed that at night Mary cries tears of blood. Others hear the sounds of a young woman weeping near her grave. The baby statues are also said to switch position. There's only one sure way to find out if the legend of Mary Minard is true. We'll see you there.
You know you ain't sharing, right?
Oh no. Oh no, I didn't know that. I forgot I switched. Sorry people, hang on, I'm getting it. There's the graveyard. That's JonBenet Ramsey's graveyard. Kensaw House, Marietta. Museum of History. Now home to the Marietta Museum of History, Kensaw House was originally a cotton warehouse built in 1840, and in the 1850s it was converted into an inn. It's located adjacent to the railroad stop for Marietta, made it a popular place for Union sympathizers and spies to congregate. In 1864, General Sherman even used the house as his headquarters as he marched through Georgia later in the war. The house was used as a makeshift hospital and morgue for fallen Confederate soldiers. Visitors to the museum today have reported chilling encounters, including riding the elevator with a surgeon attired in Civil War era clothing or catching sight of a woman wearing an antebellum gown with pink trim who matches the description of the inn's owner. The most disturbing paranormal activity at Kensaw House lies in the basement, where visitors have supposedly been greeted by the grisly sight of a Civil War era hospital room filled with dying soldiers and frenzied doctors. Ooh, that's creepy. Ellis Hotel, Atlanta. Downtown Atlanta, you'll find the Ellis Hotel on Peachtree Street. It was the site of one of the worst fires in Atlanta history, so horrible it was nicknamed the Titanic on Peachtree. In December 1946, the hotel was at its busiest, with 260 guests in for the weekend. The blaze started, but firefighters could only reach the eighth floor of the 15th floor building. 119 people perished in the fire. Though the hotel was rebuilt in 1950, guests today report unexplained phenomena such as things going missing or objects moving around in the rooms. There's also the terrific sound of voices, including the screams of women and children running down the hallway. Supposedly, they were 2 weeks when the fire alarm sounded every night at 2:48 a.m., the exact time the blaze began in 1946. Huh. That's interesting. Oakland Cemetery, Atlanta. The oldest and largest cemetery in Atlanta, Oakland, was built in the vein of the great rural cemeteries of the Northeast. Opened in 1850, the cemetery housed a large section of the Confederate dead, containing 6,900 interments with 3,000 unknown soldiers. Wow. 27 Atlanta mayors and Gone with the Wind author Margaret Mitchell are also buried here. Most of the paranormal activity, however, seems to stem from the Confederates' section, visitors claimed to see Confederate troops wandering the area. One tourist saw the body of a Union soldier clad in navy blue hanging from a tree. Most disturbing was the account of one visitor who heard the disembodied roll call of a Confederate regiment. What's worse, his own name was read. Oh, wow, that would be crazy. Chickamauga. Now, Sheriff can tell you about this one. Since he's been there, he's got videos on his channel where he's done investigations there. He has went there and took pictures. And if I'm not mistaken, this is where he caught the guy in the picture of the kid in the building. I'm not really sure, but I think it was close to that anyway.
Yeah, that's where it was at. It was in Chickamauga Battlefield.
Anyway, it's over 36,000 troops lost their lives during this 3-day battle at Chickamauga in
Chickamauga.
Chickamauga
Yeah.
in North Georgia, the largest battle fought in the state of Georgia during Civil War, and the largest Union defeat. Now a national park, visitors have heard gunshots, screams, and the moans and cries of dying soldiers. Chickamauga is also home to a lady in white phantom who searches for her lost husband and a horrifying ghost called Green Eyes. Those who have encountered Green Eyes say from far away, the phantom appears to have green glowing eyes, but when it approaches, it becomes clear that the ghost has no head. Oh, wow. Wow. I don't think I'd want to run across that. All right.
Well, that's what I figured. They didn't put the one that I was hoping it would be there, but that's okay.
Hi, David Spitfire.
Howdy, Spitfire. Howdy, Shire. This is Corpsewood Manor in Somerville, Georgia.
It's what?
Corpsewood Manor.
Well, tell us about it.
Well, I can't tell you much about it. I just know the owners of it were Satanists, and there were murders and stuff like that there. And it is
Looks like that.
and it is supposedly haunted. I don't know. I've never been there. But that's what it used to look like back in its heyday.
Well, it looks creepy.
Well, here's the inside. That's the interior of one of the rooms. And now, here's what's left of it.
Oh, wow, really?
Yep. The townspeople in Somerville burn it to the ground.
Wow.
Because they didn't want their town to be known for that. Howdy, Wendy. Howdy, David. S. Dingman.
You think they burned it to the ground on purpose?
Yeah, they burned it to the ground on purpose.
Hi, David.
They actually had a lynch mob that went after the owner.
Oh.
But it was never proven. So that's the crazy part of it. Let's see here. Let's see if I can find it.
Sorry, I had to blow my nose, and I don't think y'all wanted to hear all that. All right, the Davids are invading. All right. That's okay. I'm glad you are.
Let's see.
Are you looking something else up, Sheriff?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Okay. While you're looking something else up, I'll go over here and do Indiana. Start with Indiana.
Well, this.
Hi, Frank from Three Souls Paranormal. How are you? Haunted places in Indiana. As you can see, there's, look at all that. Of course, it's food and all, I think. But anyway, it's got the little ghosty on it. Got the little ghosty on it. That's the haunted place. But
Excuse me. I
What?
just heard somebody say, "Hey."
Really?
Yeah, from your side, because I heard it in the headphones.
I don't know. I didn't hear him. Might be somebody here. Probably is.
It's possible.
Male voice or female?
Female.
Maybe my mother? I don't know. I don't know. Okay.
All right. I don't know if you'll be able to read this, but
See, Elkhart Civic Theater. Wait a minute. I'll bring it up.
wow.
You got something you want to share? Hi there. As I would love to investigate all the Civil War battlefields, Tombstone, Arizona, Fort Sumner, and do a spirit mark session with William H. Bonney, aka Bill the Kid. I'd like to, you know who I'd like to see have one with?
I've actually been to Tombstone, the real Tombstone, not the city that it is, not the city it is now.
Who says I'll be your Huckleberry? That's who I want to talk to. Hi, Wendy.
You want to talk to Doc Holliday?
Probably Aunt Nell. That's what I was thinking, Wendy. It's probably Mom saying, "Hey, telling him hi." Anyway, I'd say it's probably it was. All right, I'm waiting to see what Sheriff pulls up. Been a long day. Did you party too much last night? Maybe, Frank. Birthdays last night? Maybe.
Howdy, Frank.
Maybe not.
Uh,
It has been. It has been a long day, really. You know, and I don't go. Didn't do anything, but still, I think it has been.
I don't know if you'll be able to read this or not,
We'll bring it up. We'll see.
because I ain't reading it.
Oh Lord, I don't know. Hang on, let me see if I can read it. Tennessee State Prison, Nashville, Tennessee. Bell Witch Cave, Adams, Tennessee. The Delta Queen, Chattanooga, Tennessee. So we're gonna do Tennessee too. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, I was right there at it.
All right, I'll bring it up, but I can't read them like that. I'll have to go find them myself.
Well, all you have to do it's 7 scariest places in Tennessee.
All right, I will. I'll bring it up. Let me do Indiana first, and then we'll do Tennessee. Seeing it's in between us. Kentucky is too, for that matter. All right, Elkhart Civic Theater in Elkhart, Indiana.
Hey,
Elkhart Civic Theater, aka Bristol Opera House. This is the state I live in, you guys. Housed in an 1897 building, is said to be haunted by ghosts who sent books and papers flying off shelves, levitate small objects, wow, run sewing machines, and project moving shafts of light, shadows, and an apparition of a floating dark-haired woman have been seen by both staff members and theater guests. Staff members claim to have been grabbed by a ghost when no one else is around.
howdy, AAP.
Percy, aka Percival Hilbert, is the name of a ghost believed to reside here. He was a handyman who lived in the basement with his wife and two daughters after they were evicted in the Depression area. The building manager had let them live there, but they were to keep it a secret. But sometimes the little girls would come out seemingly from nowhere and run around or play the piano. This, some say, may be how the ghost stories started, although Percy and his family didn't pass away here. Some say his spirit is here now, rearranging tools or playing pranks on people. It is his spirit that is said to manifest as a moving shaft of light. He is also believed to have turned up in a photo during a photo hunt. If you've had a paranormal experience here or have any additional information about this location, please let us know.
You know, you're not sharing again.
Huh? You're sharing something again, you
I
said?
said, you're not sharing again.
Oh, well, crap. Hi, AP. How are you?
Good to see you too, bro.
Welcome to my channel. We're doing haunted places in the state we live in. I live in Indiana, so I'm doing that now. St. Mary's College. A scary apparition of a girl hanging from a noose has been witnessed at the Lamont Hall bell tower. Legend has it that she committed suicide in that very spot years ago. Also, the infirmary on the fourth floor is said to sport bloodstains resulting from a girl's death. If you've had a paranormal experience here or have additional information, please drop it. Alrighty. Thornhaven Manor, Newcastle, Indiana. I don't know if I can bring that picture up. Try to, but it's not letting me. I don't think there's another picture of it. The curious haunt has been featured on Ghost Adventures and is quickly becoming one of the most talked about haunted locations for the innumerable amounts of paranormal activity occurring on this property. Sitting on 7 acres, this foreboding home is the site of murder, mysterious deaths, and rumored suicide. I have heard of this place. I have not been to this place, but I have heard of it. Um, let's see. People say, does anyone know who owns it or can go investigate? I'm looking to see if anybody said anything good about it. My team and I are attempting to find out who owns this location. Uh, Thornhaven Manor, as it was named by the current owner, Steve Miller, was built in 1845. This beautiful Italianated home originally sat on a 1,000-acre farm, but now resides on 7 acres of woods, meadows, and marshland. Rich in history, the manor was once a stop on the Underground Railroad. That's what I thought. Was home to many prominent families as well as Civil War soldiers. One dying in battle, and was even the scene of a fiendish murder plot. Steve Miller purchased the property on May of 2012, named it Thornhaven Manor because of all the thorn trees on the property. He has big plans to restore the home to its original glory. Steve had no idea that the place and grounds were haunted when he bought it. After finding this out, he now opens it to paranormal investigations in an effort to fund some of the costly renovations. He has had a psychic go through the manor who told him there were 47 spirits in the house alone. We arrived at the manor at approximately 6 o'clock on Saturday, Sunday the 29th, where we met Steve, who took us on a tour of the home, barn and grounds, giving us the history he has uncovered on the place. So that was a good little tidbit there about the place. I thought it was part of the Underground Railroad, considering I know a couple of houses that are. I actually have been in one that is with the Underground Railroad. James Allison Mansion, Indianapolis. It's about 4 hours from me. Built from 1911 to 1913, the mansion is said to be haunted. Sources may be a little girl who was visiting and drowned in the basement pool, or James Allison himself. The little girl's apparition has been seen and witnessed. Witnesses also have reported voices in the attic, objects that move by themselves, objects that disappear, and furniture that is rearranged. Let's see if they say anything down here on notes. I went to college here and lived on the campus. Every once in a while, there would be an open. They would open the pool in Allison Mansion for us to go swimming. One evening, it was just myself and two friends. We heard that sound that sounded like someone running around the pool. You could hear the slap of wet feet hitting the ground. We were the only ones in the pool room. Very creepy. We left and never went swimming there again. Ooh, that's cool. I was there years ago with someone who claimed to be a sensitive. I asked him if the mansion was haunted. He walked around the house and stopped in front of the door to the pool. He said there was a girl looking at him through the window. He was a little freaked out. I did not see anything. The door to the pool was locked, and it was pitch black in the pool area. Weird. Well, there goes, explains the slapping of the feet around the pool up there, doesn't it? Just graduated from there, and while I've never actually seen anything in Allison, I've definitely felt something down there. For one of my art classes freshman year, we had to do a perspective drawing of a place on campus. A few of us went to Allison because of how old and beautiful it was. Having never been downstairs, I went down into the pool room when something knocked the supplies out of my hands. Not like, oops, I dropped it, but a full force denied smack. So I gathered up my stuff, apologized for the intrusion, and went to the library. Never went back down there. They've now covered up the pool for good and turned it into a classroom for the Echo Lab. I don't know how that's affected things. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I didn't know. I graduated there in the 90s. The rumor from the Allison and some friends has a girl they toyed around with when she announced she was pregnant. She had an accident in the pool. She's allegedly buried in the tunnel beneath Allison and Alverna Hall bookstore. When I worked there as a dockant, I got punched in the chest in the car room down the hall from the pool. It was a busy place after parties were over. Huh. That's crazy. It's kind of cool that you got people that lives here in Indiana that's telling you stories about what they found. Hanover College, a Parker Auditorium, the ghost of Dr. A.G. Parker, past college president of the college, has been seen and heard, along with unexplained sounds and missing objects, and at Donner Residence Hall's East Wing, the ghost of a student who committed suicide in a dorm room was blamed for objects that are moved. Let's see if anybody said anything. I attend Hanover College, and it also has been said that a student committed suicide on the bell of the Parker Auditorium, meaning when he hung himself, the bell rang for all the campus to hear. I currently attend Hanover College and live in Dinner Ball, whatever that is. At the beginning of the year, several of the residents would hear a single knock on the door at night. Sometimes we would hear running, but we can hear the bathroom and stairwell doors along with the rest of the form room doors open and close. I think it's supposed to say dorm room doors open and close. When we checked, all doors were closed and there was nobody anywhere. They were all asleep all in their rooms. I lived on Donner third floor. There is a door to a room along the back side of the building, closer to the attached idle dorm that locks on its own. My friend lived there and would constantly get locked out after going to the bathroom. Wow. Well, creepy. Just a little creepy. Carolina Street Demon House. The Demon
Hold on,
House
hold on,
that
hold on. Catherine, we're going to be pretty much well doing this, uh, and from people that give us ones in chat and stuff like that.
hi, alien. How are you? Thank you for coming to my channel.
Howdy and welcome.
We're going to do people in chat too. Just as soon as I'm over with this one, we're going to start on people in chat. If you guys want to know your state haunted places, I just thought this would be something different to do, and I thought it was kind of cool to hear about haunted places all over the place. I think it's I don't know, I think it's interesting.
All you have to do is just give us the state and we'll look it up.
Yep. Carolina Street Demon House. The house was said to be haunted by more than 200 demons. The demon house that this is talking about, this is the one that Baggins has that he bought and he had dismantled, and
Yeah, he
he's
still
got
has.
it stored somewhere.
He still has the. No, he had the steps and some of the dirt put in his museum, and the rest of it was burned.
Well, whatever he done with it. Anyway, he done away with the house. The house was said to be haunted by more than 200 demons. Witnesses have reported levitating children, swarms of flies that mysteriously appear in winter, footprints, and apparitions. The demons were believed to have possessed the 3 children of the family who lived there, and caseworkers, priests, and police called to the scene all testify that the story is the truth. However, reports say that the family doctor visited and determined that the children were mentally unsound and simply putting on a performance, and that their mother, Latoya Ammons, had put up many religious shrines inside the home. The children were taken to child services. Reports say Zach Baggins of TV's Ghost Adventures has recently purchased the house. He did.
Yeah, and he has part of it in his museum, like I said. And also, if anybody has ever seen that episode where he went in and locked himself in there by himself, he came out and had to be taken to the hospital afterwards. That's why he now wears glasses.
I can also tell you this house where it was at is in Gary, Indiana.
But it created a lot of health problems for him. Oh yeah, don't even try to read all that.
I'll just say it, man. I'll be reading forever. Lord, there's a lot of stuff in here on this.
Yeah.
Lord, have mercy. Oh, I can't read all that. French Lick Springs Hotel. I know this is haunted for a fact. This history resorted hotel complex is said to be haunted by former owner Thomas Taggart, who lingers around the service elevators and phantom tobacco smells. He's said to expertly operate the elevator from beyond when the place gets busy. He also said to appear riding a horse in the ballroom or down the halls and holds ghostly parties that the staff have heard through closed doors when no one else is in the ballroom. In other stories here, a red stain appears in a guest room bathtub where a bride committed suicide, and the cleaning staff claim the whole 6th floor is haunted by shadows, breezes, and footsteps, disembodied laughter, and ghosts who call the front desk from unoccupied rooms. Also, a ghostly African American bellhop has shown up in the photos of the bellhop stand. My brother and cousin and I were staying at the condos that are a part of the hotel last spring break, and this was put out June 5th in 2014. Had full access to the hotel till we decided to go exploring. We had heard of the haunted 6th and 7th floor, so we went up there and sat for a bit. After about half an hour of nothing, my cousin stated, "If there is someone here, show us a sign." And the mop that was on a maid's cart fell out all of a sudden. Oh, there you go. My wife and I attempted to stay the night on the 7th floor. We were in the last room on the right, across from the hall from 2439. We grabbed our things and were walking down the hall when the door of the room of 2439 opened and closed. As we were halfway down the hall, we stopped and looked at each other, and the hall lights went off and came back on. We got on the elevator and left. We asked the lady at the front desk if someone was in 2439, and she said no. That was our experience. It's fine, Richard. Hang on, y'all. Hi, Misty.
Hello.
Welcome, welcome. Okay. Let's see. We are, let's go back.
Howdy, did you get a fresh cup of coffee?
Hotel Attica and Attica.
I did. Sorry.
It's all right. A glowing apparition has been seen in several hotel rooms late at night or in the early hours of the morning. Guests have reported seeing their closet doors open and close by themselves, as well as hearing ghostly voice and ballroom music. I haven't heard much about this one. Okefenokee in Peru, Indiana. Don't know. I think that's what. Yeah, it is. Woods. The Okefenokee Woods, according to local legend, are full of disembodied spirits. One of many legends about the place centers on Joey Peoria, a young man who disappeared while camping in 1976. Brutally murdered men began showing up in the area, and folks say brutally murdered men began showing up in the area, and folks say it was Joey who murdered them. If you had a paranormal experience here, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a place here in Georgia. It's called the Okefenokee Swamp.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
No.
but it's Fenoki. There's Beth.
Oh, I got to send Boomer one. I forgot to send Boomer one. Shit. Got all about it. I'm surprised he popped in. I'm trying to get to you, Beth. Hang on. Mouse ain't wanting to work right. Imagine that. There you are. Oop. Let's stop sharing for a second so I can send Boomer his link.
You're not confused, are you?
Yeah, she's confused.
Hi, Bethy.
Hello, how are you?
I just woke up. Literally.
Yeah, he said you sleeping.
I pulled that yesterday. I woke up about 9:30 last night.
Hey, while I'm on a break here, you guys, while I'm not showing nothing, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
Well,
Hey, Mary, why don't you go to the bathroom?
why are you showing this?
I don't know. Hang on. I'll stop.
Hey, Doris. Hey, AP. Hey, Granny. Hey, Tammy. I don't know who else is here. Hey, Sheriff. Hey, Mary.
uh,
I don't know if Catherine's still here.
No, she went to dinner.
Okay.
Let's see. Derek is here. David S. Bingman's here. Wendy's
Matt
here.
here?
Hey, Derek. Hey, David.
Shire's here. No, Matt's not here.
Hey, Shire.
Oh, Derek is here.
Yeah, Wendy's here. Spitfire's
I didn't see
here.
him there.
Hey, Wendy. Hey, other David.
Hey, Tammy.
I've been cleaning. Oh, have I been cleaning today?
Hey, you can come to my house.
Oh, I'm not getting anywhere very quickly.
No. We did get the car seats we needed.
Oh,
For
cool.
the grandbabies. And lots of games. And
Oh, Bowie.
yeah, we went and picked up lawn darts for the kids to play.
My ass is gonna be staying in here in the house in my bedroom when that game goes on.
It's safer.
Right.
We even picked up like a volleyball net type thing.
Where the
That's
hell? Where the hell you gonna put a volleyball net? You own a hill.
On the front yard.
They're gonna be some sprained ass ankles.
No, in the front yard.
They're gonna be some sprained ass ankles. There ain't no place in the front yard that's flat. It slopes down toward your neighbor. Not sharply, but it slopes.
It's doable. It really is. Because we used to do that at my mother's house on the hill and went down to the driveway. It slopes down from the house to the driveway, and they would always put me on the higher side of the net because of being so short.
I know what I'll do. I'll make some iced tea, and you can play the gentleman that sits on the deck.
Not in this heat.
Jason's laying an egg.
Gentlemen.
Shut up in there.
Sheriff just said to shut up in there.
Does he have the clothes to be a gentleman? Yeah. That's what I thought.
Kind of, but not really.
Well, he's got the goatee thing starting.
I got my hat on the way too. So.
Sheriff.
That's not a goatee.
Oh, goodness. You're not supposed to throw them in each other. Of course,
Really?
when I was a kid, we had real lawn darts.
It's better than what the hell he got.
Oh boy, here we go.
Uh-oh.
He got stroke compared to me.
You're gonna have to come in and prove. He's saying you've got scruff for goatee.
Yeah, they had not allowed the real lawn darts when I was a kid. And
Well,
we never got hurt.
These ones don't have points. They're like a weighted.
Yeah.
The ones we had didn't have points neither, but they'd still kill your ass if they hit you.
Oh, we got badminton rabbits. I can't talk.
Badminton and tennis rackets.
Badminton and tennis rackets, as well as a volleyball.
No one could beat me at badminton.
I'm gonna hurt myself because I have not played in so long.
She ain't gonna be able to crawl out of bed. She's gonna be using muscles she never knew she had.
Grandma, what did you do?
No, Misty and the sheriff are not related. Just good friends. That was better than the person that asked if you were married.
Yeah, right.
No, the one that Sheriff is ribbing on is my husband in the background. Oh, dear. I have not played darts in years.
It's only dangerous if they're coming out of the bathroom.
Yeah.
Or going in.
Well, see, down in my neck of the woods, We didn't put the dartboards nowhere near the bathroom because we know how we are. We get get a little alcohol in us. We start seeing cross-eyed and can't hit the board for shit.
The other thing I haven't done is played pool.
The first time I
the
ever
wild.
played darts, my dad was teaching us kids. And my brother is 8 years younger than me. I went to shoot the dart, and just as it let go, he walked between me and the dartboard.
Oh, you didn't.
And you
Yeah,
pegged him in the head.
Stuck in the back of his head.
Oh, jeez, Beth.
He thought that every time you put a dart in the dartboard, you had to go get it. And that was his job, apparently.
Oh, my.
I couldn't do anything once it left my hand.
Right?
True.
It's game on when it's already left the hand. Enter at your own risk there.
And he did, yeah.
We actually made our people, if you're not actually getting ready to stand at the line and shoot, you had to lay your darts on the table.
See, we were all just kids at the time.
Yeah, but these are grown ass adults that'll do the same thing.
Tammy. Wow. Sorry, Vaughn. I used to.
Oh my.
Yeah, I bet that thing hit the daggum metal binding around it and smacked it back at him.
Oh, I didn't have to be in the wrong lane to have my ball in the wrong lane. I'm horrible at bowling.
I don't think there's even a bowling lane around here.
Yeah,
Is there?
down in Charlestown.
Oh, wow. I stand corrected. Apparently there is one.
No, you're sitting down.
Oh,
My dad even took me to go candlepin bowling because he figured that'd be more my speed.
What is that? I've never heard of that.
It's a lot smaller pins and a lot smaller ball.
Yeah.
Would that be like a 5?
No. It's
No.
about a little bit bigger than a softball, probably about the size of a shot put.
So what's that?
Yeah.
Candlepin.
So what?
It was candlepin, wasn't it, Beth?
Candlepin bowling.
Yeah,
Yep.
candlepin bowling.
It's like duck pin. It's like for kids.
Yeah.
I perfected the gutter ball. What can I say?
See, I can't do no bowling.
I wasn't nearly as bad as my aunt, who would go to throw the ball and it would come backwards and hit everyone at the table.
Huh.
Hey,
Put a 1 in chat. Everybody put a 1 in
back.
chat
I'm
if you'd
sorry.
like to
We got
see
held up.
Vaughn bowling or Sheriff
Yeah.
bowling. Oh, I can't
Doris.
talk. Oh my God.
Doris, I used to bowl in pro-am tournaments.
My
Right.
dad was in a league, and they won. Does anyone remember the show Bowling for Dollars?
Yep.
She's showing haunted places.
I know she is.
He was asked to be on that show.
I
He was that good.
Misty and Beth, you guys want to look up your states and y'all read off where it's haunted at?
Oh God,
Okay.
everywhere.
Mary, can
Well,
you
yeah.
send Jason a link?
Yeah, one of y'all can't. I'm sorry. I forget about sending Jason. I don't know why. But I do. Hang on, I'll send him a link. Well, hang on, I got unsure.
Great gobs of greasy gopher
I
gizzards.
think he wants to,
Hey, Christy.
I don't know.
Oh, he can do it. I mean, I don't care who does it, as long as you do your state. And then
Oh,
we're
wait
gonna
a-
do everybody's in the everybody's in the chat. Hi, Christy.
Hi, Christy.
We've been telling haunted places in our states we live in. I'm in the middle of doing Indiana right now. which I think I picked the wrong place to look up the things because it's not showing the pictures. Hang on.
This coffee is good, Sheriff.
I didn't do nothing special.
Okay, Jason's got one. Boomer's got one.
All I did was put the
Boomer ain't
amount
seen his.
y'all told me to put and made it.
Let's see what this one comes up with.
But yeah, it does taste good.
All right, let's try this. This is more interesting than the one I was doing. So let's close that one out and let's share this one. Jason's got a link now.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right.
All right, Highland Lawn Cemetery in Indiana. This 140-acre graveyard is known for a ghost story that concerns a phantom dog known as Stiffy Green. The faithful canine so loved his owner that he remained by the man's tomb long after he passed, living off food and water left there by residents of the town. The dog eventually died in the cemetery, and his body was stuffed and placed in the casket. And ever since, barks have been heard coming from within. Hannah House. There's the picture of the Hannah House. I believe I showed that one, didn't I, Sheriff? But I didn't show you the picture of the house.
What's
Yeah,
that
I don't think
behind
you showed
it?
the picture.
It was part of the Underground Railroad.
Is that like a hotel or something behind it?
No,
The
that's
condos.
no. It's the condos, but
Haunted condos. There you
yeah.
go.
One night, they escaped, knocked over a lamp, and set fire to all the men and women in the basement. The owner of the house buried the bodies beneath the home to hide the evidence, and it's believed that it's trapped their spirits inside.
Oh, wow.
Step Cemetery. Friend of mine done a video here. He lives in Indianapolis. His channel name is Abandoned Boys. I highly recommend that you look up that video. He caught, I don't know what it is, but it's by the ground. It's strictly an apparition, and it's by the ground. It has a tail, and you can see it come up over the thing, and it slithers off. You can see it plain as day. And he also caught a full body apparition there at Step Cemetery. It is strictly haunted. Within the Morgan Monroe State Forest in Martinsville is a path to this creepy graveyard where many feel an eerie presence. Rumors says that the ghost of a mother comes at night and digs up the bones of her dead baby and cradles them before reburying them. I know a girl that lived from the town I lived in. She was so distraught over her baby dying that she was in the hospital. They let her out. She went and unburied the baby.
Oh my God.
And brought it home.
You had a boop.
Put it in the cradle.
Oh my God.
They had to take the baby and rebury it. Very much known fact.
You had a boop.
Who did?
You.
What? Oh, okay. Old Blackford County Jail. Hi, Jason.
Hello.
Sorry I didn't send you one. I'm sorry. I forget to send you one.
That's okay.
It's not that I forget you. It's just that
She's got that sometime or CRS.
Used to, you didn't say nothing about coming up, so it's hard. I got to get used to it.
Well, and this one I got, because you're doing the haunted places, so I got to chime in for West Virginia, and also there's a challenge out there that I just had to respond to because I know we're going to get a better response than the press one for having Sheriff Bowl.
All right, well, hang on. Let me finish Indiana, and then you can do yours. This haunted jail, it's Old Blackford County Jail. This haunted jail was in operation between 1879 and 1995 and is rumored to hold the spirits of past residents. Yells, moans, and voices warning you to leave are often heard by those who step foot inside this place. Whisper Estates. I know y'all know about that. Whisper Estates.
I don't know shit about it.
Well, there's a movie that has Whisper Estates in it. Known as one of the most haunted places in America. This
Howdy,
home is
Cassie.
haunted by the dead orphans and patients who came to live or seek treatment here. There are individuals, it's one of the most haunted houses there is in the world. There are individuals' mass graves in the backyard as well as doctor's office inside. Those who've been inside report feeling watched, weird tremors, and doors handles being jiggled. There's a lot more than that, but they would have to go on and on about this house. This house is... I've been by this house, and just the feeling of being outside
Howdy, Cassie.
is
Pretty
great.
looking though.
It is a pretty house, but it is strictly haunted.
Hey, Cassie.
Hi, Cassie.
Hello, Cassie.
Elizabethtown Cemetery, 1839 it was erected. Situated on one of state's ghost towns, this graveyard has been known to be active by paranormal investigators. Strange sounds have been caught on tape, and others claim that whatever lurks here can be felt. I'm sure it can. Indiana Hospital for the Insane.
Oh wow.
As was often the case with those mental health facilities, this asylum did not treat its patients humanly by today's standards. As a result, many died due to the poor methods used. At this building, bodies were buried in mass graves unmarked, and it is believed that many of their spirits haunted the place to this day. Okay. Hang on, I got a couple more that I want to show y'all. You go over here and get them.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was muting myself.
What did you say?
I said, I'm sorry, I thought I was muting myself. Everybody wants to hear, the old man hack.
Howdy, Matt.
We know he's still alive that way.
Hey
Hey,
Matt.
Yeah. There she goes. See? It's a family thing.
Yep.
Yeah, you want to take those off before you go anywhere.
Hi, Matt. If Matt wants the link, you guys send him one, please. I'm a little busy here.
That's all right.
Wrong spot. Look at that, Misty.
Busy
Look at
Zag.
that.
I was gonna say while you were being busy. Oh, Misty's away from the computer for a sec.
Look at that Victorian mansion there.
She just about hung herself on her headset trying to get away. Oh yeah. Mama's not quite awake yet.
What's she doing?
Oh, Grandma went to get her one of her one of her balls, and in the process, didn't remember to take her headset off. So she got about 3 steps away and went as she choked herself.
Oh, goodness.
There it goes.
Nah, I sent it to you.
Is she back yet?
Well, I'm back.
Look at that, Misty.
Ooh.
Isn't that beautiful? I'm gonna have to go and film the houses downtown here one day and make a video just so you can see it.
That'd be an interesting one to live in.
Bridge. We do have covered bridges in Indiana, y'all.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that I would love to see. I've never seen a covered bridge.
Oh, we do. They're up there. I've been to this one actually.
We have a couple of them here still. You just gotta get
This
farther
one's
into
about
the
6
country.
miles west of Rockville, Indiana. It's it spans Leatherwood Creek along 40 north south of Route 36. Uh, Pikes Peak Highway, which ran from New York to Los Angeles. It lays on that path there. According to the legend, in 1890, a young mother was carrying her baby home to Montezuma. She reached Smith Bridge at dusk and hurried across. Unfortunately, a rider was driving a horse and buggy quickly in opposite direction. It was too late to stop when he finally saw the woman. As a result, horse hooves and buggy wheels brutally crushed her and her baby.
Oh my
Ugh.
gosh.
Okay,
Mm.
that's nasty.
From then on, riders heard the sound of a buggy coming across the bridge, but none were emerged. Local fishermen sometimes saw a horse and buggy enter the covered bridge, but never come out of the other side. Others have seen the figure of a young woman and her baby in the shadows. Now, I've been to this bridge. It's been years ago, but what I can remember is that I didn't hear a horse and buggy, but I thought I heard a woman in there, and it's just airy feeling. It's a feeling that you just know something's happened there, but it's just an overwhelming feeling walking through there.
Yeah, we have a bridge here too, but I'll get to that.
Yeah, I look at that, Mary, and I can actually hear a baby crying.
Um, I didn't. I can't say I didn't hear a baby because I couldn't really at that point in time in my life. I couldn't really understand whether it was what I was actually hearing, but Lafferty Creek Road, which is there, it's a bridge. Quite often
Shire.
sit along this road divide Delaware and Ohio counties. Its physical remains are long gone, but the psychic scars from a gruesome crime cannot be disturbed as easily. In May of 1941, a man who had twice married into the Argue family confronted his in-laws with a shotgun. He brutally gunned down Johnson Argue and his wife, and their, I don't know if I'm saying that last name right, but okay, his wife and their two sons. Then he hid the shotgun in a hollow tree, but later confessed to the crime. Nearly 30 years later, in 1970, the farmhouse mysteriously burned to the ground. Since then, locals have whispered that Lafferty Creek Road is haunted by the Argue family, or perhaps their killer. Even the bravest souls avoid driving down this road at night just in case. Fowler Theater. I have heard of this theater. I've not been there, but I have heard of it. As well as the town of Fowler itself is named after Moses Fowler, a prominent banker in the area. The Fowler Theater opened March 1st, 1940, and since then has been a pillar of culture life in the community. It was a movie palace and was one of 6 theaters in the country chosen to premiere Gone with the Wind. Something from the past has remained. Volunteers report that doors open on their own. Feelings of being watched in a rocking chair that sways back and forth. Several have seen the specter of a gray-haired man wearing a tan raincoat and a fedora. He dashes through the theater and then disappears. Old photographs points to his identity as Dick Velastos, the original owner of the theater. The sightings have occurred so regularly that volunteers assume he must be looking after his beloved building. Have you guys, click over here for a minute. Are you guys in chat, or I mean, have you guys ever noticed or heard that a lot of theaters, there's an extensive amount of theaters that are haunted?
Yeah.
And it makes you wonder, is it because they were actors or they owned it or something like that? It was like a love of movies and a love of being there and a love of the feeling of that you get when you go to the movies. And I think that's why. I think it's a big reason why a lot of theaters are haunted. It's kind of crazy, I think, but you know.
Well, I know of one, the Ford Theater. They say that Lincoln is still there.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a
Behind
very
Step Cemetery.
there's a very odd feeling at the Lincoln Theater when you go up to the outside the booth that or the balcony that Lincoln was in, and then if you go right across the street to the house where he was taken, you can still walk up and see the bed that he was laid on with the blood that came out of him while he was being treated to before he died. They've preserved all that, and yeah, you can sense a number of
Wow.
yeah, a number of things.
Hello, Sandra.
Look, here's another covered bridge.
Hi, Sandra.
I've
Hey,
been
Eli.
Eli.
That was good.
Hi, Rendezvous, Nose fans, whoever you are. Sandra. Oh, you're Sandra. Okay. And Eli's back. Eli, if you want a link, I'll have her send you one.
I know who her is.
Right. Built in 1922, Edna Collins Bridge spans Little Walnut Creek along Country Road 450 north. While the bridge has her name, it's not Edna Collins who haunts it. In the late 1920s, the story goes, an adolescent girl used to play around the creek near the bridge. Her family lived nearby, and they would leave her to play while they drove into town. On the way home, they stopped at the bridge and honked 3 times. Usually their daughter would join them, but on that day she did not appear. Her father found her body floating in the flooded creek. Aww. According to legend, the laughter of a young girl can sometimes be heard near the bridge. If you stop your car on the bridge and honk 3 times, the girl's apparition will appear. Some visitors have even seen her ghost sitting in the back seat. Oh, wow. Now that would freak me out. Sitting in the back seat of my car, that would freak me out. I'm just saying. But I know where this one's at. I have been there too. But they've got it blocked off. You cannot drive across it now. You can walk across it, but you cannot drive across it. Most of them are blocked off. I'll tell you that. University of Notre Dame, South Bend, Indiana. Beautiful, beautiful place. I have seen it. The University of Notre Dame was an all-male institution until 1972. Notre Dame is famous for its football team, the Fighting Irish. It was this athletic legacy that gave birth to the university's most enduring legends. Unfortunately, he died of a streptococcal throat infection at the age of 25 on December 14, 1920. Students say the ghost of Gip still haunts his old room in Washington Hall, which is now home to the University Drama Club. People also encounter poltergeist activity there. In addition to props falling and music playing on its own, one janitor saw an elderly, balding man who asked for him to help open a window before vanishing. According to legend, the ghost of American Indian roamed the ground around Columbus Hall, which was built on land formerly owned by the, I can't say it, Potawatomi.
Spell it.
Potawatomi.
Like you're close with Potawatomi. I can't do it.
Potawatomi. I think I'm close. I'm close enough. The Story Inn. I've seen this place too. Once inconvenient location since 1851, is not only this country inn's tagline, it's also an apt description. To get to the inn, visitors must make a 20-mile trek into the wilderness down State Road 135 from Nashville, Indiana. The Story Inn and its cottages are all that remains of a tiny mini town named Story, which went Defkent in the early 1900s. I have been there. It was me and my cousins. I was young.
You
We
mean
walked
defunct?
back in there. It's been a long time. I don't remember exactly what happened while we was there, or if anything, because it's been so many years. I can't remember. What did you say, Beth?
You mean defunct?
Yeah, whatever. This is defunct. It's DEFUNCT.
Yeah, defunct.
Okay, what'd I say?
Deficient or something like that.
I don't know. The inn was restored in 1960s and now sits at the edge of Brown County State Park. For decades, owners of the inn kept logs in each room so that guests could document their ghostly encounters. One of the most well-known ghost haunting and story inn is known as the Blue Lady. She is believed to have been a wife of Dr. George Story and can be summoned by turning on a blue light in one of the rooms above the restaurant. Literally hundreds of encounters have been recorded, some simply sensing her presence to witnessing and interacting with the apparition. The owner is a skeptic but continues the tradition of inviting guests to share their stories. Indiana University, that's not real far from me. It's in Bloomington. It's about less than 2 hours away. It is the flagship institution of the Indiana University system and the state's largest university with over 42,000 students built in 1822. It is a member of the Big Ten Conference and its men's basketball team is one of the best in the nation. It became known as Indiana University in 1838 with such a long history. It's no surprise the campus is home to several ghosts. Reed Hall is believed to be haunted by two different tortured spirits. One is the ghost of a raven-haired young woman who was allegedly murdered by her boyfriend. She most often manifests in a yellow nightgown. The other is a ghost known as Paula who committed suicide by throwing herself down the stairs. According to popular myth, students still hear her blood-curdling screams on December 12th, the anniversary of her death. According to popular myth, students still hear her blood-curdling screams on December 12th, the anniversary of her death. The Indiana Memorial Union is thought to be haunted by a phantom dog, as well as the ghosts of several students who leap to their death from the building's upper floor. Number 2, Willard Library. Now, this is a library that I've talked about before. It's the library that I do a lock-in every year in October. We are the main investigation group that goes in every year there, and we have a guest group that comes with us, and the guest list is really long. I can take somebody in with me if I so choose to. It's a beautiful, beautiful building. It's Willard Library. And I will tell you, it's the second most haunted library in the world. Willard Library Gray Lady is the most famous ghost in Indiana, one of the oldest libraries in the Hoosier State. Its imposing Victorian Gothic architecture certainly lends itself to ghost stories. The story, however, appears quite real. There is live ghost cams that you can watch that goes on all the time. Right here at the bottom down here, if you see my cursor, that's the children's room. Extremely haunted down there in the basement right there. Right here is the main floor. And that's the books are on the main floor here in the back. And the Gray Lady likes to what we call it the stacks. And she likes to go in and out of the stacks in the back there. She also, when we do investigations, she hangs out in this bell tower up here. We don't go up to the bell tower, but I know for a fact she's there because I just know she's there. That's where she goes. That's where she hangs out at. The Gray Lady was first spotted In 1937 by janitor in the basement. Since then, hundreds of visitors claim to have seen her. She most often manifests as a misty gray figure. Some have smelled her perfume. I, for one, have smelled her perfume. Or felt a phantom touch. She has messed with my hair before. She's actually pulled my hair away from my ear at one time. She's believed to be the ghost of Louise Carpenter, daughter of the library's founder. Willard Carpenter, the Willard Library staff have put up live feed cameras in 3 rooms so the public could monitor them for anonymous activity. Since then, the cameras have captured dozens of photos of mysterious anamorphous figure. Yes, I will say that she has been spotted numerous times. When you go in this door right here, there's a stairway that goes up or down, and it has the main floor stairway. There's a camera there. There's one in this room here, and there's one in the children's room down here. And I think they have a 4th one now. It's in the hallway. That does the hallway.
I know there's one looking at stairs.
What?
I know there's one looking at stairs.
Yeah, there's it's that's right here. It's right in this doorway. You go in this door right here, and there's one at the stairs right here. There's stairways right here, right there, stairway, and then the hallway that has the cameras on is down here. I don't know if they still have the one for the hallway or not. I'll have to look and see. But the children's room, they definitely have one there, and they have one here on the main floor in this main area here, because that's where she likes to hang out at. Now, I can tell you this. I don't feel like, this is just me, and if any of you know how I am, you know that I'm a medium. It's not Louise Carpenter that haunts it. It is the librarian. Mrs. Gray, the librarian. That's who I feel like haunts it. I'm sticking to it, but everybody seems to think it's the other lady, but it's mixed because there's several of us who thinks it's the librarian. That's Hannah House. I've already told you guys about it. But that does it for Indiana.
I'm going to put in the chat a link to the Willard library. If you go to it, you can find the games there and the history on the Gray Lady and everything.
Well, that one's definitely haunted. It's documented. Ed Warren and his wife have been there. I don't know if Ghost Adventure's been there or not, but I know the Warrens have been there. Who else has been there? Several. There's been several investigations done there. Like I said, we do one every year. Now, we didn't last year because of COVID, and it's up in the air for this year. We don't know if we're doing it this year either. I don't know. I don't know how to say your name, but thank you for coming. Nosifence? Hannah House, Frank Lloyd, 1937.
Just call her Sandra.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Her name's Sandra. That's right. Sorry. I'm not good with names right off, but thank you for being here and thank you for that information. So Frank Lloyd is the one that there's a Frank Lloyd that used to be the mayor here in town. No, it wasn't Frank. I know it was the Lloyd because we actually have the expressway that goes across Evansville is named after him. Frank's entity is still in the Hannah house. I have no doubt. Christy says, Sheriff, what you doing? You're quiet. You missed his state. We did Georgia. One of you guys going to do your states now? Who would like to do their state? On it, West Virginia. Are you ready to do your state?
Jason just stepped away for a second.
All right. Beth, you want to do yours?
Like calling me already?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and do that.
Oh, there he is.
Okay, what I'm going to do is come in a second time. It's going to be me too. That's going to be me. And then I can share my screen.
Okay, you could have shared it anyway.
And not on the laptop.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, come on. It
All right, I
shouldn't
get
do
I get what you're saying. I think. What are you doing? You're just bouncing.
Hang on.
Doris says
That
she wants Michigan done.
I guess that's better.
Go do Cali and Michigan.
Yeah, it's much better.
And don't forget Missouri.
And Missouri. Okay. Who's in Missouri?
Okay. Okay.
Whoops.
Christy's from Missouri.
I can hear it.
What? Yeah, hang on. I was over here looking up something. Sorry. I did. You're up. I got me too up there.
It's not sharing screen for some reason.
I don't know why it's not, but are you showing it? I mean, you have to hit share and share it.
I did.
Well, it's not. I ain't got no share screen thing. Hi, Hawk. Billy, how are you?
Howdy, Hawk.
Hi, Hawk.
I don't know, Beth. We got to get it figured out. Well, while we're figuring that out, let's let West Virginia do his thing. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
It's just being whatever it's being. Okay, I'm in North Carolina, and the first one on the list, I actually started preparing to go to this one, and that's Devil's Tramping Ground. Now, kicking off this list, one of the most infamous and mysterious North Carolina legends. The Devil's Tramping Grounds is a 40-foot diameter circle, completely absent of life. Nothing will grow here. Well, nothing substantial, you know. Leave something in the circle, and legend says it will be thrown out the next day. Apparently, the devil needs plenty of room for dancing at night. Okay, the original name of this place was Witch's Cauldron. I've done a lot of research on it. You want to be rude. Okay, it's probably really good this place is posted now. Okay, the second one on the list in North Carolina is the
You guys
Brown
see it
Mountain
better
Light.
when I put it full screen like that? Or not?
I can see it good.
I mean, can you see it good when I put it full screen like that?
Mm-hmm.
Is it better? That's what I'm asking. Is it better than that? That's what I'm saying. Or not?
I think it's okay.
All right.
Okay, the Brown Mountain Lights. Are they aliens? Are they ghosts? Is it just some type of marsh gas? For over 100 years, no one has been able to figure out what the Brown Mountain Lights are. Appearing after sunset, the lights change in size, color, and shape. Legends link the lights to ghost maidens searching for their loved ones after a great battle of the Cherokee and Catawba. We'll never know. Okay, the third, it's the Great Dismal Swamp. Spanning 112,000 acres along North Carolina's northern border, the Great Dismal Swamp is so spooky and mysterious it inspired a Harriet Beecher Stowe novel. While Stowe was intrigued about the mysteries of runaway slaves who started completely isolated lives in various parts of the swamp, the legend only skims the surface of just how haunted this place is. Visitors have reported hearing strange sounds, seeing lights, and seeing ghosts. Would you ever canoe through here at night? Yeah, I probably would.
I was just thinking that too. I would.
And the fourth one on my list would be Lydia's Bridge. And that car has a lot to do with it. This is the bridge. What should have been a lovely prom night ended abruptly as Mary Lydia Jones's date crashed his car after losing control on a sharp curve. Lydia's date died instantly, but she managed to pry herself out of the car and in the pouring rain and a blood-soaked prom dress, begged and pleaded for passers-by to help. She died shortly after the wreck. Locals were furious and demanded a bridge be constructed to prevent another wreck on the curve, and so became Lydia's Bridge in Jamestown. To this day, on a rainy night beneath a full moon, if you travel down to the tunnel, you will see Lydia trying to flag down a ride. The phantom hitchhiker has even been said to get in the back seat of people's cars, trying to finally make it to her prom. Number 5. Valcrucis and the Demon Dog. And it's at St. John's Episcopal Church. Oh, isn't that cute? All ghosts aside.
Hang on a minute. At AP, I added you in blue. You can drop your links if y'all want to, but y'all do it the right way. If you go to a channel and you add them to your family, watch a video, leave a comment, give a thumbs up, or you're not going to get to stay there because YouTube will take you away. You got to do it the right way. All right. Sorry, Beth. Go ahead.
Okay. Valcrucis is home to something extra terrifying, a demon dog that chases after your car and keeps up, despite how fast you are driving. Legend says if you drive past an old stone cemetery high up in the mountain town, the dog will leap from behind a headstone and start chasing you. People have reported seeing this demon dog, and in demon dog fashion, it has large glowing eyes and yellow teeth.
Well, I mean, I got a cure for that. You know, he jumps out from behind the headstone and starts chasing you. Blow up and something, let him slam the car.
Anyone for a
stop
road trip? Yeah.
Well, What if it goes through the car?
Well, it'd have to go through it. It won't just stop. I know. It's just a thought.
Okay. We also have the siren of the French Broad River. Mhm. One of the scariest things in North Carolina is undoubtedly the legend of the siren of the French Broad River, dating back to 1845. This beautiful, dark-skinned, dark-haired woman comes to male hikers in their dreams and steps in and out of their consciousness until they are completely captivated and consumed by who this figure could be. Enchanting her victims for days, the siren of the French Broad leaves the men staring into pools of water and finding themselves continually getting closer and closer to the river. Once fully captivated, she appears to them in full form, naked, and coming out of the water. As soon as they reach for her, her warm skin becomes scaly cold flesh, and in one instant they are yanked into the water by a monster.
Okay,
For a
this
second, there, I was going to say it sounds like my kind of ghost, but
that sounds more like a cryptid than a
Doesn't
ghost.
it?
Hi, Brenda.
Matt, what do you think? Is that a cryptid
Hey,
rather than a
Brenda.
ghost?
I would think, yeah, I would think so. But that's my opinion. Ask Brenda. She's in the chat. Matt's here.
It sounds it to me too.
Yeah, do you guys think that's a cryptid? Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Beth.
It's okay. And in North
Well, we're here
Carolina,
to discuss things and talk about it. And
we also have the Moonite people. Since we're on the subject of not quite ghosts, let's discuss the super mysterious Moonite people and their structures. The legend starts with the Cherokee, who reported these people had extremely pale white skin and could not see in the daylight, being completely nocturnal and living in underground caves. This sounds like us. The Cherokees named them the Moonite people. These mysterious stone structures, rumored to be built by the Moonite people, can be found throughout the southern Appalachian region, and no one knows how they came to be and who else could have built them. Then we have...
Hi, the Boomer.
Hey, Boomer.
Hi, Boomer.
Hey, y'all.
Oh, no,
Then we have the Pink Lady of the Grove Park Inn. Perhaps a debutante, perhaps a scorned secret lover. This young woman felt her death from a fifth floor overlook. Seen in a pink ball gown, or just with a pink aura around her figure. She is said to be good-natured and takes kindly to children. One guest even left a note at the front desk thanking the lady in pink for playing with his children during his stay. Employees treat the Pink Lady like she is one of them. Her laid-back, fun spirit is known to play pranks and take a particular fascination with room 545.
Dang, Tammy. Did y'all read what Tammy put?
No?
She said, the place I'm going to has witches, 2 sex demons, children's bones, and a mummified cat, plus other spirits.
Oh, wow, Tammy.
Good luck.
That's what I'm screaming.
Where are you going to start first?
Right.
And then we have the legend of Jesse Elliott, Eternal Hoof Prints.
Eternal what?
Hoof prints.
Okay.
A mysterious man challenged the overconfident and undefeated Jesse Elliott to a horse race one day. His wife was appalled he was racing on a Sunday, but Jesse was determined to win. As the race began, the stranger, who was riding a large black stallion, stayed back the majority of the race. As Jesse neared the finish line, confident in his victory, the other horse flew with evil speed past Jesse. Jesse's horse, frightened, dug its hoofs into the ground and threw Jesse into a tree, killing him instantly. To this day, the hoofprints can still be seen in the town of Bath. Nothing will grow here. Legend says the mysterious rider carried Jesse's soul to hell. hmm And then we have the Little Red Man.
The little red man?
Yeah, the Little Red Man. The Little Red Man was one of Winston-Salem's most beloved ghosts and also one of the scariest things in North Carolina. The tale starts in Old Salem when this house was used as a communal house for single men, known as the Single Brothers House. Andreas Kessmer was excavating a new foundation for an addition when he was caught under a falling bank of earth and died. The Little Red Man got his name from appearing in a red cap, similar to the one Brother Kessmer was wearing at the time of his death. For years afterward, a tap would be heard that resembled the sound of his hammer. Several people report coming into contact with the Little Red Man, including the minister that summoned him to leave the house. He has not been seen since.
What happened?
And in North Carolina, we also have Crybaby Lane. After a fire destroyed an orphanage outside of Raleigh and sadly killed several children who called this place home, locals began to notice something strange. Weeks after, in the field where the fire took place, the smell of smoke was so strong it would fill up their lungs and they would violently cough. After the coughing subsided, a quiet cry floated through the air. The cries began to multiply, and all at once there were deafening screams and cries throughout the field. Crybaby Lane is a truly tragic ghost story. Not many people are able to stay in the field for long. And we also have Chimney Rock, not to be confused with Boomer Rock. Yeah, I'm being a wise guy. Long before the days of rock climbing, in 1806 and 1811, Chimney Rock was home to some seriously bizarre sightings. We are not talking ghosts. We are talking tiny winged apparitions that ranged from the age of infant to adult and floated atop the rock, putting on a spectacle for 6 documented viewers who were completely in awe. After ascending back to heaven, a few years later in 1811, a battle was witnessed between men on winged horses. The sounds of clashing metal were heard. Witnesses even resorted to blaming a time-space break where they became witnesses to the not-so-distant Revolutionary War. Time travel, angels, winged horses, Chimney Rock is now a state park, but several people noted the apparitions. Teaches Hole. That sounds so wrong. The governor of Virginia, now for those that don't know, North Carolina is right below Virginia, so this makes sense. The governor of Virginia had had enough of Edward Teach. or Blackbeard's murderers, pillaging, and robbery, so he sent Lieutenant Robert Maynard to put an end to this. After a gruesome, bloody battle, well fought by both sides, Maynard was victorious after beheading Blackbeard and throwing his body overboard. Blackbeard's ghost returned to Teach's hole, his favorite hideaway, where he has been seen searching for his head, and he's still not quite over that defeat. Yes, we have Blackbeard. Blackbeard was a real person. The Mako Lights. Poor Joe Baldwin.
Hang on.
Okay.
Christy, do you mean your channel link? If you're on your phone, you want to go to your channel, then go up. There should be on your channel. Hang on, I gotta go to mine and I'll tell you. Up there at the top, there's 3 dots on the right. You hit that, hit share, put copy, and then paste it in the comment down there.
Shire.
If you can get it, if you can't, then I'll do it for you, or one of my mods will. One, okay? So I got plenty of mods there.
Oh my goodness, leave it to Shire. Yeah, I took a peek at that.
3 dots on the right at the top. You missed all of it. They've been cutting up, man. It's been funny.
It's probably a good thing too.
Oh, they've been cracking me up. If you can't get it, though, let me know and I'll do it for you, okay?
Poor Joe Baldwin.
Oh, they've been cracking me up.
One minute he is sleeping soundly in his caboose, the next it becomes detached from the train. Knowing another train would soon be approaching, Joe stood on the back of the caboose and waved his light back and forth. The engineer of the approaching train saw the frantic Joe and his waving light. He braked the train, but it was too late. Pounds and pounds of steel were no match for Joe, and his head was decapitated, tumbling down into the swamps, never to be found again. The Mako Lights, thought to be Ghost Joe searching for his head, are a real North Carolina legend. Although the waving lights were seen for over 100 years, they have not been seen since 1977. It remains a legend passed down through generations of Native families.
Maybe he found his head in 1977.
Yeah, maybe. We may never know. Okay, this is the...
Hang on, Boomer. Hang on, I'm getting you. There you go.
Okay, this is the Biltmore estate, and the pool in particular. George Vanderbilt decided at the age of 26 he wanted a vacation home in the North Carolina mountains. So he built the largest privately owned home in America, and he and his wife Edith seem to have never wanted to leave. The swimming pool is the most haunted room in the Biltmore estate, and also where, apparently, Edith threw some killer pool parties. Laughing, splashing, and yelling are frequently heard from this room. Also, it seems Edith still has a knack for nagging George in the afterlife. George would often retreat to his library before a big storm. His ghost has been spotted continuing this habit. Edith would summon George to one of her pool parties, and to this day, she is still throwing some awesome parties because visitors and guests have heard her calling for George. The estate has been passed down through the family and eventually became open to the public. As North Carolina's wealthiest ghosts, can you really blame them for never wanting to leave?
Beth Maria said hi.
Maria. And the Biltmore Estate,
Is that supposed to be like Beetlejuice?
I think so. The Biltmore Estate, if you look it up, there are 3 buildings where you can rent rooms there. There are 2 cottages in the main building. And there's a lot more to the Biltmore than what this is saying. But this is just like, this is saying the top 14 for now.
Well, there's been a lot investigations done on it.
Oh, yeah. In fact, this pool, the room with the pool, people are not allowed in there. The doors are locked.
Lord have mercy.
Unless you're doing an investigation, and you need special permission for that. Not many people are allowed in there. It's also said that there was one partier that went off the diving board, struck the bottom, and died. And you hear him also. Also, a child drowned in this pool, and you hear that child in the room too. Like I said, there's a lot more to the Biltmore than what this is saying.
There's a lot more in Indiana that's haunted that I didn't even bring up yet. We'll do that another time.
Oh, I haven't brought everything up that's
I know.
in North Carolina either.
But I figured we'd do a little bit of everybody's, and get some out there, and then we can always pick up where we left off a different stream, Boomer, you want to do New York? Or you want me to do it for you?
I was just getting started on looking. I'm looking through something I just Googled. Give me a minute or two to look through it, see if it's, what I mean?
We're going to let Jason do his, and then you can do yours while you're looking, okay? You can get yours ready while he's looking.
Sounds good.
Oh, boy.
All right, Jason.
All right. All right. Well, first things first, since we had the challenge about enter 1 in chat if you wanted to see Sheriff go bowling, I got a better one. Enter 2 in chat if you want to see Misty and my ugly old butt playing badminton with the grandkids. Fair warning, you may end up in therapy, but that's all I'm gonna say.
Well, let me go ahead and get this out of the way. I don't care if they want to put a 1 in chat because I ain't going bowling, because my bowling balls ain't up here. They down in Georgia in my building. So no, I don't use house balls to bowl with. Sorry.
Oh, there's so many ways to go with that. I'll take the high road.
You take the high road and get the hell on out of here and do your thing.
Just to throw it out there, anybody who's interested in paying $100 an hour for therapy, all I gotta do is turn my camera on. I mean,
Boomer, we're trying to get people fixed, not twisted more. Let me see if I can do this here.
Yeah, the balls do suck because everyone's hand is different.
Let me pick one here. Okay, can I get to one first? Thank you.
I got my bowling shoes, my bowling ball. I got 3 of them in one bag. So yeah.
Okay, here we go.
We can always get your son to send them.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to see that damn bill. Because there's like 2 16-pound and 1 15-pound. That's a little bit of weight.
Yeah, that's not such a good idea. Come on, share it up.
All right.
There we go. Okay, so
You got to wait on Mary to share it.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm looking up something for.
Aha. That's how that
There
works.
you go. Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. We're going to start out with one that most folks know, which is the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum. And this was opened in the early or mid 1800s as a mentally ill hospital. Let's see here. It was originally designed to house 250 souls, ended up with over 2,400 patients and an overcrowded and generally poor condition. Changes in the treatment of mental illness and the physical deterioration of the facility forced its closure in 1994. Can you believe it lasted that long? Inflicting a devastating effect on the local economy, from which it has yet to recover, other than the fact that they are still doing two types of ghost tours through there. One is a 3-hour tour, and then for those who are braver, you can do the overnight 8-hour tour. We have discussed that here, and there's a potential that Misty and Sheriff and anybody else who chooses to go with them may go in and do the 8-hour. I will drive. I ain't going in. Let's see here. I'll pick since Sheriff likes the Civil War. Hey, somebody's got to make sure they can clean you guys when you come back out. Let's see. So, Civil War was the most tumultuous event in American history. It not only divided the company, but splintered families and friendships into bitter adversaries. Nowhere was this tragic factionalism more evident than in the border states like Virginia. The emerging Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum in the town of Weston and surrounding Lewis County, then still part of Virginia, was no exception. Let's see here. When hostilities broke out in April of 1861 with the bombardment of Fort Sumter, the Civil War, which would eventually extinguish over 600,000 American lives, had begun. At that time, the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum was still in the early stages of construction. The southernmost wing had been completed, and a basement and foundation for the massive central structure had been excavated and walled in. In June, Virginia's secession from the Union brought all non-war-related work to a halt. The set scene for the most dramatic event in the history of Weston at 5 a.m. on the morning of June 30th, 1861. The citizens of Weston were roused from sleep by the sounds of drums, fifes, and marching soldiers entering their town. It was the 7th Ohio Infantry, which had marched all night from Clarksburg, approximately 25 miles to the north. In command was Colonel Tyler. We'll skip all the multiple names. Who was familiar with the area and well known by many of its citizens. He had been a furrier before the war and had bought and sold his fur products throughout Lewis County prior to joining the Army. Tyler ordered his troops to sweep through the town and seize any individuals suspected of Confederate sympathies. One of his men, Captain List, took 2 armed soldiers and made a beeline for a specific location and the real purpose of the mission. Location was the Weston branch of the Exchange Bank of Virginia, which held almost 30,000 in gold deposited by the state government of Virginia to provide wages for those laboring on the new asylum. Tyler's mission was to seize the gold before it could be returned to Richmond and used to support the rebellion. Let's see here. That's the money. Okay, so not much in the way of ghost on that. So anyhow, this is known as one of the most haunted places in the state. Now, here's kind of an interesting one that takes a slight turn from what we've been talking about. We have a haunting museum here that celebrates all things paranormal. The Mountain State has some bizarre museums, however, none of them can compare to the Archive of the Afterlife, a paranormal museum that displays items known to be haunted and cursed by the otherworldly phenomenon. The knowledgeable curator of this special museum has assembled an impressive collection of haunted and cursed items from around the world, many of them from this region. Let's take a look. We've got dolls. Many of the artifacts are seemingly normal items that, once viewed, have the ability to evoke the most frightening of emotions. If you've been looking for creepy places in West Virginia, this is one of the creepiest. There's one from the West Virginia Penitentiary. This is an old electrocution cap used many, many times. According to this, it's used from the electric chair at the former Virginia State Penitentiary in Moundsville. That would mean it was used to put 9 inmates to death. And I've got an interesting little segue into the penitentiary after that. Here's Ashen, a haunted doll with special powers. And here's one Misty will not appreciate, an actual haunted Ouija board. Yeah, no. Sorry. It's part of the collection. A variety of cursed, haunted, and mysterious dolls. And thousands of carefully curated artifacts possessed with bizarre paranormal powers reside inside the Museum of the Afterlife at the old Sanford School, now the Sanford Center in Cameron. Are you curious and brave enough to go check out in person? We'd love to know. And for anyone who's interested, the address is 86 Railroad Street in Cameron, West Virginia, 26033. Zip code is not necessarily all that important for your GPS. So, the museum is open year-round. However, the hours change from April to November. It's open Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays from 1 till 7. Non-seasonal visits are by appointment only. It might be an interesting place for the group to get together and do one of the trips. Now, speaking of, let me find this. Hang on here. Moundsville. There we go. There we go. The Moundsville prison is where they put close to 1,000 men to death, either by being hung, electrocuted, or just murdered by their own folks. Initially, they started out hanging people, and the penitentiary was actually put together in 1865. The whole process started in 1863 when West Virginia seceded from Virginia, and they decided that they needed a prison. Initially, the legislature in West Virginia fought against that and said, just go ahead and use the local jails, not a problem. Well, after 9 jailbreaks, they kind of decided that, number one, the jails were overcrowded. Number two, they needed something else. And thus the penitentiary was born. Interesting thing is this penitentiary is the largest stone building built from cut stone next to the Kremlin, and it still stands, although it's not in use anymore. Once they got tired and done with hanging people between 1899 and 1949, they decided that they were going to change and use an electric chair. Now, for those of you movie buffs, you'll recognize the name of the electric chair. They called it Old Sparky. Anybody care to think and put out what the movie is? Put it in chat. These guys were housed in 5 by 7 foot cells. So if you think about this, the average person is taller than 5 feet. So if you were to lay down and then lay down perpendicular to yourself and mark out a space that's one of you wide by 1.5 of you long, you basically had room for a cot. And that was about it. There was not a whole lot of places to go in there. So they have records of the ghosts of some of the 998 men who died there still roam. There's a shadow man that's been seen and even photographed. Staff of the prison has been accosted by unseen forces. Strange noises still echo throughout the cell blocks, and something dark lurks in the bowels of the building. The bowels of the building would be the basement that they called the Sugar Shack, which is where inmates were able to basically get away with just about anything. They had gambling, they had torture, they did the nasty with one another. All kinds of ugliness went on down there, and that is one of the places where they claim they see the most activity. Let's see if I can find a good picture of that. There was one here. Bear with me. Yes. So that's what the outside of the penitentiary looks like. So there's a whole lot of these. I could go through a bunch of them. I'll leave with the probably the best and most known. Everybody knows the Mothman. So Legend of the Mothman has been in movies. It's been all over the place. Basically, it goes back to 1966. Gravediggers working in a cemetery spotted a strange man-like figure in the trees above their heads. A few days later, 2 couples from Point Pleasant reported being chased by a large creature with 10-foot wings whose eyes glowed red while driving near a former military munitions site outside of town. Sounds like this may have been the guy that owned your devil dog. Sightings of what area newspaper dubbed the Mothman continued throughout the next year. Then many locals believed the Mothman lived in a vacant nuclear power plant outside Point Pleasant. Perhaps the escaped product of some secret government experiment. The sightings came to an abrupt halt in December 1967, however, after a horrific tragedy in Point Pleasant. The Silver Bridge, which carried U.S. Route 35 over the Ohio River, collapsed under the weight of heavy rush hour traffic, killing 46 people. The fact that the collapse was later attributed to faulty suspension chain didn't stop the conspiracy theories. 1975, writer John Keel wrote a book titled The Mothman Prophecies, linking the bridge collapse with the Mothman sightings in it. And that's where you get the movie coming from. And that is the biggest part. The other one is kind of an interesting one here. Let me do this one last one. There is an abandoned amusement park called Lake Shawnee Amusement Park. The first family to settle in the area around Lake Shawnee was a white family that is the Clay family, and later was massacred by local Indian tribe. In that attack, 2 of the children were killed, and a third was taken prisoner and then later burned at the stake. This is a child. The father gathered up some folks and went after the Indians and killed a number of the Indians. And it's said that the land that they built this amusement park on was part of the site of that massacre of the Indians and an Indian burial ground. Now, the interesting thing is when they built the amusement park, it immediately started having issues. There was a little girl who died on one of the mechanical swings when a truck backed out from a stand and struck and killed her as she was swinging by. A little boy drowned in the lake. After this, they closed the park down. Some say that they can still hear the children laughing, and some folks will say they see the swing moving by itself. They've had a number of groups go through, and in fact, as you can see here, it's called one of the 10 most haunted places in the world. It is a place where we can still go and do an investigation if anybody's up for it. It ever comes up this way. You do have to make arrangements to go in, and there have also been reports of seeing Indians and other shadows and people. There's one report of one of the ticket takers showing up in the ticket taking booth, and there's a lot more to it with this. So it's definitely a place we might want to take a look at, especially given the fact that they still allow cameras and recorders in on it. So just another place to think of. And that's what I got for right now.
Hi, Dave and Wolfie. Welcome to my channel.
Lots of ideas for us. Lots of ideas.
I believe your channel is Wolf and Hound, right?
Hi, Dave and Wolfie.
Howdy, Dave and Whoopi.
You can drop your link if you want to for your channel. Just remember, everybody, do it the right way. Okay, next up is Boomer. He's going to do New York.
Well, I found a couple of things. First thing I want to show is a video posted on YouTube. That's one of the things I was looking for. And then there's another site that I came across. Not exactly what I was looking for, but I didn't want to waste a whole lot of time looking for a specific one. But the one is the top 9 spots to visit for
Ghost hunting.
haunted places in New York.
All right.
So I wanted the video is like 3.5 minutes long, so I want to go ahead and share that first.
All right.
This one is, well, you'll see the title. It's about the
Messenger.
Pirate College. So give me a second to select this window. Yeah. Wait, hang on. Let me separate the tab. That'll make it easier.
Well, Eli, if you got a hold of
Messenger, Mary.
if you got a hold of what you call it?
Let's,
Wait a minute, Boomer. What the video showing what? Because I got tagged on that before. They cut me 3 months. I couldn't go live for 3 months because
no,
of the video.
this is a Haunted History Archaeology from WSKG. It's a public media place. So
All right, it's a public media.
it's kind of
Because
like
it's
a
public media,
documentary
I can show
type
it.
thing.
I just can't show a privately owned video. Okay.
Well, this was posted
All
by
right, well-
WSKG Public Media. So
All right.
it's for public use, apparently.
All rights belong to them. I'm gonna say this out loud. All rights belong to them. Let's play it. As long as it's not a private one, and it's public viewing. Then
Am I sharing yet? No. All
Not
right,
yet.
hang on. All right. I don't see it sharing.
okay, here.
Will this automatically share sound?
There you go. There you go.
Is there anything I have to select to share sound, or
There you got it.
let's see what happens?
I don't
Need
know.
to unmute it.
You gotta unmute it and
Well, I know that.
make
Did
it
you
full
click
screen.
on share audio?
Yeah, is there something that says share audio? Or I didn't see it, but
There is.
all right, hang on. Let me reshare. Make sure I hit the audio. Where?
Eli, you probably
Okay.
can get your
Share
channel back
screen.
and
Oh, there it is.
talk
Boom.
to YouTube
All right.
or go through your Google and get it.
All right. So now y'all can see it again, right?
Yeah, full screen it though.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on it. I've
Okay.
done this once or twice before.
I know, Boomer.
All
I'm
right.
just trying to help you out.
So this is specifically about Elmira College for the most part.
You may want to
So-
restart it though, Boom.
It is. It's at the beginning. Just here we go. Now they have some great captures of some of the stuff from back during the Civil War stuff. Like the National Cemetery was the first thing we saw at the beginning of this.
Well, I hear no audio to it. It's not you. It's just not playing
Say
it.
what?
It's not you. It's just not playing the audio.
You don't hear the audio?
No, you're gonna have to tell us what. Well, it's Elmira College there.
All right, hang on. I mean, I know it's very low. It's very low. It's soft spoken, and I've got the volume all the way up, but for some reason it's very low. But see if you hear any of it, because they have it commentated.
I hear a whisper, and that's it. I can't make out what it's saying.
Yeah, it's way too low.
That's a beautiful place though.
It is. I mean, it's pretty much showing what the places are.
Can you hear the girl talking?
No,
No.
Hang on, let me see if yeah, let's turn everything all the way up here and see what happens. Whoops. Sorry about that. Accidentally hit. Can you hear her now?
Not enough to understand her.
to understand it.
No, that makes no damn sense. I hit share audio. You should hear it just like I'm hearing it. Well, that makes no sense. If you guys can't hear the commentary, there's no point in watching the video then. Because I'm not going to be able to commentate what they're saying either. So let's move on to the other thing I found.
Okay. You probably just have to read about it.
Well, if you guys want to check it out, I can put the link in the chat.
There you go.
You guys can check it out for yourselves. So I'll close that one out. Close that out. There you go. All right, that's the link to the YouTube video on Elmira College. If you guys want to check that out, it's very interesting. But here's the what's it say again? I gotta scroll back up there. Okay. Okay, New York, 9 spooky stops along the haunted history trail of New York State.
You want to hear it? That's what we've been doing.
Doya Kikas. All right, so that's what it's about. Let me screen share it for you. And I'll read some of the stuff for you. All right. You guys should be seeing it here.
There we go. Now we got it. Now we got it.
All right. So, all right. 9 spooky stops. Blah, blah, blah. All right. Let's see. If you're curious about paranormal encounters and eerie spots, you can explore more than 90 places in New York State. These are just 9, the top 9. The state is famed for the glitz of New York City, the scenic Adirondack and Catskill Mountains, the wonder of Niagara Falls, and the relaxing beaches of the Great Lakes region. With its abundance of ghostly landmarks, though you'll want to add the spooky places on the haunted history trail of New York State to travel plans, whether blah, 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 blah. All right, you don't need to hear that. Okay, so this first one is Rolling Hills. Now, my whole life, I've heard about Rolling Hills. Never been there. Never really wanted to be there. But Rolling Hills Asylum in the greater Niagara region. The greater Niagara region includes world-famous Niagara Falls, where you can take a cruise all the way up to the towering Cascade, as well as the city of Buffalo, home to a revitalized waterfront, 7 Frank Lloyd Wright buildings, and its famous Buffalo-style chicken wings. All right, Frank Lloyd Wright, he was an architect who designed many, many buildings. As a matter of fact, I believe he designed quite a few of the buildings in Cornell, if I'm not mistaken. He's the one that, there's one he designed in Florida, which is a big attraction that some YouTubers have gone into. Ghost Adventures and Ghost Hunters. The circa 1827 Rolling Hills Asylum in East Bethany is considered one of the most haunted sites in the USA. There were more than 1,700 reported deaths during its shady history. You might encounter a few spirits during a guided ghost tour, historical walk, or an overnight ghost hunt. A full moon glowing over the Rolling Hills Asylum. Now that's an attractive place. You know, like if you went by that place, unless you were an empath or clairvoyant type, you would never suspect. Look, that's gorgeous. But Apparently, the most haunted in the U.S. Okay, Dunkirk Historical Lighthouse and Veterans Park Museum, Chattanooga, Allegheny region. Now, this one I've heard little about. I know of the name. I've heard of the lighthouse, but never really uh, heard any actual stories about it. But anyway, since 1827, the Dunkirk Lighthouse has guided boats traveling Lake Erie and the Erie Canal. It's still an active lighthouse with an active ghost population. Are they attracted to the museum's collection of war artifacts, or are the mysterious apparitions come from lighthouse keepers who lingered in the afterlife? Decide for yourself. During a guided or private ghost hunt, when your investigations is completed, enjoy popular Western New York activities such as the beaches of Lake Erie, touring the National Comedy Centers, Lucille Ball, Desi Arnaz Museum, or visiting the Chattanooga Institute, a seasonal destination hosting lectures and events in the arts and humanities. Right, so there's the Dunkirk Historical Lighthouse, known for its activity, spirit presence. See, another one. Looks like, a very upkept, beautiful looking place, very inviting, but yet apparently very haunted as well. And it's been there since the early 1800s. Another one, historic Palmyra William Phelps General Store. Never heard of this place. And historic Palmyra Historical Museum, Finger Lakes region. I grew up in the Finger Lakes region. I never heard of this place. Okay, let's see. About 35 kilometers southeast of Rochester, Palmyra is the birthplace of the Latter-day Saints movement. The town was founded in 1789, predating the construction of the Erie Canal by nearly 40 years, and retains significant sites, including the Smith family farm and Sacred Grove, where Joseph Smith reported his first visions. Where are the ghosts? Pretty much everywhere. Palmyra is known as the most haunted place in the Finger Lakes region. Daily ghost hunts and regular paranormal special events are available at the Palmyra History Museum, brimming with antiques in its 23 rooms, and the William Phelps General Store, a retail time capsule built in 1826. Waiting to enter the William Phelps General Store, built in 1826. Look at that. Look at that architecture. Is that not inviting?
Yeah.
Is that a place you want to hang out at with all the other spirits? Wow, wait a minute. This place does look familiar. I've passed this place before.
That's Mama's house.
Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Doesn't sound familiar, but I swear to God, I've been there before. Maybe not in there, but I know I recognize this image. Huh, that's interesting. All right, now we have Fort Ontario State Historic Site, the Thousand Islands Seaway region. Now, I have been there to the Thousand Islands. Don't think I've ever been to this place itself, but anyway. History buffs and paranormal enthusiasts are in for a treat at Fort Ontario at Lake Ontario. An hour north of the college town of Syracuse, The original fort was built in 1755. The current fourth built on the ruins of the previous three. Hundreds of people perished here, and 77 are buried at the site. No wonder strange noises and eerie orbs are reported even in daylight. Explore the fort on your own during the day or book a guided ghost tour at night in the Thousand Islands Seaway region. Save time for a boat ride of the archipelago in the St. Lawrence Seaway. There are dozens of lighthouses and stunning castles to see and explore. Now that they mentioned the Thousand Islands here. Now, one of the islands there is Hart Island, which is now, I guess, a museum spot now, I think. That's known to be haunted too. So I don't know if they'll mention that in any. See, daylight paranormal sightings reported at Fort Ontario State Historic Site. Look at that. That's an original cannon right there. Just like you've seen at Gettysburg. All right, let's see. Hyde Hall, Central New York region. All right. Once the home of American author James Fenimore Cooper, Cooperstown. Yeah, I remember reading that, Cooperstown. Saw the movie too. Is the self-proclaimed birthplace of baseball and site of the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum, which is also thought to be haunted. Just ask the staff. Also find Hyde Hall, a National Historic Landmark and a New York State Historic Site, built in the early 1800s for wealthy landowner George Clark. The mansion is said to be haunted by Clark and several other spirits who make their presence known through footsteps, knocking, and as sudden apparitions. The TV show Ghost Hunters even monitored the mansion's paranormal during a Halloween special. Guided historical tours are available during daytime hours from May to October. So get in on it. You got 2 months left. Ghost tours can be scheduled by reservation, or you can join other ghost fanatics for an after-hours paranormal experience. Ooh. Antique-filled rooms of Hyde Hall said to be frequented by ghosts. Okay, now, let's see. I'm going to scroll down here and see if any of these are about. I really want you guys to hear about. Oh, I guess. Wait. Oh, this. I have heard of this place as a child. Wings Castle, Hudson Valley region. About an hour and a half north of New York City, Wings Castle is equal parts Gothic architecture and art installation. Quirky sculptures and offbeat collectibles hide in every corner, and the home's unusual character naturally attracts the paranormal. Ghost tours have limited availability. Check the website for details, but you can book a room at the bed and breakfast to experience this unusual and unforgettable property. During your visit, check out other Hudson Valley landmarks such as Fort Putnam and Fortress West Point at the U.S. Military Academy. I actually was there in West Point, training cadets back in '92. Many moons ago. Okay, the Franklin D. Roosevelt National Historic Site and FDR Presidential Library and Museum, and however you pronounce that, the John D. Rockefeller Estate. The daunting exterior famed Wings Castle. Now, I have heard about this place before. Yeah, there's some interesting stories here. Whether they're true or not, I can't contest to it, but getting there. New York State's international airports in popular locations include John F. Kennedy and LaGuardia, near New York City, Buffalo, Niagara, Syracuse, Hancock, Greater Rochester, and Watertown. For the upstate regional airports offer connecting flights to places such as Adirondack, blah, blah, blah. So if anybody's interested in checking any of these areas out in any of these, oh wait, there's one I missed. Okay. Haunted Saratoga Ghost Tours, Capital Saratoga Region. Saratoga Springs is a charming destination known for its beautiful architecture, bustling downtown, impressive arts and culture scene, and thoroughbred horse racing. May not realize that it's also drawing attention as a hotbed of paranormal activity, and hauntings. Reserve a walking tour with Haunted Saratoga Ghost Tours, which combines a local history lesson with otherworldly encounters from May to November. You could glimpse a shadow of Old Smoke, the Canfield Casinos, resident ghost Angeline, the so-called witch of Saratoga, or Hattie, who still hangs around her old restaurant. Now, this house looks almost exactly like a house that where I grew up at. It was literally right around the corner from us, and it looks just like this one, but this one's a little bit more elaborate. But that's pretty cool. So those are some of the spots I never knew about, actually. I couldn't find them once. Let me do one more search here. And see. All right, hang on. Okay. Elmira College. What? Elmira College haunting. Haunted History on my College PBS video. I don't want that. I just want the Elmira College Haunted History, all parts. Okay, let's check this site. Oh, okay, here we go. Haunted History. Oh, it is a video, but this one we can share. It's not on YouTube. This is public access. Elmira College. Let's see. Oh, wait. Let's see if the audio works this time. Unless there's an article I can read, but we'll see if we can't. Okay. Share audio. Click on that. Share. Okay. All right. Tell me if you hear any. Oh, it's the same video that they have on YouTube,
Sorry,
but it's
I'm
on a different
help with this
site.
one.
Shut up. All right. Can you hear this one better?
Yeah.
Heading west to the sleepy suburbs of Elmira, New York, a series of Gothic structures loom over the surrounding community. Founded in 1855, Elmira College was the first institution in the world to grant degrees to women equal to those of men, and became known as the mother of women's colleges. Every autumn, as students return, and the nights become longer and colder, they share their encounters with the unexplained in hushed whispers. The imposing structure of Tompkins Hall, an all-female dorm built in 1926, is the epicenter of many strange tales told.
Sorry.
Floor since this last spring, and Tompkins is notorious for being haunted. The rooms in the building are, you kind of walk in and get a creepy vibe to them. You look down the corridor of the hallway and it's like out of a horror movie. All the floors like creak, and I've also talked to many of my residents who hear voices in the hallway, or when they're up studying late at night or sleeping, they'll hear strange noises. There's reportedly a ghost named Mary living on the 4th floor who used to be a student here and died in the building in like a tragic accident. And so a lot of people have experienced her or something for them or
Mary is said to appear in mirrors, and this may happen especially late at night when students are all alone. They just happen to glance into a mirror, maybe out of the corner of their eyes, they may see the ghost of Mary hovering there. But she's not just a troublemaking ghost, she's also a very positive, helpful presence. And students say that if they need some help, they may just call on Mary and she'll come and try to help them out and make them feel not alone when they're under stress from studying.
Does the ghost of Mary still haunt the hallways of her former dorm? Or are these stories merely the product of nervous students and their overactive imaginations? Brave souls in search of the answer can wander among the historic buildings at Elmira College for themselves. Perhaps, though, it might be better not to go alone.
All right, well, I hope y'all heard that.
We did. I did.
Elmira College was originally founded as a women's college in 1855, and it is now a co-ed school. Throughout its history, a number of unexplained events have been reported on campus. Students at Elmira College have a long history of passing down the stories of the paranormal encounters. One of these stories involves a former student who still haunts the halls of her former dorm. Now, adding to that story, the stories I've heard, and I can't find the article that mentions it. I don't know if it's Mary or another student, but apparently there is a story about a student's mother haunts the place waiting for their daughter to come greet them or whatever, because apparently they were there on a visitation. They were visiting students. It was, I don't know, Parents' Day or something like that. Well, it was the mother who had fallen down the stairs at some point, dying in the 4th floor tower of one of the halls, the highest tower. Now that tower is closed off to everybody. Like they closed it off. I don't know exactly why, if that's the reason or otherwise, but it's been told that that people will see that mother. She used to be if I'm not mistaken, I think her mother was a nun or something like that. But anyway, people report seeing a woman dressed in nun clothing in the window of that top tower that on the 4th floor, which is closed up. And the story is that she's there waiting to visit her daughter, who is no longer there. Probably, graduated, went on to have a life. But that's one of the stories of the place, which is pretty interesting. If you have time, I want to touch a little bit on Camp Hell Myra. If y'all want to hear about that just a little bit.
If you want to do that, that's fine. We got time.
Camp Elmira. Camp Elmira.
Elmira.
Listings for camp around Elmira. Here they are.
Yeah, that's what they call it. Oops. All right, did you mean Camp Elmira? No, I did not. I want the nickname. All right, let's just simply put Elmira. That was the nickname donned to the old prison camp they had here. Not to be mistaken for this, what you see in the picture, that's Elmira Prison. But there was an old Elmira, the Union's most infamous Civil War. Yeah, this one. Okay, let's see. Elmira, a place of terrible memory, nearly forgotten. Let's click on that one and see what we get. But this place is very active as well. Elmira, that's what the soldiers called it, the prisoners called it back during the Civil War. A place of terrible memory, nearly forgotten. All right, there's a little plaque. Most of the place is residential now, but a lot of the residential area used to be part of the prison camp. There's only a very little bit of land that's not built on, right next to the river, which is where they kept the sick prisoners on what they call I can never remember that area. Something pond. They may mention it. I don't know. Anyway, driving through Elmira, New York. Last week, a comment from David Blights. Blights' race and reunion sprang to mind in the book he quotes play. All right, that's not what I want. The most infamous Civil War prison in the Northwest was, of course, in Elmira, known by those interred there as Elmira. But it was Macaulay's connection between location and memory that stuck out for me, because there's hardly anything at the site of Elmira's old prison to help people remember it was there. Now, the only thing that does remind people that it existed is that's the National Cemetery across the street from where I live. But if you actually look it up on YouTube, there'll be a few videos that people have posted that have investigated the area there. Now, right here, this is the it wasn't for it. All right, so this is Foster's Pond. That's what it's called. Now, Foster's Pond, that's where they kept all the sick. That's where most of them ended up dying. There's a little island in that area. And this is Chemung River at the top there. This camp, took up many miles of Elmira from, I believe, Water Street to from one bridge to the other, whatever. I can't remember what the name of the other one is, but anyway, this is not this isn't the one I was looking for. It's not the Union's ultimate Civil War prison. Civil War prison camp. Star Gazette. All right, the Star Gazette would be a good one to refer to. So let's check that out. Is this the? All right, let's see. Get rid of that. Is this the one? All right, this might be it. 20 facts about Elmira's Civil War prison camp. I think this is the one. I don't know. It's been so long. Elmira's Civil War prison camp operated from July 6, 1864 until July 11th, 1865, incarcerating a total of 12,121 Confederates. Here are 20 facts about that dark period in the city's history. One day after the first 400 Confederates arrived from Maryland, 2 prisoners scaled the Elmira prison camp's 12-foot stockade wall and escaped. So out of 12,000 prisoners, 2 escaped. At the beginning of the Civil War, Elmira had been a military recruiting depot where soldiers attended basic training. Later in the war, Elmira was chosen as a draft rendezvous, and then it was turned into a prisoner of war camp. When rats became a problem, now this is the worst part of it. This almost makes me ashamed of being a northerner Yank. But anyway, at the beginning of the Civil War, okay, wait a minute. When rats became a problem at the prison camp, a medium-sized black dog was used to catch them. Rat meat was sold to prisoners for 5 cents, but few could afford it. Eventually, 2 rebel soldiers from North Carolina were sent to the guardhouse for 30 days after they captured and cooked the dog. Hey, you do what you got to do in time of war, right? All's fair in love and war, they say. But anyway, insufficient food, extreme bouts of dysentery, typhoid, pneumonia, smallpox, inadequate medical care, and flooding of the Chemung River resulted in the deaths of 2,963 prisoners at the Elmira prison camp. A mortality rate of about 25%, prisoners dubbed the camp Elmira. The sexton for Woodlawn Cemetery, John W. Jones, a former slave who arrived in Elmira via the Underground Railroad, buried or supervised the burial of each Confederate soldier that died in the prison camp. Of all the prisoners he buried, only 7 are listed as unknown. An observation platform with chairs and binoculars was built outside the prison camp across Water Street, west of Hoffman Street. Visitors were charged 10 cents a piece to look at the prisoners. See, this is also like, these are prime examples as to why I don't blame, the South for hating the North. I know it wasn't primarily a North-South thing, technically. But, Confederate states against, what I mean. Anyway, refreshments were sold to spectators while the Confederate soldiers starved. All right. After Civil War, a House committee that investigated the condition of prisoners in Confederate camps declared that evidence proved Confederates were determined to kill Union prisoners. However, the Union's mistreatment of its prisoners of war was dismissed as rumor for more than a century. Another black eye in our history. The Confederate section of Woodlawn Cemetery, where prisoners who died at Elmira's prison camp were buried, became Woodlawn National Cemetery on December 7th, 1877. In 1907, the government replaced the original wooden markers with marble headstones. While on a sick furlough, Confederate Corporal Henry R. Evans was captured near Vernon, I think that's Florida, on September 28, 1864. He was held at the Elmira Prison camp until his release on July 7th, 1865, after signing a loyalty oath. An old family story says he had to walk home and he was emaciated when he arrived, that his brothers and sisters didn't recognize him. It's terrible, but there were many attempts to tunnel out of Elmira's prison camp, but only one succeeded. 10 men, with help from a few others, successfully escaped by digging out of the prison camp, starting their first tunnel on August 24th, 1864. Okay, so that's a total of 12 that escaped. So that's like 1% that survived that camp. None of the, until they. Anyway, let's go on. The Rev. Thomas K. Beecher of the Park Church in Elmira conducted the first Sunday service for prisoners at the camp on July 24th, 1864. Local clergymen took turns conducting the services. Though more than 12,000 Confederate POWs were assigned to the Elmira prison camp, there was only enough barrack space for 5,000. Many rebels were forced to live in tents along the Chemung River, even during freezing winter weather. Confederate Corporal Michael Fort Lewis went AWOL and was captured by Union troops in Louisiana in August 1864. He arrived at the Elmira prison camp on November 19th, 1864, and died of pneumonia 10 days later at age 27. Both of his brothers survived the war. This is crazy. Now, I'm not going to read all 20 of these because I want to spare you, but I just wanted to give you an example, a taste of what it was. And to explain, of course, there's activity over there to this day. There's, over 2,000 Confederate soldiers died in that prison camp. A couple of hundred of them were actually on a train en route to the prison. Going through Pennsylvania, the train collided with another, and like 200 or so Confederate soldiers and a couple of Union soldiers, guards, died in that collision. And years later, their remains were exhumed and transported up here to Elmira to be buried in the National Cemetery.
Isn't that the one that's real close to you?
Yeah.
Like right across the street?
Yep. I mean, they don't. It's not exactly listed as a hot spot for activity, but like I said, all right, my son and I, with a couple of his friends, we were over there a few years ago. This was before I discovered what it was. It wasn't until after I discovered what the area was that I realized what we had experienced. What we experienced was we were over there, me, my son, a couple of his buddies, we were over by the river in that area playing paintball. And now they were over, I was on my own shooting across toward the little island there. It's actually a peninsula. They call it an island. And they were all in that little island area. And my son claims that he shot the hell out of his friend while his friend wasn't calling out that he had been hit. And they had a serious argument about it. He's like, damn, I hit you. I know I hit you, because we get serious with our paintball. It's like if you don't admit you were hit, like that's kind of like taking a point away. So they were arguing about it, and it wasn't until I discovered what that place was about, I don't know, a year, 2 years later, I was looking up the cemetery, and I realized the cemetery was connected to that area because that's where the camp used to be, prison camp. So what we realized together was what he actually was shooting at, and he swears he saw the boot. He shot at somebody's boot from behind a tree. So we looked at each other and we both realized at the same time what the hell he was shooting at. A full body apparition of a Confederate soldier who died over on that island. That's where the sick were held. That's where most of them died from, exposure, disease, and things like that. So that's one of the places in this area that is very active. That isn't really listed as a hot activity area. You know what I'm saying? But I've always been fascinated with it ever since I discovered what it was and learning that there, so I started looking it up. There's at least a half a dozen videos on YouTube that these novice investigators have done investigations over there and claim they've seen, full body apparitions. There have been documented statements that people would hear taps being played right around dawn. They'd hear taps, the bugle being played. They would hear people crying out in agony and pain. And they would, there's been police called to people's houses. People would call the police, and thinking one of their neighbors were being murdered. Reporting sounds of screams, blood-curdling screams and things coming from the near area. And all those reports were nothing was substantiated. They would knock on so many houses around the house that reported it. They would knock on so many houses investigating, like, is everything okay here? Is there domestic disputes? Blah 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 blah. Anything with hearing range, they knocked on their doors and asked, and nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, this would happen at least, a couple times a month, if not once a week. They'd get reports of hearing people scream like they're being murdered, and nothing would come of it. So, I wish it was listed as. I wish that place was listed more than I do the Dandy House, which I believe now, after my own investigations and hearing testimony of friends that have been there, I think Dandy House is more bullshit than what, just my personal opinion. Dandy House is one of the places in New York that's supposed to be one of the most haunted areas, blah, 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 blah. You can look that up. It's up near Buffalo, just outside of Buffalo. You guys could Google that and read the stories on that. The property has changed hands at least 5 or 6 times over the years, but they still have people coming up there charging people to do overnight investigations and things like that. But it's a tourist scam as far as I'm concerned. Because I've heard testimony from people that have been there who aren't out to make a name for themselves. They're just legit investigators who want to find the truth in things. And they all say, you know what, it's bullshit. Half the stories are wrong or twisted. So. But if you do happen to come across the Dandy House, there's another name for it. I can't remember the exact city it's in right now. But you guys, if you Google Dandy House, it'll tell you. There'll probably be 50,000 sites on it. I've always wanted to go there until my friend went there and informed me that, you know what, it's a good thing you didn't go because, it's bullshit. So I'm like, okay. So this old prison camp is more legit as far as evidence of actual paranormal activity there than anything I've heard on the Dandy House. So just saying. That's not being biased, okay? It's not because, that's in Elmira and the other one's up near Buffalo, okay? I'm a New Yorker through and through. It's New York State, but I'm gonna call them out when I see them. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so there's over 90 air quotes haunted areas within New York State. Some more active than the others, and some may be just bullshit. But I always told anybody before you go physically investigate a place, do your homework, do some research. It's just like doing a history report. You gotta read and investigate, research, because you don't want to come out looking like a fool like a lot of people did when they went to Dandy House.
All right, I think Sheriff's got something he wants to show us.
Awesome. Shut that boomer fella up, damn it.
Sheriff, you there? Hello? 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 He just messaged me a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
He's doing
My
something.
story done put him to sleep again.
He just messaged me a few minutes ago and told me.
Well, he's not in the kitchen.
No, he's not the kid.
Send out the search party.
What other state? Okay, who in the chat that's still here that wants to hear their state done? Anybody want to hear about their state? I'll look it up. Or their country, for that matter. Love you too, Matt. You getting your vehicle taken care of? Your, what are you calling it? You calling it something? Your Sasquatch mobile? Or something like that, or a Bigfoot mobile, something like that. What are you calling it?
Oh, by the way, if anybody was asking questions or commenting while I wasn't seeing the chat because I had the screen covered with the.
I would have told you. I've been reading the chat all along.
All right. So apparently, I was just as boring as Sheriff is indicating by falling asleep, right?
Sasquatch Romper, yeah, 2.0. That's what I thought he was calling it, something like that. He got a camper that he's fixing up, and he's been working on. He's been doing videos about it. But it's a Sasquatch Romper, where he can go. That way, you don't sleep on the ground. He can sleep in his camper. Arkansas Spitfire. All right, and Matt said also Hill Country of San Antonio. Beth, you want to grab one of those, and I'll do the other one. Which one do you want to do? Who wants to do one?
I'll tell you, I've been to Arkansas, and yeah, we've heard and seen some weird shit while we were up there doing our training, especially in the swampy areas. So you may discover some What'd they call them again? Elucids or lucids or whatever the hell they are? Cryptids.
Cryptids.
You might discover some cryptids when you search places in Arkansas.
All right, let's see. Haunted places around San Antonio. Now, let's see. David, I'll do yours right after I do this one, okay? Nobody wants to pick it up, I'll do it.
Oh. Well, you were asking us if we want. Oh, I mean,
yeah.
If you got one you want me to look at while you're doing it, I can help you out. What are you doing, San Antonio?
I'm doing San Antonio now. I already got it up. You do.
All right, you want me to look? I'll look up Arkansas then.
All right.
All right.
All right, here we go. Let me share this. Sheriff, are you back yet to show whatever you're going to show? I bet he went to sleep. Jason, will you go check for me? Please?
Yeah.
Beth,
Hang on.
all right. Beth, you want to pick a state?
Yeah, well, okay. I had already had Arkansas, but okay.
Oh, you can do Arkansas if you want to do it. Do it. Well, Boomer's doing Arkansas. You want to do in San Antonio?
Well, if you've already got something up, Beth, go ahead. I'm still picking, so if you got something.
I mean, both of you can do Arkansas. One finds something, the other one finds something. Use it. I got San Antonio up already. I'm just waiting to see if Sheriff's awake. He's going to do what? He may have fell asleep waiting on.
Well, I have this one site titled Arkansas Urban Legends, Arkansas.com. I could look at that while you look at something else. There's a lot of them here. Explore haunted places in Arkansas with new web section, Ghost of Northwest Arkansas, the Ozark Traveler. There's all sorts of stuff here.
Hey, Matt, I understand that. Can't sleep on them rocks no more.
Yeah, Mary.
What?
He's out.
He's asleep. All right.
Yeah.
I told you I bored him to death. Well, at least
I dozed off too.
All right. We're gonna do San Antonio for Matt. The most haunted place in San Antonio. The Haunted Alamo. Be first up.
Sorry, I was just knocking shit over here.
It says you can't talk about the most haunted places in San Antonio without mentioning the Alamo. Not long after the Battle of the Alamo took place, stories about ghosts and hauntings started to be told by the people of San Antonio. Those ghost stories haven't slowed down since. It certainly seems to be the most haunted place in San Antonio. Haunted hotels. When it comes to fans of Ghost City, we know you're always looking for the best paranormal experiences on your trips. And one thing you're always asked for is, where can I stay in your city that is haunted? Well, we put together a list of the most haunted hotels in San Antonio. I guess you got to go to the freaking thing here.
Beth, check your messenger.
The Drury Hotel, San Antonio Riverwalk. Drury Plaza Hotel and Drury Inn Suites are both located in San Antonio in the iconic Riverwalk with easy access to city's best shops, restaurants, blah, blah, and haunted sites. The Emily Morgan Hotel, located right next to historic Alamo Plaza. The Emily Morgan Hotel was recently rated the third most haunted hotel in the entire world. Once a medical center in the early 1900s, the Emily Morgan has been the site of all sorts of paranormal activity. Apparitions, dancing orbs, ghostly visitors to the living remind all that stay at the Emily Morgan Hotel that they are not alone, not when they stroll through the building during the day, and especially not when they climb into bed and settle in for the night. Whew, imagine that. The Crockett Hotel. I've heard of both of these, by the way. The historic hotel sits just across from the haunted Alamo, which was once the site of Texas' bloodiest battle in the fight for independence. However, the Crockett Hotel has secrets, including the fact that the site of the hotel is actually where all that bloodshed took place. Rumored to be one of the most haunted hotels in San Antonio, we can only harbor a guess as to who is still haunting its corridors. One thing is for certain, the ghosts of the Crockett Hotel are here to stay. The St. Anthony Hotel, located in the center of San Antonio, always had a claim to fame. Its luxurious atmosphere. That's one big place there, man. It's pretty. But this historic hotel also has rumor for being one of the most haunted hotels in San Antonio. While ghosts may follow you down the hall or keep the men's locker room occupied at all hours of the day, it is instead the mysterious death in 1965 that put the St. Anthony on the map as truly paranormal active. Do you have the gumption to call this haunted location your home away from home? The Sheraton Gunter Hotel. With such extensive history, it's no surprise that the Sheraton Gunter Hotel is extremely paranormal activity. But what's less known for those who aren't from San Antonio is that the Gunter was once the scene of one of the bloodiest murders in all the city's history today. That horrific night is paranormally imprinted on the hotel itself, so that it continues to play out again and again. Hotel Gibbs. It was once said that during the Battle of 1836, the ground was literally saturated with blood, and according to employees and guests of the hotel today, it appears that the fallen Texan heroes are still replaying the last moments of their life over and over again after death. From elevators swinging open on their own to guests hearing the tragic ghostly moans of men in pain, the Hotel Gibbs has enough spirits to keep even the most diehard paranormal enthusiasts clutching their sheets at night. The ghost of the Holiday Inn Express in Old Bexar County Jail. Today, the Holiday Inn Express sits on the outskirts of downtown San Antonio as a symbol of a time of torture. You see, the Holiday Inn Express was once the city's oldest county jail. To this day, guests and staff experience off paranormal phenomena, from the eerie sensation of being watched, apparitions appearing on the security cams, and windows opening and closing on their own, volatin, on their own volatin. It's safe to say that this hotel is haunted, and many of its prisoners have never left. The Black Swan Inn. Thanks to appearances on ghost hunting shows such as Ghost Adventures, the Black Swan Inn has become famous as one of the most famous places to stay in Texas. Many people have stayed at the Black Swan Inn, have reported coming into contact with the ghosts who haunt this location. Are you brave enough to grab a friend and spend the night in this haunted location? The Gray Moss Inn. Whether or not you get any sleep once you put your head down is all up to the ghosts, which haunt this haunted inn more than a few times. We've heard stories about travelers who left in the middle of the night due to paranormal activity. If you think you have what it takes to spend the night in one of the most haunted places to stay near San Antonio, click on through and read about the Gray Moss Inn. That's a beautiful building there. I bet it is. Looks haunted. It just has that look. It's crazy. All right. Spanish Governor's Place. One, the military fortification for the famous Alamo. The Spanish Governor's Palace was never actually home to Texas governors. It's been a captain's palace and executioner's arena, as well as an assortment of different types of shops during the early 20th century. But what it has been known for in the last century is for being home to many of San Antonio's ghosts. Rumored to be haunted by the spirits of young children as well as the victim of a heartless murderer, the vibrant paranormal activity here clearly demonstrates that not all its ghosts are able to forget what happens to them in life. The San Fernando Cathedral. San Fernando Cathedral is one of San Antonio's most recognizable landmarks, as well as one of its oldest. Tall spires reach for the sky, and the architecture is beautiful no matter what time of day you stroll by. It is beautiful. The San Fernando Cathedral is rumored to be one of the most haunted locations in all of San Antonio, where shadow people play amongst the living, and the ghosts don't always know that they are dead. Who is haunting this hallowed ground? Haunted railroad tracks of San Antonio. The particular urban legend has been told over and over again until the truth and the fiction blend into a haunted tale of ghostly children, suicide nuns, and the living who hope beyond anything to come face to face with an apparition. But what is the truth? The real story behind the haunted railroad tracks is there. If y'all want me to read that, tell me in chat and I'll read it. The legend and ghost of La Llorona, if I'm saying that right, La Llorona. Does anybody know if I'm saying that right?
That was close enough.
Huh?
That was close enough.
Throughout South Texas, there is nothing more terrifying than the shrill cry of a woman. The weeping is a premonition for those who hear it are often doomed to a series of grave misfortunes, the worst being death, or either yourself or a loved one. La Llorona has been depicted in various tales, but one thing is for certain, she drowned her children in a fit of anger and is now relegated to searching for them until Judgment Day. The Haunted Alamo Street Theater. It's a pretty place too. It's said that some of the most haunted places in the world are theaters. I agree with that. Just said that earlier. And the former Alamo Street Theater, now a hot dog place called Frank, is no different. From the spirits of a young boy who loved to play pranks to the living, to a ghostly former actress who can't sing on key, and so theater is one of the most haunted places in San Antonio. According to its former owner, the living are very protective of these energies at this haunted location. The living comes second to the ghost. Oh, wow, look at that place. The haunted San Antonio State Hospital. Wow. All over the world, former insane asylums have considered to be some of the most paranormally active locations. That's because of their cruelty and the death that would go on there. For those which are currently abandoned, paranormal investigation groups flock to them to uncover the sometimes tragic events which occur to them. But for some asylums, like San Antonio State Hospital, it is not abandoned, but still currently in use. Oh, wow. But though it has a fine reputation nowadays, patients who were once sent to the former Western Insane Asylum were considered to be on the march of death, and it seems that though ghosts roams the halls, no one feels all too comfortable to discuss the phenomenon that occurs daily. Wow, it's still in use? Wow. Wow. The Ghost of the Majestic Theater, located in the heart of downtown San Antonio, is another theater. You know how they go, but the Majestic Theater is also home to more than a few ghosts. Those who have made themselves comfortable in the grand, majestic, disembodied footsteps and voices. A female spirit who seems to determined to appear at every performance. Midget Mansion. San Antonio's Midget Mansion has also been called the Gillespie Mansion and the Donor Manor. But despite the different names, this urban legend is perhaps one of the most gruesome in all of Texas since the tragic night in the 1920s. Rumors of hauntings have kept neighbors up night to the sound of screaming emanating the house. According to local lore, it has been home to Satanists practicing rituals as well as brave individuals hoping to take on the dark energies within the mansion. Now, has Amy been there? Seems me like Amy's been there from What the Paranormal. I don't know. Seems like she's been there. Or she was talking about going there or something. I don't know. The Ghost of Cadillac Bar and Restaurant. So while the Cadillac Bar might be known for its delicious Mexican food and fresh margaritas, don't be alarmed if you happen to see something skirt past you, or if that uncomfortable sensation of being watched kicks up. Her name is Beatrice, and is known about the restaurant that she isn't the kindest of spirits. She isn't kind. The Cadillac Bar and Restaurant is said to be one of the most haunted places to eat in all of San Antonio. It's been site of angry female spirits as well as unexplainable paranormal phenomena such as objects flying off the shelves or hearing sounds with no distant source. Devil's Bridge. All over the world, some of the most haunted places are old bridges. Some are thought to be places of ritual and sacrifice. Others are said to be the place where living beings going to die. But at almost every old bridge, there are rumors that the devil himself was involved with its construction. At the haunted Devil's Bridge in San Antonio, Texas, the legend stands true. Only the very brave trek down the East Ashley Road to see how very lucky they are. But the question remains, are you just as lucky? Institute of Texan Cultures. They say that the museums are sometimes the most haunted places in the world, and San Antonio's very own Institute of Texan Cultures is no different. Built for the hemisphere in 1968, this museum offers exhibits about Bigfoot as well as Texas culture past. Stepping into the museum is definitely a step back in time. That's cool. Matt, have you been there? But while you're due to come across some interesting artifacts, many of them also happen to be haunted. A ghostly hearse, bathrooms that bleed blood, and the spirit of a poor soul only account for some of the paranormal phenomena which occurs regularly at the Institute. What puts this museum in the top 10 most haunted museums in the world? Has he been there? Has he said?
I don't know. You ask a question and you keep talking so no one can answer.
Sorry, I asked him, and then I asked you guys.
I don't know. I don't know. He's not saying anything.
I know he's talking about his mobile, his Sasquatch mobile. The Ghost of the Empire Theater.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to do a live there soon.
Cool. Let us know ahead of time, Matt, so we can be there. The Ghost of the Empire Theater, step 1 foot inside of San Antonio's hauntedly historic Empire Theater, and you'll discover what all the supernatural plus is about. This is one place where you're sure to get a thrill, if not from the live performance itself, then perhaps just maybe by one of the ghostly fans who still haunt the stunning theater. The Ghost of La Vida. All things considered, La Villita might just be the most haunted neighborhood in San Antonio, if not Texas. You should be wary when walking around the neighborhood at night, as you never know when you might encounter one of the ghosts of La
Mary, it's La Villita.
La Villita, whatever, however you say it, La Villita. Hey, I'm getting close anyway, you know. Should not have never said any of these before. Ghost of the Aztec Theater. Its many years, the Aztec Theater stage has been rumored to be graced by spirits and haunted by overworked projection operators who experience and struggle with the stuff of the blues legends. One of the spirits that have been sighted at the Aztec Theater is a phantom operator located in a project booth. In the past, the spirit in the booth would play tricks on whoever was operating the projector, perhaps hazing the new guy, or maybe the spirit is trying to scare off any non-union operators. Haunted King William District. Like the French Quarter of New Orleans, the King William's District is known for its ghosts. The district history of hauntings even predates its conception, reaching back to when the era was nothing but farmland. Like the French Quarter that rests alongside the Mississippi River, the King William District also lays along a river, the San Antonio River. The reason why this is important to note is because most spiritual experts say that ghosts cannot cross over water. Thus, it's reasonable to believe that many of the departed souls that passed away throughout the history of the area remain trapped in King William, making it the most haunted district in San Antonio. Now, I've never heard that they couldn't cross water. I've never heard that. That'd be the first time I've ever heard that.
I was going to say it's the first time I've ever heard it. And I've seen them cross water, so
I can't imagine them not crossing water, because even water, they get energy from water because it's a conduit. I mean, so, I mean, I can't see them not being able to cross it. I don't know. Chinese graveyard. Cemeteries are known for being the final resting place to many souls, with no cemetery in San Antonio, Texas. It gives off quite the level of despair as a Chinese graveyard. Is this because of the two lovers who parted ways here? Or are the souls here so desperately restless that visitors really should heed the sign, do not trespass? Oh, look at that. It's a castle. The Terrell Castle. There's one house more beautiful, it said, more elegant than all the others, the Terrell Castle, which also goes by the name of the Lambermont House. But the Terrell Castle has secrets, ghostly secrets, and for those who come here for a wedding or another event, well, it can be said that the castle's resident spirits are the kind to greet you with open arms. Oh, they're friendly. I don't look friendly there, though. The Hubner Onion Homestead. I've heard of this one. Welcome to the Hubner Onion Homestead, one of the most haunted houses in San Antonio, Texas, but a place that you will visit only at your own risk. Tragedy underlines the history at this haunted location, and the story which have emerged from previous owners tell us only one thing. Something exists here at this abandoned property, and it's more than likely that it is not a spirit, but something much darker. Is that where the, no, that's not that one. It's not there. Never mind, I was thinking something else. Okay, there's San Antonio. Next. What y'all got?
Beth, did you check out that, what I sent you on Messenger? Hello, Beth.
All right, Matt.
Are you there?
I don't know. She must have went to the bathroom. Or get something to drink.
Or you got two that went to sleep.
No, she done took a nap and woke up.
I sent her a link to a site about at least one haunted location in the Arkansas area.
Oh, I thought you were going to take longer. I went to get something to drink.
That's good.
Yeah.
We're okay.
Click on that link I sent you in Messenger.
I did. I have it open.
Georgia, UK, Mary. Okay, Tammy, I'll look it up.
I didn't look at the whole thing, but I saw it and I'm like, well, Beth would probably want this one.
I This will be different too because it actually shows the hauntings.
Yeah. It's got a lot of pictures. It's like a whole site for that one particular place.
Yeah, yeah.
So I figured I'd hand that off to you.
Okay. So you're waiting on me? Is that what's happened?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean,
Kind of, sort of.
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
Anybody want to do Tammy's, Dorset, UK?
Dorset? Holy shit. You know how much you're going to find on that?
I just looked it up, but does somebody else want to do it?
Well, it's up to you. You want to pass it on or do
I
it
mean,
yourself?
you can do it. I mean, somebody else can read for a little bit. I've read a lot tonight.
All right, well, if neither of the other two want to do it, send me the link.
All right, hang on. I'll send you the
You
link.
said you already got it up, right?
Yeah, I got it up already.
Yeah. In Arkansas, this is supposed to be America's most haunted hotel, the Crescent Hotel. And they do have ghost tours. And I am horrible at this on a laptop.
There you go, Boomer.
All right.
This is the morgue in the Crescent Hotel. Why does a hotel have a morgue?
That's what I was just wondering.
Isn't there any articles or anything on it?
Yeah, going down. You got to scroll down. Boomer. There's like 11 there.
Let's see. Apparently that's a cheese room.
Well, there's another site too. You
Wait a minute, go back. That looked like our pantry.
It did it.
Go back one, Beth. That looked like our pantry.
I heard you.
Well, what I'm seeing is like a video.
Hang on, Boomer.
Okay, hang on.
I'll send you this.
Thing to it. It just keeps playing. I think what you have to do is click on one of the images, and it describes what the image is and where it's in location of the hotel.
Yeah,
So you
I'll send you another one.
Click on those images, it'll open them up.
Which images? Oh, they're there. Okay.
You see, like, there's 9 images, or 2, 4, 6, 8 images, whatever. And it says, and at the bottom, you can click on the more ghostly photos too.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a whole shitload there.
Oh wow.
This is a ghost scene in the lobby.
And that's in Arkansas, right?
Yep, the Crescent Hotel.
Crescent Hotel. Okay.
Wow.
Which one? Both of them?
That is a cool picture. That's a really cool picture. Obviously, this is one of the rooms. Wow.
Oh, okay.
Hey, what does anyone make of that one?
Well, it looks to me like to be an apparition, like over the bed. Part of it's on the bed.
Excuse me.
See what I'm looking at on the bed there?
That looks like a good time to go to the bathroom.
I'm not sure. That almost looks like a transposed image on another image of a jellyfish. Of course, it's hard to tell. Like here.
Haunted mushroom is
A haunted mushroom. You're only looking at part of it there, Shire.
Yeah, that's
what. How far down was that image that you clicked on? I need a better look at it.
Not far. It's only the second one.
I'm not finding it. I'm not finding it. Why am I not finding it?
I don't know. You sent me the link. You obviously know how to get there. Let's see, what's in the third one? Oh my.
1 out of 86. Oh, there are numbers on there, so let me see what you got.
This is the outside of it. Oh, that looks so creepy.
You're on.
Derek would sleep in that room.
You're looking at the 8. You're on the list of the 8, aren't you?
Yeah.
Scroll all the way down. Scroll down to where it says see more or whatever the hell it says there, and click on that. And it opens up like 80 images.
Oh. This is in the hallway on the 3rd floor. There's a baby's face in that mirror. At the bottom, a little bit to the left. Oh my goodness.
Sure is. The baby's face, you can see the body.
Yeah, some of it, yeah.
Peeping around the curtain there.
Well, it looks like it's peeping around a doorway across the hall.
Doorway or like that shower curtain or something that's peeping around there.
Yeah.
I got the feeling you would have to be there for like a week to do
Right?
it justice.
Ooh.
Oh wow.
I'm getting the
I would say that was
these are.
I would say that was the Statue of Liberty if it wasn't in Arkansas.
Right?
Wowee.
Love you too, Matt. He's got to go to bed, y'all. He's got 2 hours for work. You need to stop that. You need to start going to bed. So staying up with all of us. I love it when you're here, but dang.
Oh, good night, Matt. Wow.
Kill yourself doing it.
Oh wow.
There's a picture in there. Number 14 of the 86. The Taps actually has their van there. So obviously Taps has been there.
Well, I think they said it had been. Didn't she say that?
Let's see what's that. Oh my.
Oh wow! Look at that.
I gotta admit, a lot of them are look pretty damn legit, but I have a feeling some of those pictures have been doctored.
Like that one, maybe. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, maybe.
Thinking
Let's see. Okay, where did you find all that?
All right, you
More
scroll down.
ghostly photos?
Huh?
More ghostly photos?
Yes. Click that, and it comes up with like 86 more.
Shadow Lady. Oh, wow.
A loud ass clicker.
She does, yes.
I know. I can't help that.
That last picture there, Beth, looks like what happens in my backyard.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure. Is that like a bust of somebody? I'm not quite sure. Ooh.
Well, that's a crazy orb there now.
Yeah, it is.
Look at the face in it. It's got a face.
There's a smile in there, yeah.
Yeah, it's got a face in it and long hair.
Oh, what's going on that carpet?
Who knows? It looks like stains on the carpet.
I think they're suggesting that it might be ectoplasm,
Yeah,
which I don't,
I don't buy that.
Unless the cops came in and sprayed it down with
luminol. That's what it
luminol
looks
and
like.
then
Luminol.
showed
Like
them
blood,
flashlights over it.
blood, like they could be blood driplets or whatever that they,
Yeah, it could be that. Yeah.
I'm not
Luminol
sure
or whatever.
what's going
Or
on.
any
in
kind
that
of,
one.
I doubt it's all blood.
Oh. Okay, that one gave me chills.
Tammy said, "Best laptop sounds like my knee when I move it."
It sounds like my knees too.
Okay, that one looks like it could almost be a reflection from whatever's standing right there at the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah, I think it's Well, that what they're looking at is up the top of the stairs.
Yeah, I know, but if you look at the shape of it,
Yeah.
Either that or that's one hell of a well-trained dog.
I personally think it's doctored, that one.
I don't know. Whoa. Not a clue.
Yeah, I think it's a double exposure.
Something.
Yeah. You can't really make anything out of this one.
Two faces in the window.
I know it's digital. It's 2018, so most likely it's a digital image. So it can't be a double exposure, but it definitely could be a doctored image.
Right.
For being a digital photo, if you look at the items on that little dresser thing in the back, like they're so out of focus, like everything looks so out of focus.
Yeah, and it makes you think it's been doctored with. Yeah.
Okay, that's just a rough one to look at right there. That's so pixelated, it's not funny.
What one are you on now?
Red
Number
rum.
8.
Red rum.
I think I'm on 11.
11.
Okay with us.
Oh.
The lady at the end of the hallway.
Yeah, to me that just looks like a lady stepping into the hallway.
Yeah, it does me too. It don't look nothing. Looks
It
like
doesn't
scarf
look
down on.
ghostly at all. Like it's not even opaque, let alone transparent.
Right.
No, it's a solid image.
I'll be right back. I'm going to the bathroom.
In my experience and testimony I've ever heard, anybody that describes a ghostly image they've seen or apparition, there's at least some sort of transparency to that. Like I've never heard anybody say it looked as solid as you and me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And plus, it's casting a reflection on the black to the side. Something's casting a reflection from one side to the other.
And this one looks like it's just a reflection of the woman on the bed.
Oh, the one in the TV?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, it kind of does. It looks like there's a pillow. You can see the pillow in the top left-hand corner. Yeah, very well could be. And you ever notice, like, they're all, every photo you see that where, it's like, I mean, I do see an orb, above the TV in the red area. What's that lights, the white circle there? It kind of looks like an orb. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that. And then the next one, 14, is you see the TAPS crew there, the TAPS van. Did you look at 15 yet?
her laptop froze.
Oh, damn it. All right, you want me to share it? All right, all right, I'll pick it up.
I mean, look at Sheriff's little bugle boy. Even him you could see through.
Yeah.
I mean, he was transparent.
That's cute, Shire.
Did I share the wrong thing? I think I shared the wrong thing. Yeah.
Shire says, Mayday, Mayday, Beth's down.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to pick up where she left off then. So this is 15 out of 86. Now this one, I don't know what to think because it almost looks as if.
Hi, Terry.
This one does definitely look like a double exposure or something, or I don't know how they pull this off, but if you see where it looks kind of fuzzy where the supposed apparitions are, all around that looks the same way, except for on the far right, you can definitely see the railing, the top of the railing there, and to the right, all that detail, like is in perfect, it looks normal, but all of a sudden, like everything looks like everything out to the left of that looks very almost, how it looks when you're taking a picture and you move your camera slightly to give it that like wispy look. That's what it looks like.
Yep.
I think somebody was taking a picture of people walking down the stairs and moved their camera as they were taking the shot. Because if you see in the top right corner, the stairs are clear. The intricate detail on the.
Well, you can see the arm of them holding on to the rail in that one corner. Well, both of them actually.
I mean, all this is in clear image on the right, so it almost looks like somebody moved the camera to the left as they're taking the picture to give these people a,
Well, yeah, I agree with you because even if the whole picture's blurred except for that one side, that shows that they moved fast and blurred it.
Exactly.
You can see the people. You can see their hand holding onto the rail clearly.
Can you guys see my pointer on here? All right, the
Yes.
ball up on the banister railing here. This wispiness right here is from this. Like, as they're snapping the picture and move the camera this way, it's making this look ghostly as well. Like, all the solid objects in this picture look ghostly because of that. Because you can see the
fenders, huh?
And like Mary said, these people, they're like, you can clearly see their hands holding the railing.
Yeah.
But you can't see the railing through their hand. Like they're
Well,
not
transparent.
transparent.
Shire said it could be overexposure, and that's the same person. Only it's overexposure of the picture.
Well, no, that's not the same person because at the top, there's two people at the top. Looks like a male with pants and a white shirt, and somebody to the left of him. And the other image is somebody. It looks like somebody in.
Looks like a woman, actually.
Gown or something. Yeah, it looks like a female in a white gown because their sleeve goes almost all the way down to the wrist. The one at the top, the sleeve comes down just above the elbow.
The one in the white dress, the one in the white gown, that may be a spirit right there, but I don't think so.
I doubt it. I don't think so. There's too many. Like you don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it'd be very unlikely that because there's also a third image of somebody's legs at the bottom. Like they almost cut out the whole top part of the person as they're moving the camera and only caught their leg. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then the middle of the stairs.
You can see their hands so clearly and their arms clearly. Yeah. So I think it's just overexposure is what I think. I think the camera.
And at the top of the rail, I don't know if that's the person taking a picture or not, or if that's supposed to be somebody else. You see an arm holding the rail looking down. That's definitely a solid person. So that could be the person taking the camera. I don't know. But yeah, I definitely think that was not really legitimate. 16 is the same. All right. I don't know what they're looking at
Jerry,
here.
that's great. I'm glad you had a good investigation wherever you went. You took
Face and ceiling. That's both. That's just a. That looks like a marking, like a plaster, because that's a drywall ceiling.
Yeah, that looks like
what it looks like is just a light area within the drywall.
Yeah,
it's part of the drywall.
It says a face in the ceiling, and it could be. I don't see it, but it could very well be. I just don't see it very well.
Red rum. The other side of the hallway. Figure
Terry
in the hallway.
Terry and Al said hello to everybody.
All pictures were taken right after each other. No one else was around. Figure in mirror. Let's
see.
These look like the same pictures, just zoomed in closer. They don't look like 4 different shots. Looks like they took one picture of the hall, zoomed it in, for further and further for each one.
I have 2, Terry. I've seen one before that's almost solid black.
The other side of the hallway. Yeah, I don't know.
Hey guys, I gotta bail. I gotta work in the morning.
That does look like a child in the mirror.
All right, Jason. Thank you for coming up and sharing.
Yeah, well, something that's a little more fulfilled next time we do this.
All right. That'd be fun.
Cool.
Take care.
Have a good one, Jason.
Eat some chicken grease, everybody.
Is this a person or a spirit hiding behind the stairwell? Yeah, looks like a person to me. Doing the same technique they did for the other one. As they're snapping the shot,
yeah, I think somebody's
moving the camera. You can see like the lines on the railing are from the camera being in motion as it's snapping a still.
Yeah, the whole picture. I mean, it wouldn't be like that. I mean, if they wasn't moving the camera at the time.
That one looks doctored to me. I don't know about this either. I don't even know what we're supposed to be seeing in this one.
I don't either. I guess they're trying to say that he's the spirit that walks around. I don't know.
No. Some sort of priest. Now, I see a face in this, but again, like it looks too much like an actual person's face being
the one side looks distorted.
Transposed onto another. Yeah, I mean, there's way too much. There's, for one, the highlights.
Night, Terry.
You wouldn't see that on something that was apparition, because only a solid object will have highlights and shadows on it. You can't do that. The spirits won't look like that. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not solid. Only solid objects will show highlights and shadows, like above the eyebrow, the lips, the shininess of the lips, the chin. That's an actual human face that somebody tried to make, that doctored it to try to make it look like the face of a spirit or something.
All right. Are we doing, we're still in Arkansas, right?
Yeah, that was the one that I sent to, what's the one you sent me?
What happened, Beth? You get knocked out or what? What's going on with Beth?
Okay, where is this again?
That is over in Dorset.
Dorset. There it goes.
And there's all the places. You scroll down.
10 most haunted places in Dorset.
Right, and you can go to each individual one right there.
Coastline Neolithic sites offer up clues to the history of the world and its long dead creatures. Okay, anyway. 10 most haunted places in Dorset. All right, first up is the Anchor Inn, Seatown, Bridgeport. Bridport. All right, so this is the Anchor Inn. Smuggling was, all right, the Anchor Inn, okay, smuggling was so prevalent in the 18th century that excise men were assigned here.
Excise man.
Excise, whatever. Okay, outnumbered and with the local squire heavily involved in smuggling, they had no chance. One exciseman was murdered while spying on the smugglers, and his sad lost ghost. Oh, his sad lost ghost wanders the inn. Unsettling supernatural experiences at the old cottage next door have scared visitors away. Battle Brush Down, Winborne, St. Giles. In 1924, the historian R.C.C. Clay cited the ghost of an ancient horseman. Clay was leaving the excavation at dusk when a featureless, bare-legged, cloaked warrior suddenly appeared and rode up towards him, waving a weapon. Ooh, that would scare the shit out of me.
Good night, Tammy Cooper. Tammy Cooper, I love you.
Good night, Tam. From his clothing, Clay faced as an age warrior. He has been seen consistently over the years at early evening.
Sorry, that's a near perfect Dorset accent.
Fairy singing and tiny dancing figures have also been reported on the round barrels. Wow, so they have fae and what's the word? Cryptids as well as spirits here. All right, that's Athelhampton House right there. Okay, Athelhampton House. In the 16th century, holy shit.
Hi, Deanna.
Nicholas Martin allegedly kept an ape who, legend says, was desolate when his owner died and now haunts Athelhampton House. Wait, it's haunted by an ape? Wow. Another version is that the loyal pet was unknowingly trapped on a secret staircase when he followed a heartbroken daughter of the house to a secret room where she killed herself. The scratchings heard at night are attributed to the spectral ape's desperate efforts to escape. Now that's interesting. This is the first time in 51 years of existing and at least 15 years of, acknowledging paranormal that I have ever heard of an animal, a pet, deliberately haunting someone. That's crazy. Fucking ape.
Deanna said hi.
What's that?
Deanna said hello to you.
Oh, hello. All right, carrying on.
Hi, Carl.
The spectra of a gray lady who emanates cold was once mistaken for an after-hours visitor. When asked to leave, it walked across the room and disappeared into the paneling. Ooh. We need some scary teams in this one. All right. Some of the other manifestations include duelists from the 17th century, and a phantom cooper is heard working in the wine cellar. Did I say that right? Yeah, phantom cooper. Okay. In 2018, an old-fashioned bride appeared, and the sale of furniture in 2020 evidently agitated spectral residents as staff have heard a new female voice saying hello. So apparently, the sales of some of the furniture in recent years manifested more activity. That's cool. 6 High West Street, Dorchester. Okay, built on the site of the Abbot of Abbotsbury's townhouse in 1685, Judge Jeffreys lodges here during the bloody assizes. The building still retains original stone fireplace and wooden wall paneling, as well as a ghost or two. Wow. You want me to read all of these?
I mean, you read, a few of them, yeah, you can read them. There's only like 11, right? Something like that, 10, 11.
10, yeah. The house and immediate area are said to be haunted both by him and many of the 75 men he had gruesomely executed and their heads impaled outside the church opposite. The judge has been seen walking out of the back door and entering the building that was once the Antelope Inn. It is said that a photographer captured his specter striding about the old courthouse. Some say he has been seen in the chair he used while condemning 251 men. Wait, they still have the original chair he sat in?
Probably.
That the chair, like, it's got to be over 400 years old.
Yeah, the English don't throw anything out.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how preserved they are over there.
Let's see. The Albert Inn, High Street, like Reggie's. All right. The Albert Inn.
They got Casper over there still has the furniture in.
Yeah. The Albert Inn was used as a mortuary in 1795 when 3 ships sank and left hundreds of dead soldiers on the beach. And again in 1805 when the Earl of Abergavenny sank. A spectral sailor and soldier manifest wearing uniforms that suggest they were victims from the Abergavenny. In 2013, the building was converted into apartments. So far, no sightings have been reported, but then again, the cellar is closed off to inhabitants. Well, that shouldn't matter. I mean, if there's activity in the cellar, then there's nothing stopping them from, you know what I'm saying? Just because the cellar's not accessible doesn't mean they aren't there and trying. Bridge house, whoa. At night, an ethereal coach and horses are said to manifest on the old bridge over the Frome, traveling at great speed away from Woolbridge House, once home to the Turbervilles. Legend holds that it is only visible to someone of Turbeville descent. Many believe it carries the ghosts of John Turbeville and Anne Howard as they repeat their 16th century elopement. Ooh, romantic. Sad. So apparently they died on their elopement. That sucks. The haunted ruins of Corfe Castle. You want to take this one?
What? Best
You want
back.
to read the Corfe Castle? While I take a drink and make a cigarette.
I still got it up. Hang on.
Hey, Gary.
Wow, no way.
All right, the Coffee Castle, and hang on. I gotta blow it up so I can see it. In 978, Edward the Martyr was stabbed by his mother before being dragged along by his spooked horse. His ghost is said to haunt the grounds, and his galloping horse is heard but never seen. A shimmering, headless white lady which emanates a terrifying coldness before it vanishes frequently manifests. Some say it is the ghost of Eleanor of Brittany, others that it is the wife of William de Grossi. She and her child were incarcerated here and died of starvation. The sound of a sobbing child is sometimes heard. However, many believe it is the ghost of Royalist Lady Mary Banks, who bravely defended the castle during the Civil War while her husband was fighting away. The shimmering lights seen floating around the castle at night are thought to be the spirit of the Royalist men who died defending the castle.
Yeah, keep in mind, their Civil War does not necessarily have anything to do with our Civil War.
And let's see.
So before you say, wait, this was 978, our Civil War was 1864. Well, it's a different Civil War.
Right. They're in UK, which is country, and we're in the United States. Knowlton Church, swirling mist and phantom voices have surrounded paranormal investigators on this ancient pagan site. A crying woman or nun, a ghostly rider on horseback galloping straight through the church walls at night, and a spectral face in a tower window have been recorded. During the daytime, a tall man specter in a dark cloak harmlessly crosses witnesses' path before vanishing, but seen at night. It exudes malevolence. Okay. Nathi Fort, Weymouth. Am I saying that right?
North Fort, yeah, Weymouth.
Weymouth.
Kind of like Dartmouth. Pronounce it like Dartmouth, but instead of Dar, say Way.
Weymouth.
Yep.
Yeah.
Weymouth.
The airy whistling of the whistling gunner, ostensibly crushed by a cannon, has been heard for decades in the fort's underground passages. It is said he finished the national anthem after investigators began whistling it. A white figure has been seen on the ramparts when the fort was closed, and a female specter turns cameras on and off and opens doors. In the 1980s, a young lady spotted the specter of a tall man in black, which looked at him before vanishing into an old storeroom. People have reported feeling off balance or with head and back pains in Shell Store B9, and explicitly depleted batteries are common.
The Boot Inn, High West Street, Weymouth. Pub owners have reported sudden chilly air pockets and that overnight pictures and furniture have been moved. Sailors are often heard singing rhythmic shanties in the wee hours. The heavy footsteps of what possibly a Victorian sailor echo through empty corridors, and the ghost of a man in a 1930s pinstripe suit has been seen. Interesting. More articles about the ghost of Dorset. Ooh, want to check those out?
Hi, Terry.
We got Screaming Skulls and Headless Spirits, and we've got Hunting for Britain's Haunted Villages. You want to check those out, or just end that?
No, we're in on that one. Carl's got his. We're gonna do his now.
All right.
Give me a second. I got to go over here and put this in here. It's cool.
Oh, here, the other one you sent me was the 11 most haunted places in Dorset. That was the second one you sent me, or the first one you sent me, whatever.
All right. Let's see.
Excuse me.
All right, here we go. Let's get this shared here. Share screen. Beth, you want to read this one, or if you do, I'll send it to you.
I'm good.
Are you sure that's 966 BC or is that 966 AD?
We can find out because it's in these right here.
Because I've never heard of Saxons before AD.
Let's see. 6 most haunted places in the West Midlands. West Midlands are steeped in history that goes back millennia. It is no wonder that there are so many myths, legends, and mysterious happenings in the area. Let's take a closer look at what we believe is the 6 most haunted places in the West Midlands. Dudley Castle. The ruins of Dudley Castle can be dated back to 1070, and what is left is a Grade 1 listed building. It has a rich and colorful history, and in 1937, the remains of the castle were incorporated into Dudley Zoo. The castle is considered to be one of the most haunted places in West Midlands. One of the most infamous ghosts of the castle is said to be the Grey Lady. So they got a Grey Lady too. Many people believe that this is the spirit of one Dorothy Beaumont, who died in the castle during childbirth. Her ghostly form is often seen in the castle keep, and the pub at the castle is even named in her honor. The Grey Lady Tavern, however, it is the chapel Undercroft that is said to be the most haunted area in the castle. Visitors frequently report strange sounds, shadowy figures, and getting pushed and prodded by unseen entities. Other ghosts that frequent the castle include a pair of phantom legs seen by a stone coffin in the ancient room, and a young drummer boy killed at the castle during the English Civil War. West Bromwich Manor House. West Bromwich Manor House is a medieval Grade 1 listed building that was constructed in the later part of the 13th century by the D. Marnham family. In its heyday, the manor was the central hub of the agricultural estate. Hang on, I gotta get a drink. It would originally have consisted of living quarters, agricultural barns, and sheds, but it was added to a fair amount over the years, as has been a variety of uses in that time. In 1880, it was converted into tenements. Am I saying that right? Tenements? But by 1950, it was more or less derelict. West Bromwich Corporation saved the property and renovated it before renting it out Ansell's Brewery in 1961 to serve as a restaurant. It is now in the hands of Sandwell Council, who are in the process of restoring it to its former glory. And amidst these renovations, there have been tales of hauntings. Eyewitnesses have seen the specter of a black-bearded man who simply stands and stares out the window of the Manor's house chapel when walking past the building, and it has certainly scared a few people. There is also talk of a medieval air ghost who seems to frequent the lady toilets, but the most commonly cited spirit in West Bromwich Manor House is linked to one of the building's rooms, which was actually sealed up for many years. Once the room was opened back up, the ghostly apparition of a young girl has been seen in the room on many occasions. She has been sighted semi-regularly, although up until recently she hadn't been reported for almost 30 years. Black-eyed children are a phenomenon that are reported all over the world, but Cannock Chase seems to be the only place where the sighting happened fairly consistently in daylight. Tutbury Castle, am I saying it right? Tutbury.
Tutbury.
It's Tutbury.
Tutbury.
Okay. When people think about the haunted West Midlands, many people will immediately think of Tutbury Castle. The castle dates back to around 1071, and it is famous for being where Mary Queen of Scots was held captive not just once, by 4 separate occasions. She has supposedly been one of the many ghosts that are said to haunt the castle, along with a white lady, a couple of children, and a suit of armor. Wow. Let's start with that spooky suit of armor. The ghostly figure of a man in a complete suit of armor has been spotted outside of John of Gaunt's gateway on a number of occasions. Sometimes he is heard shouting to get the hints. The white lady is seen around the North Tower and often shows up in photographs. Next up, we have a little girl known as Ellie, who is thought to be around 7 years old. She appears in the king's bedroom, and it is said to tug on visitors' fingers and even try to remove their rings. Of course, one of the ghosts that everyone wants to know about is Mary Queen of Scots. It seems strange that her spirit would hang around here, given that she hated Tutbury Castle due to the fact that it served as her prison on several occasions. However, she has been sighted in the castle on a number of occasions. She was spotted in 1984 by a Marine walking quickly across the grass in the castle gardens, and in 2004, a group of 40 men saw her in a full white Elizabethan gown looking down at them from the top of the South Tower. She is most frequently spotted between, that's a lot of people to see one apparition. There is most frequently spotted between 10:15 p.m. and 11 p.m. for some reason, and often by the most credible witnesses, including military personnel, archaeologists, and sworn skeptics. Cannock, am I saying that right? Cannock Chase, or Cannock. Cannock or Cannock?
Cannock.
Huh?
Cannock.
Cannock. If you are interested in the paranormal, then you probably have already heard of Cannock Chase. After all, it is one of the most haunted places in the West Midlands. This is because Kenneck Chase is home to the famous black-eyed girl. She is described as being short, with coal black eyes and her head tilted at an unnatural angle. She is believed to be the victim of a diphtheria outbreak in the area during the 1800s. Incidentally, Canuck Chase has also been said to play host to UFOs, werewolves, cryptozoological beasts, Bigfoot, and even internet legend Slender Man. Damn.
The funny thing is, when I look at that, what I'm picking up is it's a portal.
I kind of thought that too. That's not the only things there either. I think there's Fae there too. The Station Hotel in Dudley dates all the way back to 1863. Originally, the hotel sat opposite the Opera House, and then when that was burned to the ground, Dudley Hippodrome was built on this site. The Staten Hotel was a popular place for performing artists to spend the night. As you can see, the building is rich with history. There are even at least one documented murder in the 90s. The hotel manager murdered a maid and hid her corpse in a beer barrel. No wonder the hotel is haunted. The cellar seems to be something of a focal point for their paranormal activity. A lady in a Victorian dress is often spotted down there, and at a hotel staff say that they are spooked on a fairly regular basis by the beer barrels moving off their own accord. Yeah, they must be off the strong spirits from the beer keg. Things are not any quieter upstairs. An elderly male spirit is often seen sitting at one of the tables in the hotel dining room. And rooms 213 through 217 are said to be haunted by a spectral woman in white, with room 214 is the most infamous. However, all of this pales in comparison to the most terrifying paranormal activity of all, an unknown entity in the hotel dining room, not the elderly gentleman, which regularly throws knives at hotel staff. Dang.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't want to go eat there if I was getting knives thrown at me.
It's not a friendly work environment either.
Hey, I want to live. Drake Law Tunnels. That looks crazy. Drake Law Tunnels, a Drake Law underground dispersal factory as it is. It's Drake Law. I said Drake Law, didn't I? It's Drake Law. Sometimes known for originally excavated during World War II. It was built as a shadow factory for Rover, who was supplying the RAF with engines during the war, and also served as a backup factory for the car manufacturer in the event that any of their main factories were ever destroyed. In the 50s, the tunnels were put to use as storage for the Ministry of Supply until 1958, when they were used as a regional seat of government and time. The site was sold to private owners circa 1993, with the plan to convert them for residential and on commercial properties. However, this was met with strange oppositions from the Preservation Trust, who believed that the tunnels should be preserved as a place of historical significance. It is believed that at least 6 people died during the construction of the tunnel, and it stands to reason that most of the paranormal activity that occurs here is attributed to those people. One of those spirits is known by name Oswald, and he is said to be very mischievous. He likes to pull hair, move objects, and touch people all throughout the tunnels. There is also much darker activity here, and it's been rumored that during the decommissioning of the site, the tunnels may have been used as a place for satanic rituals and worship. This is thought to have opened up a door to another realm, and visiting mediums have warned of a demonic presence. Here's other haunted places in West Midlands. Guy's Cliff House, the Four Crosses, Alton Towers, Yale Black Cross, Birmingham Town Hall, Ludlow Castle, Tamworth Castle, Warwick Castle. What?
So I've heard of the Ludlow Castle. I've heard stories about it. It's like one of the most talked about areas there. I pulled up something here. Something Tammy was mentioning something, and I came across something here that I guarantee a lot of you fellow Americans over here in the United States probably would not recognize this item. If Mary let me share, I want to see if you guys can tell me what this particular item is.
Yeah. Bring it up. I don't see it.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to say go. All right. There we go. So if you see my pointer, you see the white item?
Yeah.
The white object here with the red doors, with red and glass doors?
Yeah.
Okay. I know
what it is.
Many of you probably haven't seen one in many, 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 many years. Can you tell me what this is?
It's a phone booth.
It's a telephone booth.
Yeah. Telephone. I tell you, the UK, I think, has got to be one of the last countries that has these everywhere still. I'll tell you, it's hard as hell to find one these days. I mean, you see you see payphones every once in a while, but an actual full on phone booth such as that, you know how rare they are around here.
There's one in Hartford, Connecticut.
I guess it's got to be expected to be, for a place that's been abandoned since the 1940s, you would expect to see something like that, I guess.
Is it haunted?
But this is the place that Tam mentioned in the chat. It's Tyneham Village, if I'm pronouncing that right. Tyneham Village.
Tyneham.
This place has been abandoned since 1943, apparently. Time stopped in 1943. Often referred to as Dorset's Lost Village. Only the memories of who used to live here now remain. The village was evacuated in December 1943 during World War II and has been deserted ever since. The area was needed for military training, but after the war ended, the villagers were not allowed to return. I can guess why. A lot of what they did back then, the things they had, the chemical weapons and things that they've used, like the atom bomb and things like that. There's probably been a lot of secret areas where they hid a lot of that shit and they didn't want it discovered. But I mean, that's just one theory. But yeah. So the village was evacuated in December 43. So you can still see some of the original buildings. The row was a row of 4 terraced houses numbered from the higher end near the church. Both the restored church and school buildings are still intact and have exhibitions about the village and villagers. So now I guess it's a tourist attraction, huh? I don't see any mention of paranormal activity or anything, but it is interesting to know there's an actual whole village that has been abandoned since World War II and is now just a tourist attraction, apparently. I figured since she mentioned it in the chat, I'd check it out and see what's going on. And then I saw that actual whole freaking phone booth, and I'm like, wait. I mean, I've seen payphones. Like I could go to the convenience store over here; they have a payphone outside still, but a phone booth like that is rare to see around here anymore. Like.
Well, I mean, look how their phone booths look. I mean, I like their.
They look like a guardhouse. Like,
fantastic.
Yeah, you would think they were like little guardhouses in front of the Buckingham Palace or something.
Right, you would think that. I mean, why not keep them as the they go.
You know what they really are?
The country, it's crazy. I think they're great.
You know what they really are, though. You know why they haven't? You know why they haven't torn them down yet? And why so many of them still exist in UK and especially over in England and stuff. They're secret portals to what's it called again?
Other countries.
Diagon Alley.
The portals.
Yeah, you put in a coin in the slot. You type in a secret number, and it transports you to Diagon Alley or the what was the building called where they the mystery of mysteries.
Boomer done lost something. Froze up. Froze up. There he is.
But anyway.
Froze up for a second.
Did I?
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to show you that just because I wanted to check it out and see what it was all about. I'd never heard of it before, and Tam mentioned it, so I'm like, oh, let me check this out real quick. So
that's fine.
Pretty interesting. Mysteries of Defense.
I think it's a portal to the Queen's bedroom, honestly.
Ministry, yes, Ministry of Magic. Thank you, Shire. At least somebody knows as much about Harry Potter as I do. I have all 8 DVDs, and I read all 7 books. I love Harry Potter.
I want the Vampire Diary books. Does anybody have them?
Oh, I could not stand Vampire Diary. All my nieces, fucking was heavy into Vampire Diaries.
Well, I want to read the books. Does anybody know where they're at? I mean,
I could ask my nieces.
Yeah.
I've never read the books, but they certainly got into the friggin' TV show.
I could probably get it at the library, but
hey, Through the Veil, what's crack-a-lackin'?
I could probably order it. Hi, Nicole.
Yeah. Barnes and Noble. Do you have a Barnes and Noble near you?
Yeah, I do. I got a couple bookstores here. Ghost at Ludlow Castle. The ghost that haunts this castle said to be that of Marion LeBrier. I don't know how you say it. She was the lover of an enemy of the castle, but was betrayed one fateful night. On the night Marion had arranged to meet the knight in the high tower in which she stayed, she was to lower a rope down to the ground for the knight to climb up. However, unbeknown to Marion, he was plotting to allow the enemy of Ludlow to climb up that rope also. Shortly after his entrance, 100 men stormed the castle, and Ludlow was handed over to its enemies. Upon realizing that her knight had betrayed her, she pulled his sword and slit his throat. Struck with grief and guilt, she threw herself from the tower window onto the rocks below. It has been reported that the ghost of Marion can sometimes be seen at dusk if you are to visit the tower on the anniversary of her death at the right time. You can also hear her screams. Many visitors and staff also report hearing the voices from empty rooms as though Someone is having a conversation after that. Imagine they have a lot of that there.
Hey, can you present me real quick for a second? I want to point you guys out something real quick.
Can I take a moment just to thank people that have hung with us almost 5 hours now?
Y'all see what's behind me there?
Yeah.
That's what I'm waiting to see.
What is it?
Episode 1, season 11 of TWD, baby. I'm putting it on hold. I'm waiting to watch that. I'm putting it on hold for you, Mary. I'm here with you, Mary. This is what I'm waiting to watch as soon as I'm done here.
What is it?
It's season 11, episode 1 of Walking Dead.
Oh, okay. Oh, you do love me then, don't you?
This is on Amazon Prime, AMC Plus, so I can always go back and watch it anyway. So this you can't go back and relive a live moment, okay?
Right.
So I'm here for the duration. I just wanted to mention it because I just happened to turn around. I forgot I had it sitting there paused, waiting to watch. I forgot all about it. Doing it like this was just like. So I just happened to see it behind me. I was like, I got to point that out because. Her boyfriend used her as a shield against police. You know, that happened here in our area. A husband went like wacko and barricaded him and his family inside the house. And when the police were there, now there was no fatalities, but he took his wife and put him in front of her, or put her in front of him in the window to when the police wanted to talk to him. He uses, I'm like, how the fuck can somebody do that? Like, how do you use your loved one or your child as a freaking shield?
They don't
You don't love them all that much.
Like, what the fuck goes on in somebody's head? That is crazy. Yeah, it is, Tams. I love it. When my brother and now sister-in-law, they were just dating at the time, first mentioned it to me, I was like, no, that doesn't sound like anything I'd be interested. I mean, you've seen one zombie movie, you've seen them all. You know, I've seen Day of the Living Dead. I've seen Night of the Living Dead. Every Living Dead movie you can imagine, I've seen it. I'm like, I'm not going to be interested in this. It almost sounds like it. And after I watched the first couple of episodes, I was hooked. I was like, yeah, this ain't nothing like what I thought it'd be. But yeah, go Rick.
Is anybody taking Ohio? If not, I'll do it.
What's that?
We're gonna do Vales, where she lives in Ohio, haunted places. Anybody want to do that?
Hey, have a good night, Shire. Well, morning for you. Watch videos? What did you say?
Night, Shire.
Good night,
Shire. Good night.
What is this M8? Oh, never mind. I'm stupid. Good night, night. Good night, Governor. Top of the morning, Governor.
Good morning, all.
Yes, I watched Twist a million times.
Sorry, you cracked me up. Okay, Ohio.
Ohio. I want to hear some shit about Ohio. Did you say this is a video you were playing?
No,
Someplace
it's
else,
haunted
or-
places.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, absolutely, Tammy. Absolutely. Sons of Anarchy was one of the best ever.
Yeah, I actually like that.
They're going to do a sequel to that. It's actually a prequel leading up to what the
They already did it.
supposed to start it in 2018.
Yeah, the spider's crawling on it.
They already did it.
No, they're making a new series.
Yeah. And it is the prequel. Yeah. They already did it.
When did they do it? I haven't seen it come out yet. I thought they had to stop production on it because of the COVID thing. I know they did. They have one they're doing now. It's called what's that other biker group they were involved in?
I don't know, but I have never watched the Sons of Anarchy, but I think I need to. I've got it queued to watch. I've never watched it though.
Oh, you gotta watch it. It's good.
And believe it or not, I've not watched The Walking Dead.
Oh, you got to try it. Well, if you have Amazon Prime,
well, I got Amazon Prime, but I also have I have what you have, but I also have
AMC Plus.
I got Movie Box, and I can watch anything I want to watch on there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Mary. Walking Dead is one of the few that actually has a good plot.
Is it? I haven't watched it. I don't know why.
28 days later and 28.
Now Tammy, my friend,
Mayans. Yeah, Mayans.
Yes, the Mayans. Yes, Mayans is the other show that
and I've got that queued up to watch too. She started watching Walking Dead, God, years ago, and it's when it first started. And she's, as far as I know, she's still watching it.
It first started 11 years ago.
Yeah, she started watching it
ago. They're on season.
I watched a couple episodes with her, but I mean, it wasn't nothing like watching the whole thing. I didn't start from the beginning or nothing.
I'll tell you.
I guess I need to.
AMC Plus, they have them playing live. But
I actually think Netflix has got it.
No,
I'll tell you with Mayans.
You take it off Netflix. They discontinued. They stopped playing it on Netflix on season 9.
Look at the spider.
After season 9, Netflix took it off. There's a whole bunch of shit that Netflix got rid of, and that was one of them.
Okay, that's creepy.
It is, isn't it?
Yes.
It's freaking me out.
I'll tell you,
little wolf spiders.
With the Mayans, I didn't watch much of it because the freaking first episode they were cutting guys' limbs off.
You can hit him with the thing and it kills him. Look. Watch.
Touch them with your pointer and they die and drop.
That's funnier than hell.
Hey, look, it's Freddy Krueger.
That's funny shit.
Freddy Krueger.
I just killed the spiders. I bet they get back up. What do you want to bet?
So I guess it's safe to assume everybody made it through this past Friday the 13th, right?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say, yeah.
10 of Ohio's most haunted places is Ohio State Reformatory, Mansfield, Ohio.
I think Dave was there.
Mansfield Reformatory, this historic prison, first opened its doors in 1886 and ceased operation in 1990. According to Dead Ohio, the location was built to humanly rehabilitate first-time offenders. However, as time went on, the conditions inside the prison began to deteriorate, and the legacy of the site became an associated with torture, abuse, and murder. The Mansfield Reformatory Preservation Society, MRPS took over the prison in 1995 and opened the location for ghost tours because those that died there were said to still linger in spirit. Ever since it was opened to the public, it has been considered one of the most haunted places in the United States, and paranormal investigators have captured a number of orbs and photographs, haunted EVPs. Many visitors report feeling cold spots and equipment malfunctions for no reason. Some of the most haunted locations in the prison are said to be the East Wing first floor bathroom and the third floor of the administration building, where shadowy figures have been spotted on multiple occasions. The cell blocks are also known to house some spirits where tons of murders and suicides took place while the prison was still in operation. Lafayette Hotel, Marietta, Ohio. Look at that monstrous place there. That looks like the building that was used for in the show something Hunters. Oh God, I'll have to think. Location is the oldest town of Ohio. The Lafayette Hotel in Marietta was originally built atop an old hotel called the Bellevue and is no stranger to ghosts. Dating back in 1892, the Riverfront Hotel was a beautiful gem on the corner of the Front and Green Streets until a fire destroyed it in 1916. The new structure was built, and to this day, it is one of the most popular paranormal attractions in this historic town. The hotel is believed to be haunted by its former owner, and visitors have reported a number of strange occurrences, including missing items, emptied shampoo bottles, and suitcases that were turned upside down. The third floor is said to be the most haunted, and some places even refuse to go up there. This floor is ideal, though, if for thrill seekers who are looking to enjoy a good scare during their stay. Akron Civic Theater, Akron, Ohio. We got a Civic Theater here.
I've been past there.
Dating back in 1929, the Civic Theater in Akron has a reputation for being quite haunted. The ghost who is believed to reside here is that of a loyal janitor who once worked at the theater. He was rumored to have died during this shift and allegedly gets angry at people who mess up the bathrooms. Another spirit seen is a well-dressed man who has been spotted sitting up in the balcony on occasion. A girl ghost is the third spirit that lingers here, and she is said to be walking along the old canal behind the theater. Stories say the girl committed suicide in the canal long ago, and that she can sometimes be heard crying. Did we do Ohio already? We didn't do Ohio, did we?
No.
Franklin Castle. It just sounded the same as another theater. Franklin Castle, Cleveland, Ohio. Look at that. It's pretty. Pretty scary.
I think what you're thinking of, Mary, is when the other night when we were doing the cryptid, he did Ohio for cryptids, but we didn't do haunted areas.
No, I was thinking of another theater tonight. It sounded almost identical to it.
Oh, there's so many haunted theaters out here.
I know, that's what I said.
The theater in the city I grew up in, the State Theater, that place is haunted, but it's just never been like
investigated.
Yeah, like it's never been like put out to the public, like, you know, because I guess they didn't want.
Well, I think
it's already a college city.
I think the
Civic Theater
what?
They didn't want the city to be a freaking tourist site, you know. So I mean, we already got to deal with two major colleges there. But, I mean,
This historic home on Franklin Boulevard has 4 stories and more than 20 rooms, and some ghost stories too. According to Forgotten Ohio, the residence is known as Ohio's most haunted house, featuring a number of ghosts who reside there. It dates back to the late 1800s and was built by Hans Tiedemann, who also included some hidden passages throughout the home. Along with being a private residence, the location also operated as a clubhouse for a Nazi organization and a site for bootlegging during Prohibition. There have been a number of tragedies at the home experienced by the Tiedemann family. Hans was believed to have hanged his daughter Katie in one of the secret passageways, and 4 other children of his also died in the home. 3 were babies when they died, and the 4th was a teenager who died of diabetes. Eerie occurrences here include ghost sightings, sounds of babies crying, and the apparition of a thin woman in black, believed to be Katie Tiedemann. A group of men were also gunned down at the mansion following a dispute with Nazi sympathizers, and their ghostly discussion can still be heard to this day. Agora Theater, Cleveland, Ohio. This historic theater is located in Euclid Street, Euclid Avenue, and has been likes of Elvis and the Beatles who have performed on stage here, but many say this Cleveland theater has some haunting history as well. A number of apparitions have been spotted here, mostly one of a man wearing a yellow raincoat. Psychic Sonia once did an investigation here and even performed an exorcism and said the ghostly man's name was John. Employees still report strange feelings inside the theater, though, even after the exorcism took place. Some say that not all spirits are eliminated. Another theater, Majestic Theater, Chillicothe, I can't say that name, Ohio. Can y'all say that name?
I can't even read it. I can't say it.
It's Chillicothe.
All right, hang on.
Chillicothage.
Chillicothe. Yeah, it's Chillicothe Theater, or Chillicothe, Ohio.
All right.
I think it's somewhere near Dayton, if I remember.
Located in the historic downtown Chillicothe, the Majestic Theater dated back in 1853 and was built on the site of the town's first bank, which had burned down. The theater became a makeshift morgue and autopsy site in 1918 when a Spanish flu epidemic swept the nearby Camp Sherman. It has been said that the soldiers' spilled blood was pumped into the alley, which is still called Blood Alley. To this very day, eerie reports here include apparition sightings and foggy shapes, and even a dead body that appeared on the stage during a performance. A ghostly man wearing a dark suit and top hat also has been spotted floating down an aisle, and a little girl has been seen running through the dressing rooms. I've seen this house before. I don't know where at, but I have seen this house. Mud House Mansion, Ohio. Its once private residence is sometimes known as the Hartman Place and is now abandoned, but the owner will supposedly sue anyone who trespasses onto the property illegally. The brick home was built in the mid-19th century, according to Mysterious Heartland, and it has quite the history. It has been said the home's original owner treated his servants terribly and would even lock them away in a basement. The servants escaped one night and murdered their master and his entire family. Another story surrounding the home involves the owner's wife who murdered her children. The ghostly victims are believed to roam the rooms of the house and other buildings on the property. A white apparition has been spotted standing at the front window of the house, and area lights have been seen moving around the upper levels. Murdered family members and ghostly slaves have been both spotted and heard here as well. Exploring is discouraged as the area is often patrolled by police. So you can't go there unless you want to go to jail. Athens Lunatic Asylum, the Ridges, Athens, Ohio. Hang on, I gotta get a drink. I've read a lot tonight. This mental hospital first opened its doors in 1874 and has been a location full of paranormal activity for quite some time. There are 3 cemeteries nearby that have over 1,900 graves, all marked with just one number. Story says that some of the mental patients at the asylum had been veterans, victims of war, violence, and post-traumatic stress disorder, many who are believed to linger the grounds and spirits to this day. The majority of patients were admitted by their family members or court-ordered, and according to Haunted Athens, Ohio, the hospital ended up becoming the center of cruel treatment to its patients. One patient in particular, Margaret Schilling, suddenly disappeared in 1978, and stories say she was playing hide and seek with the nurses who got distracted and forgot to look for her. More than a month had gone by, and her body was found by a maintenance worker. The stain from her dead body is said to still be there, and whenever it is scrubbed clean, it reappears. Due to its high reports of eerie activity, the asylum has been featured on TV's paranormal show, The Scariest Places on Earth. Nicole's still here? She been there? Ain't that where
doubt it.
Huh?
I think she just popped in quick.
I think that's where she's been.
Yeah, but Nicole's not here. She just popped in real quick to say hi.
Hey, I just put a word in the chat. Tell me how you would pronounce that.
I'm not falling for that again.
Derek fell asleep.
Good morning, Derek.
Derek, can you pronounce that word I put in the chat?
It's all right, Derek. Toffanek. Toffanek.
Beth, you want to give it a shot?
I messed it up before when I said it.
That's the most common mistake everybody makes when they come through here, this area, and see that.
Taganic?
Taganic. Yes, it's the name of a state park in the area I grew up in, Taganic State Park or Taganic Falls. And everybody from that's not from this area, they read that sign. They say just like that, Toffanek.
There's no F there.
Are you Toffanek or not? Are you tough or not?
There's no F there.
No, GH traditionally makes the F sound. Okay.
Derek, are we putting you to sleep or we're being boring?
Yeah, PH makes the F sound, not
so
PH.
5 hours reading, I think I'm done.
Spell enough.
Only if it's at the end of the word.
Not always. There's words with GH in the middle that have that sound too.
Yeah, I can't think of any.
Sounds like Cornish word. That does, Boomer.
Sounds like what?
Cornish words.
It's
Carl
it's
wants to
actually
know.
Native American. Every lake, all the Finger Lakes, every town and state park in the area I grew up in is named after some sort of African American tribe or a word, or not African, Native American tribe or Native American word.
Yeah.
Like Cuca. Cuca is a Native American word.
Carl wants to know if anybody's heard of the Lamb House in Carmel, Maine. If anybody's been there.
I have heard of it, but I've never been there,
heard
even
of
though
it,
I
but
lived up there.
I've never been east.
What is it? Lamb
Or
House?
The Lamb
Never heard of
House.
it. No. Nope. Never heard of it.
Thanks, Derek, for saying we're not boring. I thought we was boring tonight.
I guarantee you that Derek most likely fell asleep at the same time Sheriff and Missy did while I was
I'm
doing
not
nothing
asleep.
on New York.
Missy's not
Oh,
asleep.
Missy's awake. Okay.
Now, Sheriff fell asleep a long time ago. Sheriff fell asleep a long time ago.
Yeah, I know. Like I haven't seen Derek say anything in the chat since then either. So I assume they all got bored to sleep when I was talking.
He said we're not boring, so
I dozed off for a bit. That was the first time I ever did that on a piano.
Well, he's just trying to be nice because he doesn't want to single me out. So he's just including me in that we all are not boring. Because he's too nice to say, well, you ladies aren't boring at all, but that boomer guy, wow, can he go on?
But actually, now that you bring it up, I do need to drop down and try and go back to bed.
Yeah, I need to drop down too so I can get started on this show. I don't want to be up all night with it.
Love you guys.
Love you too.
Love you, Misty.
Good
Night,
seeing
everybody.
you again, Miss. Anyway, Boomer, you are the man. Oh, thanks, Derek. I appreciate that. Now be honest with me.
It's going on 5.5 hours, so.
I mean, I have been on for almost 6 hours. I got 35 thumbs up. Thank you all. Thank you so much for the thumbs up. I highly appreciate it. I think I'll do some shout out on some channels. Maybe.
No, don't shout me out.
Just shout at him.
I think my live streaming days are pretty much over.
Yeah.
I have to rely on you guys going live.
Oh, you can be a part of ours.
But yeah, I'm gonna step down here too so I can get this.
You don't like StreamYard, you can share my StreamYards, but you don't like it.
Huh?
You can share my StreamYards, but you don't like StreamYards. You can
The
use
only way I could share, no, it's the same problem I have with other people's Zoom. The only way I'd be able to share that as a platform to do a panel on is to use OBS, and it's the OBS that's not working right.
Why can't you do a panel on regular like we do? You don't have to do OBS. Huh?
What do you mean on regular?
Like I do. I don't use OBS.
Because he wants all the fancy shit.
I don't have the funds anymore to keep Zoom going.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying. I said I'll share it with you. I'll give you the ID and everything to get in.
Oh no, don't do that.
I mean, I trust you. I know you ain't gonna do nothing to it.
I appreciate that.
Yes, does too, I'm sure.
I mean, I'm still
You
not
wanna-
really.
You got an
all
offer.
that, like,
You got an offer to StreamYards, and you got an offer to
here,
the other two. So whatever Beth's got, she's got.
but
I got Zoom.
So you got an offer to one.
yeah. I just ain't feeling the live streaming thing either. So,
Well, if you get to filling it, you just let us know.
Yep.
yeah. All right. I'll check you all later. Thanks for putting up with me again.
All right.
Thanks for not falling asleep like everybody else
You're
during my
very welcome,
presentation.
and I'm glad you was here and helped out. Thank you for helping, reading and stuff.
Who was that a little while back mentioned they wanted, like, they're like really into the Civil War era stuff?
Derek is.
Oh, Derek, is he the one that mentioned being a buff or wanting to? Were you here, Derek, when I was talking about the prison camp and stuff in Elmira? You know,
I think he was asleep at that point.
No, I think he was awake because he was talking.
Check that out. Yeah, check that out. If you just Google like I did, Google Elmira, that'll bring up a bunch of shit about it.
Elmira, New York. Elmira, New York.
Or just Google Civil War prison camp in Elmira. You'll get a bunch of information there. So yeah, they go on to talk about the cemetery when it was established and all that, and you see all they have articles on the train wreck that happened. They have a bunch of stuff about the prison camp itself, when it was erected, when it was taken down, and all that stuff. There's more information out there about it earlier. I don't know if you were here earlier when I was reading that, but
Derek, you don't have to type out my whole channel name. You can just call me Mary. Everybody else calls me Mary. You might as well too.
right, Mary, so contrary. Anyway, y'all have an awesome Monday, because it is now Monday.
I think I'll go live again probably Tuesday or Thursday. Okay, probably Tuesday.
All right, well, just hit me up on Messenger or something to remind me.
I will. What I'll do is I'll tell you ahead of time.
Yeah, I forgot about tonight. As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for me checking my messages, I would have never seen that link.
I know. I forgot to tell you I was going live tonight. I thought I told you the other day though.
No, I do remember you mentioning it, but you know, if you mention to me something you're gonna do in 3 days from now, I'm gonna forget it by the time it happens.
All right, I'll remind you. Okay.
4 strokes, 2 deaths. You know, multiple head trauma. My memory's.
I'll remind you that morning. Will you be able to remember it that night?
All right.
I tell you that morning.
I mean, not necessarily because I want to ride your tail up here, but I mean, I don't have to be on the panel each time. I'm just saying, give me a reminder that you're doing a live, and so I know when and where, so I can at least check it out.
Well, and I don't mind you being up here. As long as you let other people talk too, we're good.
You mean like Beth?
I've been pretty quiet tonight.
Yeah, I could feel you chomping at the bit, though.
Yes, Carl, you're picking up tons of names from there, from Misty.
All right, thanks again. Y'all have a good morning. Good morning, good night, good afternoon, whatever.
Hey, how's your dad? Text me how your dad is. I'm telling you to do that.
I haven't gotten anything new on him. So, last I spoke to my mom, they were looking at 3 different places to see if they have any openings for him for, to tuck him away somewhere where,
He used to be on an Alzheimer's unit.
So, I don't know what they've decided on because nobody tells me anything. I have to call them and ask them. So,
All right.
They haven't called me in 2 days to let me know any updates or anything.
All right. Well, if you hear any updates, just
So
let me
if I
know.
hear anything, I'll let you know. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right, y'all. Much love. Keep it real.
All right. Take care.
He barely got that out.
Beth, you doing an investigation in place shortly in old active place, on old active site. Beth, are you doing an investigation that I don't know about?
I don't know about it either, but apparently Carl does. I mean, anything's possible.
Anyway, I've been on here 5.5 hours. I guess I'll call it. I'll set my next live ahead of time, you guys, so be looking for the reminder. Derek, if you want to, you can hit me up on Facebook. It's up to you, or Twitter, either one. Twitter, I'm underneath my channel name. It was JujuBean _43 over there at Twitter, and it brings me up. And then Facebook, it's under Mary Neal, Neale. In case you're still here, I don't even know if you're still here. Anyway, I'm going to say good night. It's been a good night. It's been a long night, and I've done a lot of talking, and I'm ready to stop talking for a while. I think. Anyway, much love, Carl. Thank you for being here. Carl, you come in late. We done our states before you come in. I think me and Beth and Sheriff. We done Sheriff's first, then we done mine.
Well, you know what, Carl? I have been asked to look at a private home or help at a private home. And maybe that's what you're picking up on. In fact, the woman was here yesterday.
I would like to go do one, Carl, but I gotta wait till my car's fixed or I get a different car. And then I'm gonna go to some cemeteries. I have to go where my wheelchair will go, so my electric scooter.
At this house, what's going to be tricky is one of the 5 children is autistic. So definitely got to have that child out of there. Probably all of them, to tell you the truth.
We the other night we was on Sheriff's channel. If you guys don't have Sheriff's channel, he goes live and we go live over there with him. And drop Sheriff's channel in case they don't have it, Beth. You can do that. And we go live over there with him, and his son come on the other night, and we pretty much done an investigation with his son. Well, I did a medium reading with his son and them, and then we closed out. We did more after we closed out. Quite a bit more, actually. I think he was a little surprised. Just a little bit, wasn't you, Beth? I think he was a little shocked, really.
Huh? Sorry, I was typing and...
Sheriff's son, I still think we shocked him just a little bit the other night, or I did.
Oh, Sheriff's son.
You stay here, Val. Thank you for being here.
Yeah. Just a little bit. Quite a bit, actually.
We just done some Ohio while you was here. Haven't you been to that asylum that I was talking about? That I brought up for Ohio? I think you've been there, haven't you? Their Sheriff's channel. We went live there last night. Wasn't it last night?
I was going to tell her no, that I probably can't. And then when I asked Danny, and Danny has faith in me, it's like, if Danny has faith in me, why don't I?
Danny's got faith in me too. That's why, yeah. So, too expensive. Yeah, I get it. I get it, Nicole. I get it. What was I going to say? Oh, I was helping somebody the other day, and I sent him a message and told him, that this person, blah blah. He says, "You can do it." He said, "You just don't see it." He said, "You don't see that you can help this person." He said, "This is how." He said, "How do you think you do it?" And I kind of went through it, and he said, "What do you do?" And I told him, and he says, "Then what are you waiting for?" He said, "I told you that you're capable of getting rid of negative spirits if you just do it." And I said, "Okay."
Well,
so I done it. I'm on the free train for a minute. I understand that. I understand it, Nicole, 100%. I understand it. I live on fixed income, so I get it. 100% get it. I'm going to have to go where places are free or I can't go. It's going to be cemeteries and stuff like that. Like I can go to the library in October. I'll do the library if it's open. If we have it. If we have an investigation, I'll do one there.
Sheriff is on wood.
Yeah, sheriff's asleep. I may go live while I do that investigation that night. I don't know if they'll. I'm going to see if they'll let me.
Uh-oh. They're going to get into something.
Oh.
This doesn't sound good.
Is it going to be good? I can't wait.
Yeah. That's understandable.
Vale, could you use somebody else's StreamYards if they let you? Or would you? Hi, Seamstress.
Hey, Rosie.
How are you?
Oh, I miss you, Rosie.
I was just saying Rosie. That's what I was supposed to say, Rosie. Our little Rosie. Beautiful Rosie. It's been so long since I've seen you. Good. I hope so. Good. I'm glad you're good, Rosie. It's been so long. I've missed you. Well, I know you do. Oh, you just need the internet. That's what your problem is. Okay. All right, I get it. The Carl's picking up on the house that you was talking about, Beth.
Uh-huh, yeah.
I picked up a couple of them myself, but I just haven't said nothing yet.
I know who one is already. Yeah, Richard.
I haven't even seen you on Messenger, Rosie. All right. I'll have to remember that because I haven't seen you on. I seen you on Francis's. Francis says she has cancer. And I wouldn't be saying that right now, but she come in the chat the other night and said it.
Yeah.
Or I wouldn't be putting that out there. Just so everybody knows that she told everybody in my chat the other night. I feel for her. I knew. I told Beth that I thought she was sick.
I knew she. I knew. I'll be honest. Deep down, I knew.
Yeah, me too.
But it's hard to approach someone. You know.
You must be on when I'm sleeping, Rosie, because I'm usually asleep during the day. I'm a night owl.
I've been there once already, Carl.
Well,
I
he said,
haven't actually
"They should
been
go
in.
back."
I haven't actually been in the house, but
Yeah, I do too. I do too from time to time. Rosie, I'll talk to her once in a while. Not very often, but she come and chat the other night and talked to us. Told me she had cancer. She didn't say what kind, but I kind of can guess.
I don't know Survivor Girl's name.
Survivor.
Oh, well, I should say. I knew it at one point, but I forgot it at this point.
Believe it or not, Carl, I can smell it. I smell it on them. I can smell it a mile away. Not a mile, but I can cross the room. I can smell if somebody has cancer. I don't know how, but I can. I don't, and it doesn't matter which cancer it is. It's like I just know and I can smell it.
Well, they're finding now that cats can detect it.
Dogs can too.
Yeah, well, I already knew that, but now they realize that cats can also.
Right.
No, no, she goes by Francis.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, it's. I don't know how to explain the smell except it does have a little sweet to it, but it's kind of like I don't know, like a bad infection mixed with sweet, mixed in with. It's crazy.
Yep.
I bet they do.
Yeah.
Dogs can sense that too, especially if they're trained to it. But smoke dogs do, period.
If I'm not feeling right anywhere, my cat will tap me with her paw where I don't feel good. It never fails. It's like she's letting me know that she knows. It's funny that Rosie showed up because I was thinking about June earlier tonight.
She's doing good, ain't she?
The last I knew.
Talking about June?
Yeah, June well.
Yeah, she's doing good. She was live deal. She was just live earlier. I think you need one, Val. I think it'd be good for you. And you can make it your what do you call it? Your familiar. Yeah, she got one D live. Yeah.
Is she? Oh, cool.
Yeah, she's been hoofing it. Let me tell you, she's been moving right on up the ladder over there. She played games, man. She gets on there and plays in games. I couldn't play them if I wanted to. Them fighting games, she gets on there and plays and just goes on. You're here. See, she gets into it, boy. Sometimes she goes, "Oh, look at that! I just got killed! Oh my god!" She cracks me up.
I'm just an animal person.
Well, get you a cat. That's what I'm saying. You can make it your familiar. I can make it work.
Oh, heck, I have a turtle as a centerpiece on my coffee table, you know? A live one. Yeah, I should say
I
it's
don't play
alive.
strange games. I spend time killed. Rosie. I would too. I wouldn't be able to play without cussing. I'd be cussing like a sailor on there. I'd be cuss words flying left and right. I have 2 fuzz balls now. So you got 2 cats? Well, then you're not alone. I thought you and, I could be wrong, but I thought you and Jax lived together. Kind of hard. I guess you can have it out if you want one. It might take care of the fuzz balls for you though.
Just that would be cool to have an owl. I love owls.
I think there's people who do have owls as pets, don't they?
Oh, I don't know.
I know somebody's got a snow. I believe I seen on YouTube. She's got a snow owl.
A snowy owl? They're huge. Yeah. They're gigantic. They're almost as tall as I am. Those are gigantic birds.
Well, I need to keep him. That's totally up to you, Val. I'm not getting in that.
It's probably not a bad idea.
That's something you have to ask yourself if you love him. Just because we all like him don't mean, it's a different story when you live with somebody. So that's between you and him. Is he a keeper or a giver? A giver where?
Oh, goodness.
I had
yeah.
Egyptian cat. He was crazy. Played with foxes and badgers in the backyard.
I love any owl.
I love those great horned owls. I think the white owl is majestic. I think they're beautiful. Roll him over. Roll him over. Roll him over and say, hey, you got to shut up. I can't hear Mary over you. Tell him Mary said, shut up. Quit snoring.
Oh, goodness.
All right. Oh, that's funny.
Oh, goodness.
That's some funny stuff right there.
Yeah, I couldn't have a raptor, not with having other animals in the house.
I didn't know there's raptor birds. Do they eat meat?
Yes, all raptors are meat eaters.
I ain't never seen a raptor bird. I don't know even what they look like. I'm going to look it up.
Eagles are raptors.
Sounds like a chainsaw.
Eagles, hawks, they're all raptors.
We're gonna name him Chainsaw Buzz.
Mary.
Chainsaw.
Mary, our national bird is a raptor.
I know that. An eagle. I knew that. What I'm talking about, he's calling it a red kite raptor bird. I don't know what it is. That's what I'm saying.
The red kite is the type of raptor it is.
Okay, well, I'm saying. And buzzards are raptors, I know.
Yes. Yeah, all raptors are meat eaters.
Holy crap! 5-foot wingspan? Holy tamale! Oh my god! Lord, they can keep them. I don't want a bird that size. I'm afraid it'd eat me. Afraid I'd die and nobody find my body, and the bird had me half ate before they come and get me. I have a Savannah cat and a Maine Coon fuzzball.
Yes, Carol.
Yeah, I'm still going, but I'm fixing the end here in about. I'm going another 15 minutes. I'm calling it.
My cat's a Maine Coon.
I'm going to 6 hours, and I'm calling it. I'm at 5:46 now.
Most of my cats have been Maine Coons, actually. I've had all kinds of dogs. It's probably time to put my
what?
It's probably time to put my bird cage away since the cockatiel died.
Well, when's your family coming? I mean, you've been cleaning for your family. That's what
family.
Misty and them's been doing, getting ready for theirs. I heard something about a volleyball net and something.
No, she's not family. She's been my best friend since 7th grade, though. Her and her husband, which I've never met.
Jesus Christ, 7-foot wingspan of a buzzard? Lord, they could carry you off. If they could carry a small man off. Now tell me they couldn't. Or
they could definitely tear a couple big holes in you. No, he's not, Carol.
He's been asleep for over half of this. I just left him up there. He's been asleep for the last 4 hours, I would say.
At least, yeah.
At least 3 of it. I want a bobcat, Maine Coon crossbreed cat next.
Those are cool.
He's muted. Believe me, he snores.
Oh, yeah, he has to be muted.
He muted himself. I can't unmute him and try to find out, but he muted himself.
He snores.
I done tried that the last time he fell asleep, which was the last time I was on. He fell asleep on that one, too. Oh, maybe it will let me. No, it won't let me unmute him.
Yeah, well, especially Mary, since she's only in Indiana.
Nicole says Jax is over snoring so loud that he's keeping her awake and everybody else probably.
Oh, Carol, I've had 2 wolves. Oh, they are so
yeah.
good
I
pets.
take the wolf in a heartbeat. Frank's sister's got one, full-blooded.
I had one full and one that was wolf shepherd.
She got a full-blooded timber wolf. I think it's timber wolf. She's pretty. She's big. She was pretty. I don't know if she's old. She may have passed by now. I don't know. Well, I haven't talked to her.
Yeah, the Maine Coon Lynx crosses are pretty cool too.
Cutting the forest down. He got the chainsaw out and going to town, huh?
There was a coyote where my dad worked that I would play with all day.
She's cracking me up. Poor Jax.
Well, I'm not sure. It was a coyote or a bobcat? I'm not even sure now. One or the other. I played with it all day where my dad worked.
He must be tired. Yeah, I remember seeing pictures of her, Rosie, that you sent me. Yeah, this dog his sister's got. She one good dog, man. She good, well trained in the house. She didn't use the bathroom in the house. Very protective of the kids. She watched over them. She slept with Bailey when Bailey was little. She'd lay right beside her and sleep at night.
You put it in a dress.
He lives tired. I bet.
Yeah.
I bet he was tired. That's why he's snoring so bad. The more tired you are, the more you snore. I don't snore, believe it or not.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
The only time I snore is when my nose is stopped up. Frank can tell you I don't snore. I have to be sick or my nose stopped up for me to do it. Other than that, I don't.
Wait a minute. Who's drunk, Carol?
Make it look sweet and drunk. What? What's she talking about?
I don't know. But tequila would make its clothes fall off, so.
I don't think they know she owns it. She even took it to the vet, and she told the vet that it was a mixed breed, but it's not. It's full blooded.
The vet would know.
The vet didn't check it.
That would know.
The vet didn't question her. I mean, this she looks dead up like a full-blooded wolf. I mean, you can't. There's no mistaking it. I bet that is a massive dog. They get big to start with. Both of them do. An Irish Wolfhound, they ain't that the biggest dog there is. That in Newfoundland. I'd like to be with a tent and a campfire. Yeah, I bet you would. I bet.
I haven't done that in like 12 years.
I think she told him part husky or something like that. She was part husky.
Nicole.
Someone said the balls fall over the butt and cause suction while men snore. Oh my God. Maybe you reach over there and knock them over so he'll quit snoring on you. Roll him over, Nicole. Roll him over. Oh my God. Oh, that's funny shit.
Remove the balls. We told the spirits to move the balls all the time, so, you know.
Well, I would have to say that I might snore if I'm extremely, extremely tired. And if it's the night I'm thinking of with you, Beth, I hadn't slept for 2 days. Now, it wasn't with you. It was on, I know when it was, and I hadn't slept for almost 2 days at that time. It's when not too long after my carbon monoxide built up and I was scared to sleep. And I'd only go to sleep when I was extremely tired.
Well, it's one way to do it, Nicole.
Well, I'm over with my foot. Right? That'd be one way to do it.
Yeah,
English Mastiffs. English Mastiffs are huge.
Yeah, you can put a saddle on them things.
Towards the house down. I used to have a little Pekingese. He had the cutest little snore. You know how because they're pug faced. He didn't have that breathing issue that they have. He didn't have that, and the vet actually wanted me to show him. He said you could actually show this dog professionally. He said he's that worthy. He said he's beautiful for his breed. And he said, you keep him well groomed. And I did. And he was beautiful. He had, I kept his hair combed. I kept him bathed. I had him from a puppy. He was just a little bitty fur ball. It ended up being 15 pounds for his breed, that he was a good size Pekingese. And I had him well trained. The vet tried to get me to show him, and I wouldn't do it.
Oh, goodness. That's another big dog.
I'd have felt weird after trying to show my dog like that. He said, I'll take him and show him for you. I almost let him because he was registered. He could have showed him big time in the dog shows. I may would have got money doing that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have showed him, but he was pretty. He was a pretty dog. I ended up giving him away because my ex, which the one that has the issues, we was moving to Tennessee, and he says, you can't take it with you. You can't take it with you. And I cried and cried. I cried for over a week over that dog. Every day I was crying. I'd hear his name and I'd start bawling. And I felt so bad giving him away. So bad. And if I could have found him when I moved back home, I'd have went and got him. But I didn't. I couldn't find him. I'd have went and begged for the people to give him back to me. Yeah, Carl. I used to have a Staffordshire pit. This pit was huge, man. He was tall and huge. They're taller than the regular pit. But this dog could do some crazy tricks with frisbees and balls and stuff up in the air. He could do flips and everything else. He could run up on you and flip over, and that dog was something else. Catch a frisbee a good 8 feet in the air. Maybe
oh my goodness, that poor Yorkie.
We had a freak of nature Yorkie in back flat. Whoa, wow, we called him Barnabas Collins. The mom was the Yorkie. Wow. Little bitty Yorkie, or there's different size Yorkies. I mean, there's the little bitty ones, and then there's the mid-size.
They're still smaller than the lab.
Yeah, I agree with that. But there's bigger Yorkies than there's a mid-size Yorkie that probably is what it was. I can't see it being the little bitty one.
I don't know. She's saying that was a freak of nature, so.
She just backed up to it and let it have it. Thought it wanted something bigger than what it usually gets.
Oh, gosh.
Lordy, howdy, mercy. I just had to. Never mind. Picture in my brain of them being locked together and the lab carrying it around. I'm sorry, man.
Not even cold water.
Oh my God. Oh, that's, I mean, I don't even know what to say to that. Shit.
Oh my goodness, you said it was a little one.
Oh my God. Yeah. I didn't stop that fast enough.
Yeah, there is a point of
Oh
no
my God,
return.
it got on the footstool in the lab. She was a horny little booger, wasn't she? She did get on the footstool and let the lab have it. Wow. She bound determined to have some that night, wasn't she? Oh my God. Things we talk about on this channel.
She was a little hussy.
Yeah, she was. She's a little horny hussy.
Well.
The Staffordshire Bull Terrier was first bred by a local guy called James Nutt from Tipton, West Midlands, back in 1880. Yeah, that don't surprise me, but it was beautiful. It was he was brindle, well trained. I had a vet give me that dog. She couldn't keep it. She had other dogs, and she her oldest dog, they didn't get along for some reason, and she couldn't keep it. She hated it, but he turned out like the Yorkie with
yes, Eli.
the Yorkie head and the fro on top. Well, that's funny. Well, that's cool. He turned out like that. In other words, Mama had more to do with it than Mel. I'd say so, since she got up on the stool to get it.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, my God, it cracks me up. Sheriff's asleep, Eli. Eli, you come back. We just fixing the end. Yeah, she's still kicking. I'm surprised she is. She don't get on the stool no more, does she? Tell her none of that. Tell her that is too much for her. Ugliest dog ever.
Well, apparently not.
Really, Carl? This one was a pretty good sized dog, man. It wasn't no small one.
Is there such a thing as a small lab?
No, I'm just saying this dog was bigger than the lab. This dog I had was.
Well, no, Carl is saying small lab, but is there such a thing as a small one? I never had a small one.
Before. Had a Pickapoo and St. Bernard mix once. Oh, Lordy, howdy, mercy.
Oh, what a combo.
Moved. A Pickapoo and a St. Bernard. Lord, it's a Pekingese and Poodle mix.
Yes.
With the St. Bernard mix. Lord have mercy. That's a hell of a combination there.
Yeah, it is. Can you imagine a Saint Bernard with the attitude of a Pekingese and poodle? Whoa.
Well, the dog we got from Frank's mom is not hi.
Hi.
Someone come say hi.
Kind of dog is Jack, not a Jack Russell, but a oh God, what's the name of the other one? They're like Jack Russells, but they're not Jack Russell.
A Boston Terrier.
No, no, it's not a Boston Terrier. I can't think of the name of it. It might be it's a Jack Russell.
What's up, Hawk?
It's a Jack Russell Terrier. Hi, Hawk.
Hey, Billy.
What's the dealio?
Natural eyeliner.
We're just shooting the shit.
Yeah. I bet she was pretty.
I bet she was. Yeah, you must think so.
Eli and his I bet.
Yeah, I just couldn't sleep. I tried to go to sleep, and I was just like, "Oh, I promised Mary to go on her panel, so I'll be up here for a little bit till she ends." So.
Well, I was just fixing to end.
Yeah.
And Nicole, we've been talking. Nicole's been cracking us up. She said Jack's is snoring.
Well, I can't sleep because Hawk had that weird spirit box playing on the stream, and I was just like, "Oh, freak me out."
Who did?
Hawk. It was a good stream.
I didn't know he went live.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was going live tonight.
I will, Val.
He came in and said something.
Oh, well, I didn't know. I was busy reading something, I'm sure, Beth. So I didn't.
Yeah.
You read it out loud.
That he was going live tonight.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, I don't remember it. We're about to take something, another one of those nights.
I'm innocent.
I'm sorry, Vale. I know how you feel sometimes. Went live at 12.
That was a good one.
Midnight?
I didn't go on this panel, though.
What time is it?
2 hours ago.
Damn, man.
It's 2:08 here now.
What you be drinking?
Oh, I'll have to get off here. First, I want to go to bed.
Yeah, right.
I thought it was. He is, seriously. I thought it was earlier than what it is. I didn't check my phone. Yeah, it's 1:10 something now.
Hey, Carl. What's going on? I'm always late.
I'm sorry, Hawk. I didn't know you was going live. And I guess I read it or something. I guess I wasn't even paying attention to what I was reading. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Hawk.
I'd stopped and went over if it would have clicked in.
Yeah, man.
I wonder if I could help because I'm really into the true crime stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's 109 over here.
Well, I didn't know it's what he was doing tonight. He was doing a cold case tonight?
Mm-hmm. Me too. I just took my pills, but I was like, I might as well just come on because, yeah, I was thinking about that case, too. It's bad how, like, someone gets murdered and stuff like that, and, I mean...
Well, I'll watch it.
I wonder if he's reliving his death, over and over. It's tragic.
I don't know about that, but I do know that I watched the first part of his cold case that he done the other night, and I do know that I picked up on something, but I want to be for sure what I'm picking up on is clear cut.
Yeah, I'll come up
to me, and then I'll tell you about it. Because when it comes to cases like this, I don't want to I don't want to guess about something. I want to know for sure that what I'm getting is what I'm getting.
It's like me ordering Domino's, and I gotta make sure I get my food right. You know, so because if I don't get it right, then I'm disappointed. Okay, I'll be quiet.
I know that feeling. We ordered Domino's one night. My pizza didn't come with everything on it. It was supposed to have on it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I called them up. I got a free
that
pizza.
that stinks. I hate that. And they say we can't do nothing because you ordered it online. Like whatever, assholes.
Val, yeah, I'd say it's stressed with you, especially right now.
Ordering online, you gotta. It started word of mouth. That you could see that. You got proof.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, I press pepperoni, and that's it. And then they give me a cheese pizza. Then the lady there wants to be a little to me, and I'm just like, you know what? Mm.
A
Then when I
Mothman pizza.
exactly right, never had that before. Right, Bill?
Never will either.
I bet you won't.
I feel bad that I won that Hawks thing.
I haven't had pizza for 3 months. Feel it's normal for me.
I'll watch it as soon as I get off of here. Which I need to end actually.
Yeah, it's time for the end.
Frank's got
She's doing it because I came on. She's
No,
doing
I'm
it.
not. I'm doing it because
Yeah,
Frank needs to go to bed. Seriously.
mm-hmm.
He sent me a message. My phone was dead, and I just turned it on.
I take 3. Oh wow, bro. I took like 8 pills for me to go to bed, so
That all?
Dang, Neil.
I have to because yeah, with all my stuff going on.
All right, Hawk. We'll watch it. I will for sure. All right, we may watch it together.
But I'm about to drop down.
Pick on each other's brains on it.
I'm about to drop down to 4 next month, so
Are you?
my normal dosage because everything I went through and everything.
Well,
Then
I'm sure that they're doing what. Good night, Rosie. Thank you for being here, Rosie. Love you.
I'm going over the loop. I'm gonna watch that again because that was interesting. I kind of like I just couldn't sleep because I was thinking about that guy so horrible. What happened? Thanks, Hawk. I'll be calling you tomorrow too.
Oh my God, you had 3 seizures this week?
Oh wow.
I'm sorry, Vale.
What's he
I thought you had them.
Sorry, Carl.
I think it's from what we discussed, probably.
Yeah.
In private message. I'm not going to say what, but she knows what I'm talking about. I think
we don't know who your doctor is. How are we gonna do that?
well, see, Carl, I could take pregabalin.
I can't. My doctor.
I can't take everything because
your doctor. We don't know.
Yeah, gabapentin makes me gain weight. Pregabalin is good for me. They don't want to give me the Lyrica because it's too expensive.
Really, Carl? Wow. It should help your pain, but it amplifies it, huh? Some people like an allergic reaction to it, and that's what it does.
Oh, the muscle relaxers are good. Yeah.
Just stress, yeah, I know. That is stressful, though, Nicole. I mean, it's bound to be.
Yeah, I'm gonna ditto what Billy said right above you.
Yeah, me too. I agree with that.
Yeah, for real. Maybe I don't need Z quit. Yeah, I like that stuff, Al. I used to take it all the time. A long time ago.
Maybe I don't need ZQL.
Nah.
Oh my goodness, Ava is going to be popping in.
Yeah, I bet.
In less than 6 hours with her big mouth.
Ativan alone ought to put you.
I bet.
I mean, with me, Ativan's strong.
Oh, suicide. Why did he? Wow, Carl. I didn't know that.
Because it's a side effect.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't have side effects. I just the weight gain.
I don't have anything side effect from it except that weight gain's one of them, yes. But also, the other one's hair loss. So when I was on a higher dose, I was losing hair by the handfuls, and I'm not kidding you. Frank can tell you that.
Yeah. All right, Hawk. I will.
I combed my hair out, and I mean, I literally was thinning out by the day. And I'm like, something's got to give. So I went off a bunch of it, and I cut myself completely off of the Lyrica, and I put myself back on it, and I'm up to 200 milligram a day now, but I'm staying there. I'm not going above that if I can help it, because one, you gain weight on it.
You did.
And I don't need no help doing that. I got that wrapped up myself. Number two is I don't want to lose any hair. So
I'm on an allergy medicine that's helping me to lose weight.
Wow.
1 milligram, you don't take those too much. Yeah. Did they hang you over? I know when I took them, they hung me over, and I'm like, I can't be taking these, man. Anyway.
I've been losing weight after my COVID. I'm still losing hair a little bit.
I was on morphine, and they took me on a time release morphine.
Not badly.
I'm down to 3 other pain pills a day, but I was on both.
All I have is a cream for pain. Otherwise, my doctor is essentially telling me to suck it up.
Now, do I have more pain? Yeah, I do. But do I deal with it? I just have to deal with it. I ain't got no choice. I know it's been keeping me awake at night some. Pain has Frank too. He's got lower hip pain and leg pain. I don't know. It's the weather, I guess, lately. I don't know.
I know. Do you guys know what?
Kemper and Technical. Frank's took that.
What? Y'all know what? What is that? Freak. It's all the way over there, but it's a pill for nerve pain. It helps with like depression and stuff like that. It's Kapoda, I don't know. I can't spell it. Hold on, let me get it quick. All right, Hawk, I will, man. I can't sleep after that. No. Hold on, give me a second. I want to say it, but and I was just like, man, I hope I don't get all freaking damn.
Love you too, Hawk. Good night.
It's DULOXETINE. The duloxetine. Yeah.
Duloxetine. I don't know much about that, Eli.
For like depression and stuff like that, and pain and stuff like that.
I think it's a new one.
Yeah.
It sounds like that new pill I have out.
Yeah. But it's for like it helps with like depression, helps with pain and stuff like that. It's been helping out pretty good.
Also, shatter organic weed oil, CBD, and med THC. Well, a lot of places ain't legal over here yet, Carl. The state of Indiana's not.
Right.
Ain't legal for medical or.
Well, CBD is THC free, so.
No, it's not.
Not all of it.
Not all of it ain't.
Well, enough that it won't show up in your blood work.
Yes, it will. My doctor said it will. My brother said it will. He works for a company.
Yeah, some CBD has.
It depends on which one it is. It will show up.
My doctor told me I was good.
It can set up what a deal is that you'll test clean for a while. If you have any fat cells at all, like if you're overweight in any way, shape, or form, your fat cell stores it and it builds up over time. But there is some CBD oil out there that you will test positive on.
Well, I can't even afford to buy it 2 months in a row, so I don't have to worry about it.
I'm just telling you that my brother works for a pharmaceutical company. Both of them did, and both of them told me that.
Wow.
So, one's in Alaska, one's in Florida.
Alaska just had a.
I understand, Carl. 100% understand why you do it. I'm not downing you for it, ain't no whatsoever.
No.
And I'm not saying that it don't get done around this neck of the woods either, but I don't. But I'm just saying I understand.
Taking the CBD is the only time I can really actually sleep.
I don't need stored fluff. Yeah, me either. I don't need no stored fluff either. It needs to fluff on out of here. It needs to fluff on down the road.
Get the fluff out.
No, it's fluffing in and out. Ah, shit.
Fuck that fluff. That needs to go. I said the F word and I'm not supposed to say it. I'm sorry. Sorry, YouTube. It was a slip. Bleep, bleep, bleep. I'll bleep it out for you.
Right.
Beep, 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 beep.
If anyone wants to lose weight, I can tell you what allergy med to go on.
I thought about the earth. I sure last time I thought the couch was trying to eat me. Nicole, I don't know what she's on tonight, but she's cracking me up.
Okay.
You sure you ain't been dipping in it tonight?
Mary, before
there
you
was
leave,
more than herb in that.
Mary, before you leave, can you say, "Oh my God"?
I know.
Please, just that would make my night.
Oh my God!
No. Oh my God!
Oh my God!
I said it better. No.
You crazy.
I look. Oh my God!
Same here, Beth. Oil and a cigarette, and I'm off to sleep in half an hour.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
In my defense, it was a You thought I was just swallowing you up, huh?
It's just paranoid. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yep, that's what it was. You smoked. Frank says you smoked the wrong kind.
I wish I could do it.
I think it was laced with a little something.
Mm-hmm.
A sativa will make you. Indica is less likely.
He said sativa will make you paranoid and indica won't.
It's less likely.
Less likely to, he said.
Because the indica will make you a couch potato, and you're not going to be out fucking around to get pregnant.
Well, guys, I'm off, guys.
She stayed home on the couch, so she got paranoid on the couch. She thought the couch was eating her.
Thanks for having me up. Stay positive, guys.
Okay, Eli.
Later, guys.
I was sinking back into it.
Good night, Eli. I do hear you.
Good night, guys.
Dang creeper weed, she says.
Mary don't hear you. I hear you, Eli.
Mary don't hear me.
I know.
All right, guys.
What'd you say, Eli?
Don't drop the hat. Oh, shit. Right? No, I'm about to fall asleep as well. All right, guys. Later, guys.
Here, but can't get it. Yeah, I hate that. Bye, Eli. Dropped
That's
off.
That's what he was saying, Mary.
I know. Bye, Eli. Love you, Eli. Good night, Eli. Sorry. I think that all I get is 20% in one and 80% the other. I smoke too. Oh, okay, this is junk and oh crap. Back me up. All right, you guys, I gotta get off of here.
You think you guys think
but drink since I've been talking so much.
You guys think I say what's on my mind now? Get me high.
Go ahead and say it. Go ahead.
I just did.
The dog's saying what's on her mind too. Did you hear him? Hear her? She's helping you out.
Rough.
Says it's rough. Rough. It says rough.
Rough. Rough crowd.
I know someone that gets the edibles was supposed to take like a bite. No, they ate it all.
Yeah, you sit there and you're sitting there and the next
okay. I have a dinner, man.
You just start doing this. And then the next thing you know, you're back like this.
Yeah.
And that little piece that you were supposed to do.
You wouldn't happen to live with that such person, would you, Phil?
Yeah, you did the whole piece instead of a quarter of a
Wouldn't have to be snoring beside you, would he? Oh my God, don't let me say my mind and be live. Someone stop me. Oh my God. It's cracking me up.
Oh gosh. I think that would be really funny.
You never wanted Dad to smoke.
She said, yeah, smiling. I knew you was talking about.
Dad, I smoke with Dad.
He must have had one tonight, went to sleep. That's why he's snoring so much. He's sawing down the force, she said.
Smoke with
Oh
Dad.
goodness.
And he got up on stage and he wouldn't shut up.
You dad?
Yeah. I mean, start singing.
His dad, they were singing and he smoked one night with them and he said got up on stage and he wouldn't shut up, stop talking. He wouldn't play music, he was too busy talking.
It would be for us, Nicole. Okay, maybe some of us, not all of us.
Carl, I've done that. I was out for a full day. Hey, well, at least you slept, Carl, you know. At least the pain didn't keep you up, right? I got peanut going in there.
I'm not going in there for that.
Oh, okay. He's still sucking in the wall. Poor Jack. He don't know we're all sitting up and talking about it.
And he probably won't unless someone tells him.
I'm not going to tell him. I'm not telling old man for nothing.
Me either.
Unless he watches this live, he ain't going to know. Oh my God, it would be so bad. I hung up and I'd lose my halo. A 14-year-old took 350 Libby Cat magic mushrooms. Didn't know how many to take. It was very interesting. I bet it was interesting. Lordy, howdy mercy, 300.
Wow.
Damn.
I can arrange that.
I can't let you hear this.
Bill Engvall tells a story about his first experience going to a dispensary.
Really?
First, the dispensary dude gave him the smoke. Wasn't what he was supposed to be getting. He was supposed to be getting edibles. Anyway, he takes it home. He's trying to figure out how he's going to do this because this shit really stinks. So he decides he can't do that. So he goes back to the doctor. The doctor said, no, you wasn't supposed to get that. You were supposed to get edibles. He goes back to the dispensary, gets the edibles. Does not tell his wife anything at all about this. She finds
I sent her the link already.
and eat almost the whole thing.
She finds a tray of edible and eats almost the whole thing.
I mean, to hear him tell you about it, you cry. Bill Engvall is hilarious, anyways, but just that story right there, you cry.
Vicodin Land was hilarious. I bet. Bet it was. What's he doing, Nicole? Is he still snoring?
She's so quiet.
Nicole? I don't hear him. You hear him, Beth?
No.
I don't either. He's being quiet right now. He ain't sucking in no pillow. Unless she's got to walk to where he's at.
Quiet. There he is.
Told you. And there's a person between us, so that tells you how bad it is. You guys hear that?
Lord, you can't sleep.
Right?
Lord, is he like that all the time?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lordy, howdy mercy. He'd have to have room to himself. In a padded room. No sound could get out.
I stick my daughter between it.
Lord, man.
We're like on our queen size bed, and she's got a full size cushion next to ours. So I'm against the wall with the air conditioner. He's over there. And it's still that low.
Lordy. They bouncing off the wall at you?
So you're pinned against the wall. You've been taken hostage with that noise.
Mm-hmm.
Smart bed. Snoring and adjusts itself. You think I'm joking? I'm not. They've got a bed that does that now.
What? Snoring and adjusts it for you?
Itself. Yeah.
Oh, hi, Deke.
Hey, Paul.
Did you hear that? You hear that? They've got a bed that if you're snoring, it adjusts its position so you stop snoring.
It don't want to hear you snoring.
It don't want to hear you snoring either, so it adjusts itself.
It'll probably like up, down, up, down, up, down. Wait a minute.
Right. They go, rrr. Next thing you know, he'd be folded in half.
He'd
be like a taco. He'd be like, what happened? What happened?
Your bed does not like you.
Oh, God. I've laughed so hard tonight. My eyes are hurting.
He'd wake up in motion sickness.
All right. Yeah, take a motion sickness pill before he goes to bed at night. Or unplug the bed one. You're lucky to be on a battery operated. Oh God, I must be slap happy.
Oh goodness.
I guess I'll get off here so you can go to bed and I can put in some earplugs.
Now, Frank wants to put a bed. He just landed in it over here just now. He's waiting for me to get over here so he can go to sleep.
Sorry.
You come right at the end. I've been on for 6.5 hours.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I've been on a while.
Nicole, you were never here.
No. Nope.
We won't tell on you. You're safe with that, buddy.
Just cut the end of it off.
She's kidnapped. She's on the inside wall. She can't escape from the snoring monster.
Right. I don't know how the cat sleeps over there.
Out there. Oh well. Yes, it's 1:36 a.m. here where I'm at. It's 2:36 a.m. where Beth's at.
Yep.
And Sheriff went to sleep a long time ago.
Yeah, he's just.
I'm surprised he ain't awake and making his second win by now. He will be shortly.
We could unmute him and him and Jack can do their scenario together.
Can't unmute him. I tried unmuting him and won't unmute because he muted it.
You know, it'd be funny is if you could and they talk to each other.
Really, that would be funny. Sheriff says he talks in his sleep. Almost. No, it's not real late, but it's late enough he wants to go to bed. This is that when it's not PM. It's not PM, it's AM, Deke. AM. It's 1:36 AM here.
It's 2:37 a.m.
I've been up since.
Night, Carl.
Before 9
Or day, Carl, whatever. Hello, have a good day, or however you want to put that.
Take care, Carl.
Carl. I think I'm out of here too. I'm about to try to do something over here.
All right. All right, you guys, I'm on the end.
Nicole needs earplugs.
Thanks, Nick, for showing up, even though you's late. I'm glad you come. Carl, thanks for being here. Everybody that's been here tonight, thank you for being here. And y'all have a good night or good day. Depends on where you're at.
Have a good one.